Let's get ready to. Well, I ain't gonna say that shit. I might get sued for it. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Welcome to the Den. I am your host this evening. Well, every evening. You know, if you every evening, nightly, every night, 10 p.m. Central Time. I'm your host, Ed Honcho, and I'm glad to join you this evening. As always, it's an honor, a privilege, a pleasure of mine to get to chop it up with you guys. And I want to know, it's going to be a very interesting conversation, I do believe, tonight. And I cannot wait to hear the various thoughts and responses. It's a mess. The various thoughts and responses along with this topic. We're going to talk about the N-word, man. Should we still use it? Should people kind of make a choice? Should it be banned? Is everyone allowed to use the N-word? Let's get ready to talk about that. But first, we got to handle the proper dilly-dallies. Again, sorry for the little delayed intro. I was trying to do something like one of the things that I used to get prepared. It's been acting up in the browser. So it takes me a little bit longer to do certain things, but I finally got it right. Hit that like button, hit that sub button if you're new, if you're just not checking this out for the first time. Make sure you follow the Den Show on all the proper social medias, Twitter, Facebook, Instagram, and Den Show Live at Gmail. But Den Show Live everywhere. It's super easy to remember. Den Show Live. And if you want to tell a friend about the Den, how to catch us live, tell them to go to Den Show Live and bring them right to the live stream. If they want to watch, tune in, be a part of the conversation, everybody is welcome. All opinions matter. It's good to see different perspectives. So if you want to get some Den Show merch like this OG Den T, you can go to denshowshop.com, get you one of them. You know, shit, get you one of these too. Get you a mug to match the shirt. So when you drink your morning coffee, you know you all the way legit. People are like, what's the Den? So don't even fucking worry about it. If you know, you know. Make sure you check out the Den Show Podcast, denshowpodcast.com. If you can't watch, listen in. And we're going to really get that cracking jumping. And tomorrow, Friday, will be the last of the morning dens for the week. So make sure you tune in. It should be pretty interesting. I don't know what we're going to talk about quite yet. I have a couple ideas, but we shall see. Depending on how tonight's conversation goes, I think we'll determine what we talk about tomorrow. If you want to support the Den with a one-time donation, go to streamlabs.com/The Den Show. And if you want to support on a monthly basis, you can go to streamlabs.com. Now you can go to patreon.com/The Den Show. I'm a little out of there. Shout out to James, shout out to Stina Starry-Eyed, shout out to Diana, shout out to Dan the Man, and shout out to Miss Goya. I appreciate all the long-term support through Patreon. Thank you so very much, as you have shown some faith in the channel and some support in the channel on a long-term basis. Let's get this conversation cracking, man. I think we got a lot to talk about tonight, and it should be very, very good. Let's see what we got joining us this evening. I see Rashida, Miss Meat. I see VC, what's the motherfucking deal? Kenneth Cologne. I don't know what that is. It must be a new name. Culture, Jared Key, Sweet Home, Alabama. What's the motherfucking deal? Kenesha. I'm gonna fuck it up. I'm just fucking it up deliberately just cause you in Dallas somewhere. I'm fucking up all the Dallas shit. Beyond the funny nigga, what's the motherfucking deal? Yes, dedicated to Chicago Mike, wherever he may be. Miss Bell, Southern Style, what's the motherfucking deal? HTX Savage, what's the motherfucking deal? Man Things, Cartier, Man Things, always good to see you, Man Things, man. Everything Life with Nikki, motherfucking Nicole. Please say the motherfucking. DeMarkey in the motherfucking house. Is that not Alabama? That's Alamanda. I didn't fuck it all up. So I'm just I'm illiterate. I'm gonna learn how to read and get all that shit right. But glad you could join us and thank you. Sweetberry, what's the motherfucking deal? Female Pimp, better go check your track. Let's see, C. Maria, always good to see you. Baker Man, what's the motherfucking deal? Shannon Jones, please don't tell your mom I said anything bad about her. I don't want no problems in my life. Life is good, and I don't need those issues. Empress Yaya, what's the motherfucking deal? Let's see. Look. Hey, man, if I missed you, I ain't dish you. Run. What a great name. Just run. Let's see. Am I missing anybody? Miss Thang, what's the motherfucking deal? Shelly Long, what's the motherfucking deal? Let me see. Melanin Monroe, what's the motherfucking deal? Miss Melanin, always good to see you. And I think we have Professor Trill, what's the motherfucking deal? Okay, my bad. I thought I missed you. Oh, there's somebody named Heidi. I'm not sure who that is, but hello, Heidi, whoever you are. So let's get in this conversation, man. Let's talk about it. Listen, if I miss you again, like I said, I ain't dish you. It's all love. And let's talk about it. Whew, the N-word, the N-bomb, nigger. Depending on who you're asking. Maybe Chicago Mike has different feelings about it. But Some people say, hey, when you say the N word, if you say it, I can say it. Everybody gets to say it. It's in the music. If it's only in the music. If I'm singing the song, I get to say it. Only black people get to say it. If you say it with the A, it's okay. If you say it with the ER, you go into the ER. A lot of different connotations, a lot of different thought processes, a lot of different, feelings behind this. You know what I'm saying? A lot of different energies behind this. You know what I'm saying? And that popped my neck. It felt good. It feels good. But yes, so and so there's a lot of different feelings, a lot of different vibes tonight. Not too sleepy. Not too sleepy. I had to was kicking with the fam, took a little power nap. I don't know how much power I got from the nap. It was a crap nap. But anyway, so many different options, so many different perspectives. Hey, in a historical context, it's an oppressive word and it has held us down for a long time. We shouldn't use it. It's all in the music. It's ruining the music because we're the ones who are calling ourselves, niggas and bitches, and we're gonna throw some bitches in there with it. I can't let that go. And we're the ones holding ourselves down. Well, white people buy the albums and they're saying the words. They shouldn't say it. Well, they spent their money. Should they be allowed to say it if they bought the albums? I mean, so many angles to this conversation, and I think it's going to be extremely interesting tonight to see the perspectives, the feelings, the thoughts of people who say it. Who gets an N-word pass? Mr. Rabbit the other day recently said that he qualified for his N-word pass. He put in his work, he got his signatures, and he was confirmed able to use the word. Now here is my personal thoughts, and I had this conversation with mi madre a while back. And I understand her perspective. She grew up in that era, when you're talking about when the transitioning of things was happening, when civil rights were being fought for, and all those things were going on. And so I can understand that perspective. I grew up in an age a little bit differently. That's when the rap was blossoming on the scene, and all your gangster movies and all this other shit, and it was just all in the culture. Do it for the culture, right? And one generation says, hey, man, we got to stop using this. This is what's holding us back. One generation says, man, we've turned it from an oppressive word to we've assimilated into the vocabulary to make it all good. So it's not that big of a deal. So I want to see how people feel. I want to see what people think. I want to know what side you're leaning to specifically, because I think it's going to be intriguing to see how people rock with it. Make sure you follow me at Honcho HTX on all the proper social media, Instagram and fucking Twitter. But it's going to be interesting to see how people lean. Do people who are not black get to use the word? I mean, they do anyway. I told y'all the story about the grocery store and the white guy, and he just seemed like he had no other available vocabulary to utilize to address the store owner, who happened to be of some type of Middle Eastern descent. So that was just an odd conversation all the way around, right? So again, it's just a whole crazy conversation. And let's get into it. Let's get into it, because I find it very intriguing. I don't know. I know certain people feel like, well, if we should only be able to say it because it was applied to us. But if somebody doesn't have bad intentions, then why not? Because let's be honest, as black folks, we use it with bad intentions with each other. That old bitch ass nigga. We just don't want to say the ER just because. When you call somebody a bitch ass, there's not a positive affirmation to it. So what's the difference? If somebody's approaching us, hey, my nigga, what's going on? And they have good intention, what's the difference between the positive? I'm a person who's a firm believer in free speech. If y'all have come to listen, if y'all even heard the Chicago Mike call, y'all should kind of understand that by now. Whether it is offensive to some, I believe in free speech, because I'm going to speak offensively if people deem my language offensive. And actually, what I was going to actually talk about tonight, more so than the N-word, I was going to talk about profanity as a whole. But this is something that had been requested, a conversation a time or two. And so I said, let's focus in on this, and then we'll address profanity maybe in a different stream, because I've been getting a lot of comments lately about could I stop using profanity on some of the shorter videos? And the answer to that is fuck no. I'm not gonna stop. It's like, it wouldn't be me if I did not use profanity. You know, I would not be, Honcho, I would not be passionate about things. Well, I'm just miffed about this situation. It just really got my goat. I'm so riled up right now. Good grief, I'll pinch a cat. I'm so mad. You know, like, no, that wouldn't be me. Fuck no, man. I'm not gonna do that. And I encourage people to be themselves. And that's what the point of the den is. Y'all know what soft sports. It's about speaking the way you feel. This should be a genuine conversation. When people call and say, oh, sorry for cussing, man, fuck that. Cuss. Speak your fucking mind. That's what it's all about. Like, we're so into this PC conversation. If you're not PC, don't be PC. If you are PC, then be PC. You have the options to say what you want to say. So that's kind of how I feel. And I talk about that Chicago mic call because most of you may have heard it the other day when a particular caller came in and played the recording. And a lot of people were like, whoa, what's going on here? What's happening? I'm not too sure I know what's happening, right? That was a transitional moment in the den history, okay? I think it was a very important moment in the den history. Because as that call was going on, you heard me listening. Well, y'all may not have seen the video. If you actually want to go see the video, I want to say it was the conservative versus liberal debate. If you actually want to see the facial reactions and everything that went with it, then the whole lead up to it. But I had to really, as this conversation was going on, decide. And that could have been the fate of the den right there. That could have been the fate of the den right there. Because the way I look at it is, at that point, if I said, oh, fuck all this and shut up, then am I truly standing for what I say I want, which is being able to speak freely and shutting somebody down because they're saying something I don't want to hear? You know? And I say that I encourage people to come to a conversation, whether you agree with the opinions or not, I want to hear you. But then that would be forcing other people to listen to opinions they don't necessarily want to hear, right? So I had, like, as this is going on, I'm thinking these things. I'm like, man, this is a very delicate area right now. But at the same time, Chicago Mike said some things that may have been upsetting, but they were very true. And who do you get mad at about that? Do you get mad at him for pointing out certain truths? Do you get mad at yourself? Or what do you do about it? Do you look at yourself as an individual situation? So there was a lot that happened. I don't know. Did he go too far? Did he really go too far? I mean, he addressed himself as a nigga. He might have went too far for the Asian community. No, don't say that. No, use your karate. So let's talk about it, man. I'm not gonna keep holding it up. We're gonna open up the line, man. Yeah, that shit was so intense. DeMarkey called in, Hurrah called in. Like, people who've only called in one time, and that was that one stream, because it was, the buttons were pushed. What's that meme? That meme where he's like about to slap the button. That button was fucking pushed, and everything blew up. Me personally, I love it. I fucking love it. I mean, hey, you know, I'm not a person that just want to see people get triggered for no reason, but the energy, oh my God, the energy definitely went off that night. And that's fucking tough. It was awesome. Well, a lot of people were upset, but it was awesome to me. Very decisive, very definitive moment. Now, and I'll agree with y'all, and I know a lot of people say, well, somebody tells me that, I'm gonna cuss them out. If somebody did this, and this, I'm gonna cuss them out. Again, I think intent matters a whole lot. I think context matters a whole lot. And I think in this day and age where you got little suburban white teenagers calling each other nigga all the time, say my nigga this, you know, Mexican folks use nigga more than anybody I know. And again, if you're Hispanic, just get under the Mexican umbrella. Just all of y'all just want to, well, I'm not even gonna make that joke. I wasn't even trying to make a joke like that. But I call all Hispanics Mexican, so it is what it is. Let's talk about it. let's talk about it. I'm all free speech, right? And so y'all just have to understand that whether it's in my favor, whether I disagree, I feel like people should have the conversation. Once you start oppressing any form of conversation, then where does it stop, right? Where does it end? And I'm a firm believer in that. So let's get into the conversation. Yeah, look, y'all ready? I ain't even cut the line on y'all. Ready to activate? Good grief! Hold on, let me. Well, let me get situated. I ain't even got the thing open. Look, you know, I got to do my proper protocol before I got to do my self promotionary plug-in before I activate. Again, tomorrow morning will be the last morning at the end of the week, 10 a.m. Central Time. Make sure you catch it. You know, live every night, 7 days a week at 10 p.m. Central. Then at 10 is the easiest way to remember it. And Central Time Zone is the most important time zone anyway. You know, we're the Central Time Zone, so we're like the most relevant. I don't know where y'all on the East Coast, West Coast, Mountain Time. Who got time for Mountain Time? Anybody got time for that? Den Show Podcast, man. Make sure you tune in. Den Show Podcast. If you can't watch, listen, Jack. Let me see. Den Show Shop. Get you some of this dope merch. Get you one. You see that mug with the mug in the back? Get you that shit. You don't get the coffee, but you can get the mug. Again, let me see, man. Hit that like button, hit that sub button. Y'all even remember the night when all the trolls came through, the night of the living trolls? I remember that, like they all came through and they came with the crazy jokes and all that. And I entertain all those calls. Like, that's what y'all got to understand. Is like, oh, these motherfuckers trolling. But you have to understand, one, I'm fucking worried about no words. It's more action behind the words than the words themselves. I say some very stereotypical shit. I've deemed that it's not racist, just stereotypical, because I love everybody. But I'm going to say that shit. I don't mean any harm. I'm not going to attack anybody on their race, their sexual orientation, any kind of basis. If you cool with me, I'm cool with you. Again, Honcho HTX, Instagram and Twitter. And make sure you follow all the Den Show socials on Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. And you can always email the Den at denshowlive@gmail. Den Show Live on all the other major platforms. You want to make a one-time donation to the Den, you can slide through the, there you go, streamlabs.com/the Den Show. And if you want to make a monthly pledge to the Den, you can go to patreon.com/the Den Show. And if you like the content, man, just hit that like button. Let YouTube know you enjoy what the fuck is going on over here so it can get this out to other people who may enjoy the content. That's ultimately what it's all about. Let's open up the Den line. Let's get this line opened up. I want to know how y'all feeling. I want to know what y'all are thinking. And let's make it shake. I love it. See, I gotta understand, man. It's a couple of things I love. I like a good troll. I like a good troll. When you just spam and saying stupid shit that just really does not, it don't rattle any bones. It's not amusing. Yeah, that sucks. But if you're a funny troll, I gotta rock with it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the Den this evening? I know the microphone is probably fucked up, so let me change the fucking microphone as I always have to do. Bob, can you hear me now?
Yeah, I can hear you now.
All right, good.
This was me.
Miss
Oh,
me.
Lord, this was me, Jesus.
Uh-oh. We gotta start off with the Lord's name.
Ooh, this is my subject. Here's Lord Jesus. Let me tell you something.
What you got?
There's no white person on earth. I don't give a fuck who you are and where the fuck you was raised. Don't use the I say ninja. Because I'm just not gonna say it. Because let me tell you something. When you say that around them, they think it's cool to say it. I don't care if you type it in a motherfucking comment. I don't care if you say it out loud. Don't motherfucking say the shit. In my house, that word is not okay. I ain't gonna say that. So let me tell you something. If it's all black people around and you say it, I'm cool. But you absolutely do not say it in front of the other race. Like all these callers be calling in, some of them white. And hey, I understand you grew up in a black neighborhood, you grew around black people, woo-doo-woo. But you don't fucking say the word. You don't fucking say it. Because that shit there, that shit there, it's not cool. It's not cool. Don't fucking say it. Don't say it. If you want to say it in your own house, fine. But when I'm telling black people and even these young black folks, I don't give a fuck. Stop saying it around them because they think it's cool to say it. And then when they ask you hitting the motherfucking eye, they look stupid and want to call the motherfucking police. Don't say the shit because let me tell you, people that's, I don't know how old you are, Honcho, but I'm just going to go by my age, right? You know, people around me, my husband, you cannot, I don't care how cool you is. I don't care if you was raised in the projects. I don't care if your mama moved to the projects before your ass was born and you was raised there. Don't motherfucker say the shit because you're going to get your ass fucked up in my day. And still will. So don't say the shit. And I'm not just saying that to them. I'm saying that to the black people too. Stop saying it around them. Because as soon as you say that shit, they say, oh shit, it's cool. We can say it. You say it. Y'all say it. Y'all say it. Yeah, okay. Well, we can say what the fuck we want. Because we can go back. We can go back in time. This shit here can last 7 hours. Okay? Because we still want our reparation. We want our mule. We want our 40 acres. But anyway, that's another subject. But don't fucking say that shit around everybody. That's why them fucking videos is on Facebook and Instagram while y'all asses get knocked the fuck out. Stop saying the shit.
Okay. So you saying that?
Also,
oh, go ahead.
No, go ahead. What you gonna say?
So I'm saying, so you feel like that we as black folks are encouraging the behavior. So how much of it do you think has to do with the music? Because, you know, the biggest purchasers of rap music are mainly suburban white people. So they're buying the music, they're hearing the lyrics, and they're just singing along with the lyrics. Is that acceptable or no?
I mean, they can sing along with lyrics in their house, in their car. Don't sing along with that shit around no black people. Because your ass gonna get hit in the motherfucking mouth. Everybody don't accept that shit. Like, I don't give a damn what's the new age. I don't give a damn what y'all think is okay. Because, and listen, I'm on social media. That's what I do. I research shit. I go to the library. I research shit. And I see a lot of us saying, well, stop being so soft. Stop being so this and that. Man, listen. I don't say it. I do that's not in my vocabulary. You know why? Because I don't want nobody else to say, well, you said it, so I'm gonna say it. It's not in my vocabulary. It's just not. But even if it was, it's not around nobody that's gonna hear it. Even though I don't even say it like around my people, because I just don't think, I think the word has got so softened these days, like it doesn't mean anything, and it really does. I got called porch monkeys, I got called nappy-headed niggas, I've got called everything, and I'm not 70, I'm 47. So that shit been gone, but I still got called those things. So you can't just say it all willy-nilly. Like, you can't, I don't care. White people, stop saying that bullshit. It's not cool, okay? So we talking about the word nigga, ninja, nigga, okay? We're talking about that. That's not cool. Don't say that shit. It's not cool because that shit, people has got their ass killed, beat, hung off of that. It's not cool to me. And it's not cool for the young folks to say it. I taught my kids that, son, my daughters, I taught them to not say it because when you say it around the wrong crowd, they think it's cool to say that shit. And it's not cool to say it. Regardless of how y'all want to put a spin on it, regardless of what people want to say, well, y'all say it, y'all kill each other, y'all this and that, woo-de-woo. Stop saying this shit. That's why y'all asses is getting fucked up in the streets. That's why you're getting fucked up. Seriously. And when you get fucked up, I'll be like, that's what your ass get. That's what your ass get. Stop saying that shit. And then they people be like, well, I put the A and not the ER. Oh, really? It's the same fucking word. It's the same word, Honcho. It's the same word. Nobody gets a pass for that. No black, no white, Nobody gets a pass for that. And I'm sick of looking at these videos online. Like, I can't even look at them no more. And people share, like, don't share that with me because I can't look at it. It hurts my heart. I can't look at that. Because do you know how many ancestors we had died because of that? I was walking, when I moved to Georgia, okay, I came from Oklahoma. And I wasn't really used to the Southern life. So when I moved to Georgia, and I didn't have a car, and I was on MARTA, the bus transit system. So I had a doctor's appointment, and where my doctor was, the bus didn't go all the way to the doctor. So I had to get off at a certain point, and I had to walk, and I didn't know this. So when I was walking past these houses. I was in Stone Mountain, Georgia, and if you don't know anything about Georgia, that's where they first started hanging us, and that's where it was really, I didn't know anything about that. So I'm walking, and I'm seeing these rebel flags, and these people sitting on the porch with their shotgun. I'm like, oh my God. I start praying like, Jesus, please get me through this neighborhood. And this man, oh, what you walking through here for, you porch monkey, you nigger, and this and that. And I'm like, Jesus Christ, this is 2000 and something. I was scared for my life. I talked maybe 8 words the whole time I walked till I got to my doctor's office. And this was in the 2000s. And you think it's just acceptable? No, we know what it means to the people that started it. I don't care what your little these millennials and these new kids and, oh, I can say it, I got a pass. There's no such thing as a fucking pass because nobody gets a pass. Nobody gets a pass to say this shit. White people, you do not have no pass. Nothing you can say or do to get a pass for this shit. Nothing. Nothing you can say or do to get a pass for it. Don't say it. People have died and hung over it, got dragged in the street with a car, whatever. There's no pass, Honcho. Stop. I can't stand this shit. Well, you get a pass. No, you don't get a fucking pass. Bill Clinton didn't get a nigga pass. Hillary don't get a nigga pass. None of them get the N-word pass. None of them gets a pass. Nobody gets a pass for that. Now, what you do with your homeboys and everybody black, that's fine. Stop saying that shit around them. Because the more we say it around them, the more they think it's cool. And it's not. I don't give a damn who calls in after what they say, well, this and that. No motherfucking passes for this bullshit. None.
Okay. So how much do you feel like that experience on when you were headed to the doctor's office, did that kind of amplify to you? Was that like a transitional point when you thought about the word, or were there other situations that kind of had already kind of ingrained that thought process in your mind before that?
Okay, well, so when I was in high school, Black History Month was only about Martin Luther King, where I was from.
Mm-hmm.
That's the whole month was about Martin Luther King. Once I got out of that and I moved to the South, I started researching. And I started researching Malcolm X, and I started researching all Rose Park, because they never taught us about that.
Yeah.
That's why I used to get in trouble in high school, because I'm like, it couldn't be just Martin Luther King that did anything, because before my grandmother passed, she used to say stuff. So it amplified. Like, I always researched it, but once I did get to the South, and that first contact with something like that, yes, that really, really made me. That's what really, really made me see that it's here and it's live. Because that was the scariest moment in my life. I was like, oh my God, they're going to shoot me. I'm not even bothering them. I'm just walking. I'm trying to get to the doctor. That's all I'm trying to do. So, and after that, let me tell you something. I got a car, and I said, I'll never be in a car anywhere else. But yes, that situation right there really made me see that everything that I studied before I got to Georgia and everything. I was like, because I really didn't see that, because where I'm from, the Midwest is mixed, is interracial. Like, it's a whole bunch of mixed couples, a whole bunch of interracial kids. You know, they just don't act like that, like they do in the South. And it made me open my eyes like, wow, this is real. And I ran. I literally started running. So I got to that doctor's office. I was like, Jesus, thank you. And when I got to that doctor's office, I made them call me a cab.
Hmm.
There was no way I was going to walk back to that bus stop.
Hmm.
And that was in the 2000s. Come on now.
Okay. I'm just curious about that. Okay. And I can understand that because you've had personal experiences with it that you felt threatened dealing with the situation. So I can definitely understand the trauma behind it. Okay. That's pretty interesting. Is there anything else that you would like to add to that, Miss Me?
Nope, that's it. But I may be coming back tonight, and I may not. Depends on the calls and the conversation. Oh, no. Wait. Before I go. Your moderator or your wrench, I don't know what the wrenches mean. Heidi, your ass a troll. Your ass a troll. Why don't your ass call in? Call in, ho. Listen, bitch, call in. Call in. You and Savage Donald Trump call the fuck in and say how you really feel, ho. Because they really, they got all the smoke. See, y'all only see one part of me. But I got all, Heidi, call your motherfucking ass in and quit calling in the hoe. Call your ass in and tell us how you really feel, bitch. Yeah, I called you a bitch. Call in and tell us how you really feel. Because your ass is a troll. You ain't Savage Donald Trump, whatever the fuck that motherfucking name is. Y'all some motherfucking troll. Call the fuck in and stop calling. How'd you give her a ring?
Oh man, Heidi been putting in work for a long time. You gotta understand what Heidi is all about, and
Oh, okay.
Heidi serves a certain purpose. But
I got you. Listen, you ain't even got to explain no more.
yeah.
I got you. But I don't care. As long as I'm here, she gonna get smoked. And Savage, quote unquote, Donald Trump. They gonna get smoked with me. So, but I understand your point. I really do. Because, like I said in one of the conversations, you rather than be in your goddamn face than behind your back.
Yeah.
So, okay, I got it. But she got smoked. But why she don't call in, though? Why she don't call in?
Heidi's a
We
computer
all call
generated program. She
and
not
tell
real.
our truth. We all come in and tell the truth. So listen, let us hear what you got to say. I want to hear what she got to say. I want to hear what she has to say. I swear to God, I do. Call in, Heidi. Do it.
Huh.
Scary ass.
Huh.
That's all I got to say.
Alright. Well,
All right.
I appreciate you calling and sharing your story with us, Miss Me.
All right. Bye.
All right. Interesting. Okay, so we have the first perspective of the evening, and that's interesting. Now I got a homeboy, and we'll talk about it after this. We'll take this call. I'm gonna talk about this perspective. What's the motherfucking deal, man? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
All right, now she talking that stuff. How to go call everybody in that chat a nigga?
She probably already. She already did.
Nah, just be on the funny nigga.
Heidi only DM'd me one time, and the only thing she put in there was nigga. Then she blocked me. It's fucked up. Nah, but go ahead. What's on your mind there, Beyond Funny Nigga?
I want to go back over this Mike from Chicago thing. Mm-hmm. The thing is, I didn't mean no harm to us when I called in, because from what I could recall, y'all was having a conversation on the phone, and yes, he was speaking in general. He didn't say it out of intentional, but I just wanted to joke around and say, hey, don't say that, because in public somebody might take that out of context, and it might lead to something else. But the thing is about that, I didn't like how he just called back and started assuming that I was bashing him for saying it. And then he went deeper by bringing up how you know, how his race is owning all the places in our community and stuff. That's where I felt really offended by, you know, it was never no harm from the beginning, but okay, you know, you could take a joke, but don't bring up like some, you know, some cultural shit.
Oh, so with what Chicago Mike said, and when he called back, right? And this is a very interesting thing. I mean, how did it? So what was worse? Was it the fact that the statements that he made about the Asian community compared to the black community, was that more harmful in your opinion than him actually using the word nigga? Like, what do you
Yes,
think
that
incited
that's
more
the
anger?
thing. That's the thing that really like put the nail in the coffin. I don't mind him, okay, because I already knew where he was coming from. Okay, he was just speaking in general. Okay, I just wanted to call in and mess with him. But when he would start going into how he was saying things like he's so much better than, or his people are so much better than ours, like and that's why like I don't like to hear people talk higher of me when I know we're on the same level or we both at the bottom. Like it don't work like that.
No. Okay.
We still the minority, so last time I checked, we still on the same level.
Well, he did say he was a nigga too. He so acted like it that night. But my thing is this, hey, if you want to seek revenge, what you got to go do is start up a real good conversation. Go find the smartest Asian girl in your school. Start a real good conversation with her. Become very good friends with her. Entice her, seduce her, take her out to a nice pho or sushi dinner. And impregnate her and never call back. That's how you get revenge for that comment. Now I'm fucking around. Y'all be like, this nigga Honcho saying crazy now, but okay, that's interesting. But like, why did what he say? Like, why did that rile? Why do you think that riled people up more? Because let's be honest. Let's be real honest about it. And it's a fucked up thing, yeah. But how much truth was in what he said? I mean, think about it. You go to every corner store, it's some type of Asian. I don't know. Sometimes I don't know how you look at the Middle Easterns and things like that. But you talk about the hair stores. You talk about the corner stores. You talk about all these other little various areas. Usually in the black community is owned by some type of Asian or Middle Eastern or whatever you want to look at it. And then when we do talk about, Asians doing this, that, and the third, there's certain levels, maybe not as far as you took, because I know some dope fiend ass Asians too, but so it ain't like they all are perfect. But is it what he said? Was it that like it was a kind of a reality check, or was it just like, did you feel like he was being, I hate the word bigot, but you feel like he was talking down?
What he was saying, what he was spitting, it was straight facts. It's just I don't like how he used it towards me and other people as like he's degrading us about it. He's like, okay, this is how it is. This is how it's always going to be, and this is why you people are like this, and so like that. You shouldn't be trying to how can I say it? You shouldn't be trying to put down other people. Okay, so what? Those are the statistics and the circumstances for just right now, but you should be trying to uplift someone. Don't try to act like you the fucking nigga and you the main person going around like you this big shot. 'Cause, I wouldn't mind if he was saying that stuff and he was having explanations about it, saying, okay, so what? This is what you all going through, but here are the options. How you can get out of that situation. Don't just don't just talking shit, just popping off at the mouth. Just, y'all niggas ain't shit. Your name's beyond the funny nigger. Look at it. I'm looking at it. Like, okay, I get it, nigga, but shit.
Okay. All right, so I can understand that. I can definitely understand that. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. Like, because like I said, I just have an interesting perspective with that whole thing. Because he would call in and say certain things. He would point certain things out before, that call there. And he would always, he had some interesting inputs. Do you think that was maybe a level of pride for himself? Do you think it was a personal issue? What do you think it was that just kind of set him off and maybe misinterpreted the way that you were saying it?
I think it was just kind of an ego thing. because I feel like he thought I was calling him out in front of the den and stuff like that. So I guess he felt embarrassed by, me joking around. I guess he felt like he needed to call back in and one up me.
Okay. You want to hit you with the Mario mushroom. Want to get that one up on you. Okay.
Yeah.
I don't know. Well, so anything else you would like to add to that about maybe how you felt about it, or if it was a different situation? Do you think there was anything that you could have said different that would have been able to get the same point across, or do you think he still would have reacted the same way?
The joke, yeah, I would still react the same because from the beginning I didn't mean no harm by the just joking around. But for him to react like that, that's kind
Okay. That's all good. It's all good. I mean, very interesting. Very interesting. So even in a situation like that, should that have been like a wake up to black folks? Do you think that was a subconscious or a exposing of how certain people may really feel towards the black community, or do you think it was just a personal issue with Mike?
No, it should also be a wake up too. Like I said, he was spitting facts too. But these are some things, it's common. Most people, in the community already know this. It's kind of up to us it is up to us to change that. He's not really saying anything that we didn't already know. If you ask me, Asians and stuff owning stores like that, I don't have a problem with them owning shit like that because most of the shit is cheap. Shit, if a white person was owning shit, I'd be paying shit $6 for a bag of chips. So, I highly praise the Asian community. It's just how he came.
Okay. So if you had two stores, one was owned by a black store, I want to say it's a convenience store, and then one was owned by an Asian owner, would you steal as much from the black store as you would from the Asian store?
Repeat the question, Honcho?
I said, if you had two convenience stores, one owned by a black owner, one owned by an Asian owner, would you steal as much from the black convenience store as you would steal from the Asian store?
Will I steal?
Yeah.
Steal from? No, I don't.
It was a loaded ass question. I'm just
steal
fucking with
anything.
you, but I'm just fucking with you, man. I'm fucking with you. Yeah, that's all it is. That's all it is. I'm fucking
Because the
with you.
thing is, if you steal from a black store, they ain't gonna let you get up out the store and shit. You gonna be gunned down right there.
Okay. All right. Just asking. Okay. Anything else you want to add to that, Beyond?
No, not really. I'm gonna just do my little plug right quick.
All right.
New comedy video on my Instagram story, July 4th. It's called The Cookout. My Instagram is beyond_a_funny nigga.
I got one more question for you, Beyond. How much of impact are you having on this by having that word in your name?
I feel like it's a good impact for me personally because it's something that stands out. It's something that people look at it like, oh wow, that's unique. And mostly people take it as positive. Oh, okay, it's a little cheesy name, but that's all it is. It isn't, for harm.
Okay. So, I know you got a lot of followers on the gram. So, what do you think about people of other races, saying it's your name? I'm just saying your name. How do you feel about them saying your name?
I really don't care because it is my name, I put this shit there for a reason, but I'm not gonna ever get mad at somebody, who knows me. Like, hey, what's up, Beyond a Funny Nigga? Like, okay, I can't get mad at you for calling me by my fucking name.
Okay. Interesting. All right, that's all I got for you, Beyond, man. I ain't gonna fuck with you too much more. But that's a bit, man. I appreciate you calling in and sharing your perspective on it, man.
All right, Honcho.
All right, have a good one. That is, in all likelihood, it could be. DJ China could be Chicago Mike. Interesting. Because that's the thing, though. Because China Mike, oh shit. Because Chicago Mike showed a particular affinity for black people, black culture, and all these things when he would call in. but it just seemed that night. I don't know what happened. It just, like, he snapped. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
It's Belle. How you doing?
How you doing, Miss Bell? What's on your mind about tonight's topic, Miss Bell?
I think it's definitely interesting. Not my word. Y'all know that. It's not my vocabulary. The only thing that, all due respect to Mrs. Meat, I don't like and don't care for when there's a blanket statement and white people are all lumped together that we all say that word or we all don't say that word. There are some of us that don't use that word. And I know as a culture, African Americans don't like being lumped together, neither do white people. We're still individuals, too. I wasn't brought up with a word, not my thing. But what I'd like to do is ask the audience what they think about, there was a concert not long ago, and one of the rappers brought up a white girl on stage.
Yes.
And she was singing along with the rapper with the particular lyrics that were going on, and then she got booed for saying it. Well, my thought on it is that if you don't want a white person saying it, don't bring them to the point of putting them in a position where they have to. And the other part of that is, it's like, if you don't want us saying it, then be an example and don't say it. It's kind of like, as a parent, if I don't want my kid to do something, I shouldn't be doing it in front of them because I'm going to influence how they react to it. It doesn't mean that I have a right to say it because I've never asked for a pass, nor do I expect to pass, nor do I want to pass. I grew up with it in New England as a negative terminology, and it's just not part of my vocabulary. And that's just the way it is for me. Can I say the F word? Yeah, I can say fuck if I need to. I can say damn, hell, shit, and piss. But it's all appropriate to what the conversation is and what the audience is. And so I really don't have anything more to say about it. I don't like it being generalized statements about one culture or another as all lumped in together, because nobody likes not being considered an individual. So you got any questions for me?
So, have you ever encountered, maybe in more private circles where, say, there were no black people around, do you encounter other white people who do use it, and how do you feel about that?
Actually, I don't. And I find that culturally, the only time I've ever had it highly used was predominantly in African American settings or black settings or urban settings. Yeah, I can't tell you that I haven't heard white people say it. I have. I mean, sometimes I'm just as offended by it, but it's not my place to say. I try not to pass judgment on it, but again, it's just not my thing. I just don't like when people blanket statement white people. It took me a long time to understand Eminem and why he got a pass at it until I saw 8 Mile. I still don't agree with it, but I understood culturally he grew up with the word as being something of the norm for him. It doesn't make it norm for suburban kids, doesn't make it the norm for rural kids. But it's culturally where you grow up is the language in which you think is okay because that's what you grew up around. Does it make it okay in other areas and other regions? Absolutely not. But again, that's just the experiences I've had in life. Everybody else is going to experience something different.
Okay. All right, interesting. I don't think I have too much more to add to that. I have no further questions. Anything else you want to say?
Nope. Y'all have a good night and catch you in the AM.
All right. Thank you, Ms. Bell. I appreciate it.
All right, night.
All right. Good night. Interesting. Okay. Interesting. And that's where I think I have. And I know Miss Mead, how she said she felt about it. Don't care if you grew up around and everything. That I know other people who have grown up in particular areas. I got a homeboy, one of my best friends, and he's Hispanic, looks white, looks like and he definitely changed the way he's dressed over the years as he's grown older and stuff. But he still, he came up in the hood. He grew up, in the hood in the city, and that motherfucker got down with anybody. It wasn't just no anything. He got down with niggas. Well, if you want to scrap, he's with the shits. Baker man know what I'm talking about. And I just think it's how you were raised. But we'll come back to that. What's the motherfucking deal, man? What's the motherfucking deal we got coming?
I can't believe I got through again. After the phone get ring like
Miss Meek,
y'all gotta be quicker than that.
Yeah,
Y'all gotta be quicker than that.
you got that speed dial.
Listen, Miss Bell, I didn't say all white people. That's not what I said. I said the white people who think they can say it. Because by far, I'm not prejudiced. I have all types of people around me. I've never been taught to be prejudiced against no white, no black, or nothing. I just say all white people. I'm not lumping you together. I'm saying the ones who think they deserve a pass. They don't deserve a pass. That's not lumping together the whole white race. Because I know for a fact that all white race, all black race, all every race is not the same. We have individual people. I'm saying for the ones who think they deserve a pass. No one deserves a pass. That's why I taught in my house not to say it, because no one deserves a pass. We're not lumping together all white folks. I'm not saying all white folks say it and they shouldn't. That's absolutely not what I'm saying, because I know that's not what happened. What I'm saying is the ones who think they deserve a pass. There's no passes given. There's no card out there. There's no, hey, you deserve a pass, I give you a pass. None of that is rolling. None of that. I don't care who you are. So no, I was not, Miss Bell, just going on the white. I wasn't lumping y'all all together. I promise you that. I promise you that. Because I have great friends in every race, color, creed, whatever. Great friends. Family, great everybody. And I don't hate people. I don't hate a certain race. I hate people that hate me. Now, if you hate me because of my color, bitch, it's on. I hate your ass too. But that's only because you hate me because of my color. I don't hate nobody. I don't want confrontation. I don't want to be in these videos where I'm singled out because I'm black. Jesus, because Lord knows I'll be in jail. So I don't want to be singled out and all that, because it doesn't matter to me. But no, I was not lumping y'all into one race. I was saying the ones who think they deserve a pass to say it. That's what I was saying. Okay. That's it. I'm gone.
Okay.
Let somebody else call in.
All right, Ms. Meek, well, I appreciate you calling in and, clarifying that.
All right.
All right,
bye.
thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, interesting. But my thing, like I said, what I was talking about, my amigo, is, if you've been raised up, and I mean, it's just entrenched in your vocabulary, so especially from young. And again, the thing about it is, like, his pop, I know his family, they don't use it, they don't say it, and they've been around niggas their whole life. Like, now the older group of his family, older part of his family. Now, this is the little brother of my best friend that passed away. And like I said, these niggas came up in it, they were just so used to it. So that's why I wonder, how hard is it to change when you have been used to something for so long? You know what I'm saying? You've been embracing that. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
It's WINK. What's going down, bro?
Wink, what's the motherfucking deal, man? What are your thoughts on tonight's topic, man?
Well, I just wanted to go ahead and get to what Heidi was just asking me. And I guess she was talking about phasing out. The word will never be phased up because it wasn't created by people that look like me. So, I mean, you can't expect us to create some shit that's been around in the lexicon since the 1600s. Go to the root of the problem and then you'll be able to solve it. So, I mean, there's been a common denominator, as far as that word has been concerned. And, not everybody takes it to heart, but we just know it sounds like venom when, let's just be real, when white folks say it. Not that other people, when other people, of other cultures don't say it, because they have their ways of saying certain things. Does everybody, that's black take offense to it the same way if one of my Hispanic partners say it, or somebody else like that? Maybe not, because they have a different set of circumstances, but nobody's circumstances at any time, at any point in the world, has been as atrocious as ours. But we still rising above shit. I mean, the word, this really is context. And it ain't the N word, it's nigga. Like, let's just call it what it is. Like, I'm so sick of that whole PC bullshit. Call this shit what it is. Like, when the fuck did the word lose its value when the people who created it knew how they were using it? You were calling this nigga, you wasn't saying, oh, it's the N word, let me back up, and so it's a resurgence, as far as the powers that be, that get shit done. Some people, they not willing to let go of some of the roots that they got. Some people are trying to progress, but I know how we mean it when we say it. When me and Honcho say nigga to each other, we not saying it in the way that it was meant, in the context that it was put, until, when white folks chose to make that word. Like, how they chose nigga of any other word, like, is baffling to me. Like, what? Like, how'd you even come up with that? But it is what it is. We should try to find the originator of that shit, because it's a lot more to the history as far as when it comes to this country, and just how we depict it, and it's absolutely ridiculous. But that's as far as like that shit like that goes, to answer Heidi's part of the question. But how you really feeling about it? Because I just tuned in, so I ain't really get to hear anybody other than, I guess, Miss Bell was talking, and I heard like the last like 3 or 4 minutes of her call, and I just heard the call right before me when she called, and a lot of people do that too. Not to say that Miss Bella did it, but it'll be pretty clear that sometimes when you are trying to open that dialogue, to talk about certain things that have an effect on society, that make people uncomfortable, it's always, we have to get over some shit, or that shit was too long ago, but the shit still affects us, and the shit goes on this day, So there's a lot of shit that goes for us that you'll never understand, and unless you're black, or unless you're a person of color, a lot of shit that goes on, no one, especially white folks, have no right to tell black folks how they should and they shouldn't act. We don't tell them how they should and they shouldn't act, because they've been doing what they want to do since the inception of being in this country. So, you really don't have no. To me, I really feel like as much as that has been done, and true enough, we have to work together in certain instances, but has that really benefited us? And is the work really being put in to make sure that certain shit doesn't happen all over again? Because it seems to me that people weren't willing to let go of certain conditions when it comes to shit that goes on in this country. And while we all make our own way, and we all supposedly pull up our bootstraps, if you will, we all know shit doesn't go down that way just by tying up some shoes and thinking just because you walk out of the door that you get to seize every opportunity. We're not going to act like people don't get blocked on shit, and that, that every day you can just walk in and you can just do whatever you want when you want. They think because Oprah's a billionaire and LeBron plays basketball that everybody has the same chance. No, you really don't. But, you got to do what you got to do.
So I got a question for you.
What's up?
How much of it do you think that, because what I was saying earlier is that right now, rap music, we know how it goes. Everybody uses nigga, everybody does this. The biggest buyers of rap music are suburban white teenagers.
Of course.
If we're continuing to push this, if they're buying the music, does it make it acceptable for them to use it if they're using it in the same context as being used in?
they didn't need music to say nigga. More than likely, their fathers, their uncles, their grandfathers, their mothers, their sisters, their friends, associates, they're around it all the time. We're not gonna act like music introduced nigga into their life.
But what I'm saying, they're not using it in the same context as their grandpa. We know what their grandpa, if their grandpa was using it, he had a completely different intention. I'm saying with white people embracing the culture of music. Miss Bell talked about, I want to say it was Kendrick Lamar that it happened, right? That he brought the white chick up on stage to sing the lyrics along with him. And in those lyrics was the word nigga, and she ended up saying it. So was she wrong for saying that?
But why is nigga our culture though?
That's what
you
I'm
know why?
about.
Because nigga was placed on us.
Okay. But did we not embrace it? Because I mean, if we were that upset about it, why didn't we just say, you know what, this was a negative vibe on us for so long, we're not even going to use it against ourselves. We use it against ourselves quite often, right? Even think about the term like bitch ass nigga, so it's not always in a positive way. I know hoe ass nigga, no bitch ass. So we use it negatively too, and I'm not excusing anybody. But I'm saying
right. I understand that. Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. So we embrace the negativity aspect of it too, along with, we change the context, we change the connotation. So there's the positive association with it too. So like somebody who is on the outside looking in, right? And they like, well, they mean it in a friendly manner. So I mean no harm. Some people have skewed perspectives. So, because you see it nowadays, you see young white teenagers calling each other, "What's up, my nigga?" You see, like you said, Mexicans. I know plenty of Mexicans who use it. So, if their intentions are not negative, is it the same? Is it the same as maybe the forefathers or predecessors who used it in a negative way? So, do you think it's the same thing?
But see, we're going into a deeper issue because if you were to sit here and you were to call that person racist, then they would say that they weren't. Then we're talking about the Loch Ness Monster. Now we're talking about some shit that doesn't exist. Now, true enough, context does matter, but at the end of the day, we're not going to sit here and act like black folks ain't trying to. We pass context when it comes to specifically white folks using a word that wouldn't use that way. When y'all use that word, trust me, it ain't friendly. It ain't friendly. It ain't friendly. Yeah, it rubs people the wrong fucking way, point blank. Some of y'all get slapped the fuck up for saying it. Sometimes you just get cursed out. Sometimes you lose your job. And then sometimes you'll use it and, some motherfucker might just call you a hero. So it's too many ways to really go about this. Having dialogue and being able to talk about it is really as good as it's really going to get. It's not really going to change. Like, some of the world's best leaders and shit like that have been gunned down and been doing this and been doing that. Like, the history has shown that generationally, this shit is going to go on because it's in the blood, bro. I mean, it's in the blood and it's in the blood bad. You would think that 18, 10-year-old kids saying nigga and then using it with such ferocity. Now, I'm not saying that everybody and even every person that's white is saying it with that vigor, with that real evil. But to sit here and to not put yourself in the spot and to not even fuck up a relationship you may have with others, because not every white person is accepting of another white person using that word. It's very few white people that hear other white people say it, and I listen to Ms. Bell say it. It's like, okay, that's what somebody else do, but I'm doing, but she not checking nobody either. You see what I'm saying? Like, so this shit gonna go on because at the end of the day, how many people are just gonna stand out by and just let people do what they want to do and not acting like, man, hey, yo, check that bullshit. Hey, we don't want no problems, man. If you don't want to be called racist, or if you don't even want to be involved in what racism is, then check the shit when you see it. You trust me, white folks know when other white folks is being racist. Or how they mean shit, because nigga is not the only term that they use for us. They use thug, they use urban, they use ethnic, they use colored, they use coon, they use all kind of motherfucking shit. Sambo, they use all kind of shit. You know what I'm saying? And in Spanish they say mayate. You know what I'm saying? I mean, we can go down the road as far as how people have used this term towards us, and it's generally in America. Because people don't even understand that we only niggas in America. Don't get me wrong. When you go outside this country, trust me, the black man and woman is very loved. You know, it's only here we get disrespected. It's only here that we looked at as thugs and that we don't take care of our children. It's only here we look like we not educated and we not doing everything we can to maintain and take care of households.
So what would you
That's what
say
that
though?
word
But,
has
but
done
would you
to
say
us.
though? But that image, because let's be honest, it's outside of Africa. This is probably the next highest
Right.
concentration of black folks. So other places wouldn't be more familiar with that understanding or that perspective. Because mostly other places all they
Right.
get is the music or they get the celebrities, and that's kind of the view that
Right.
they're getting. So
Right.
would you think that's why they would have a different perspective as opposed to what most Americans would think?
Well, they do, and when you go to other countries, like they don't see a lot of us, in certain countries. Unless you're in the military, unless you're traveling, certain places really just don't see us. So, I mean, people embrace our culture, but that's just not something that needs to be embraced for people who embody knowing about black people. You want to know about us and then take what somebody else has written history for us, and that's all they know versus the person. And that's just a spot that we've been put in. We don't have to talk about it because we already know what it is. Every situation ain't no racist situation. I know motherfuckers like to scream, racism when it is, but real racism when racism is in. Racism is nothing but a system. It covers many different layers that it ain't long. I don't have enough time to be on this phone call. Being racist ain't just calling somebody a nigger or a cracker or a spit. That's just prejudice. Racism keep your ass in certain neighborhoods. Racism keeps your ass where they raise your motherfucking taxes, and when they want to take back over the land, when they push themselves out, and when they want your bitch ass up out of there, they gonna get you up out of there by any means. They're going to make sure that you stay on that poverty line. They're going to make sure that your kids ain't getting no education. They're going to make sure they're getting passed through the school system just so they can hit their 70%. They're going to make sure, and they're going to make it look like in every news outlet that all you do is a welfare monger. Like, damn, you don't take care of your kids. You don't do this. You don't do that. That's the only images you see on the news of us. That's the only shit they promote on all these social media outlets. Then when you get gunned down, and then when you talking about police violence, motherfuckers always want to come along and say, oh, this motherfucker deserves to die. Because all they do is show the animals. At least that's how they want you portrayed. And that shit is fucked up. And to be honest, I swear, man, when my money really right, bro, I'm out of here, bro.
But then how much of that comes down to us, and let's be real, because I listen to it. I minimize a lot of what I listen to, but how much of that is us promoting that type of thing? How much of that is contributing to the narrative, even though the narrative may be false, but there's a lot of damn good fathers in the black community. Everybody say that they're,
Right.
they this. There's actually a lot of wealthy people in the black community. You just seen a billionaire nobody knew because he's not an entertainer or anything. He came and he just paid for all that the college tuition. And obviously he had to do something to make $5 billion. He didn't start off rich if you go look at his story. So there are a lot of other stories being told.
And we don't even know about them.
But we embrace the other side because it's like how much of that is on us? Because, we have limited knowledge of our own selves.
Yeah.
So how much of that is on us not looking up that information? Because you say, these particular, are they trying to oppress? But we live in the day and age of the internet where all the information you want is available. But the majority of us don't
know
do
where
that.
to look, Honcho. A lot of people are waking up. A lot of our people are waking up. A lot of people are taking responsibility, like prepaid, like myself, like you, like many others that we know. For one, I don't hang around no man that don't take care of his children. He's what I would call a hoe ass nigga.
Yeah.
You can't turn your back on yourself and expect me to respect you.
Yeah.
You can't bring children in this world and then enhance the statistical, output that people love putting on us when I don't even need to get into all of the minor details because a lot of the shit that they portray ain't necessarily true. When you come to the hood, the hood is very safe in a lot of facets. A lot of crime and shit like that don't happen on the hood like that, but they'll make it seem like you do, because you see a couple of stories on the news. Hey, bro, that's all they're gonna show. They can't show other people out here looking like heathens. That would be against the norm. We can't have that. I know this shit hurting some feelings probably somewhere. Some people probably like, got plenty of shit to say in the chat. I'll check it out when I run it back. but responsibility got to be taken by our people. It's got to be taken by other groups of people. You got to check yourselves before you let anybody else check your situation for you, because other people have been making our lives hell, and we still been rising above a whole lot of shit, and that word is something that we got to rise above. Not everybody on that level. You can't expect everybody to be on that level either. So.
But how many of us? So how much of it is in our own hands, though? That we, say the same entertainment that keeps getting put out. It portrays a lot of this shit, the music and stuff.
Yeah.
So do we have to kind of deviate from all that because it takes fucking up people's pockets before you start getting a response. So if black people as a whole stop saying, okay, well I'm not gonna support this message that says that it's another one of these gang movies or another one of these things that say it's terrible in the hood or whatever else is happening. So I'm not gonna put my money into that. I'm not gonna watch this show. I'm gonna stop fucking with this empire bullshit because all we can do is music. Things like that. Do you think that will help start turning the tide on the narrative? Like if we don't put our money into this bullshit, which a lot of us do, and I'm not saying all of us, because I don't support television or watch that shit, but do you think that'll start changing the tide? Because money talk, bullshit walk.
Well, for one, it ain't gonna change because you're still gonna have groups of people who are still gonna be entertained by the fuckery. So let's just say that first. Two, the only way it's gonna work, bro, is if we completely back away from everything and everyone else and focus on ourselves. Once you do that, once we pool resources, once we trust each other, and once we choose to love ourselves first and then love one another, bro, you already know what we can be. We can be just like them people in Tulsa was before they lost their lives because other people didn't like the fact that they were progressing. And, we can't have that here. All you're going to do is get other people to be behind that, and then you'll see that you don't need us as much as you think you do. You see, when you really got that logic down and when you really thought of and when you really planned your thought out. But I think one thing we got to do as a collective is just stop running our mouths so much. Stop running your mouth so much, man. Just like Don Corleone told Sonny. Bro, don't ever let anybody know what you... Bro, one of the strongest quotes ever, bro. Don't ever let anybody know what you're thinking outside the family again. It's more cerebral. It's so cerebral in that movie. And when you really take in consideration what it really means, bro, you don't need to let everybody know your next step. You got to be ahead of them. They can never be on the side of you. They gonna be in the Dodge Viper when nigga we in the Bugatti. We mashing the gas on these motherfuckers. And that's what it's gotta take. Shut the fuck up and stop. And if you feel like y'all and all this culture vulture shit, if you stop inviting the wrong people in on your culture, you wouldn't have vultures around. Watch the company you keep first. Check that shit first. Be a great judge of character. Do that. Do all the shit necessary before you even go out here and make any rash decisions on who you invite in your life.
Okay. All right. Anything else you want to add to that?
Man, all I'm gonna say, man, everybody love yourself first. Love yourself before you can love any other group of people. Do what you gotta do and fuck what somebody else gotta say. Somebody disrespects you, handle it. However it means necessary. Just make sure you don't go to jail and make sure that you get to come home and finish raising the family that you started.
Already. Okay.
Be safe to everybody. And respect everybody who in the chat who got to listen.
All right. That's a bit, man. Appreciate the call, Wink.
Already, bro.
Already. Interesting. Speaking of Tulsa, Miss Beach, you were from that area. Now I heard that even after that whole incident, that they ended up rebuilding, several years later. Is that true? Because from the people that I've mainly met from the Tulsa area have been black, so I'd like your input on that if you could share that. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling into the den this evening?
What's the deal, Honcho? This is Jay Dizzle.
Okay, Jay Dizzle, what's on your mind, man?
Oh, Mr. Wink. You did well on the PG version. Wouldn't be who I am if I didn't keep it real.
Okay.
Let me tell y'all something. This is the frustrating part, and I say this, seem like I say this every day. People always act like they don't know shit, but they do know shit. You have the freedom to say whatever the fuck it is you want. But you also have to understand that freedom comes at a fucking cost. Let's take the white girl at the concert. If you the rapper, just put yourself in his shoes for a second. You like, oh shit, I got this woman in the front. She rapping every word to my song. You know what I'm saying? She's feeling the vibe, all that. It ain't nothing but niggas in here. And she's standing out to me.
Yeah.
Invite her up on stage. Go ahead and spit this shit. So when the nigga part coming up, okay, I know she not finna say that in a room full of niggas.
Yeah.
And she said it. He like, whoa, hold up. Why would you think that was cool for you to say in a room full of niggas? Well, it's in the song. Yeah, bitch, it's in the song, but you know the history of that word. So why you acting brand new? Don't act like you didn't fucking know. That's the part I have. Look, you can say what you want to say, but you have to be prepared for the consequences of the shit that you say. If your mama tell you to do something, and you be like, bitch, I ain't doing that shit, you got the right to say it. And she got the right to knock you the fuck out. Am I lying?
Yeah. Now, hold on. Before we go too much further, I want to go back to that situation, okay? Because I want to look at it in its full context. So you don't think he set her up for the okie doke? Because think about this: you rapping, you going hard, and obviously he noticed that you going hard, and she's probably used to saying this shit in front of her friends. Obviously, she's listening to the shit. She's saying the shit because she knows the shit. You come up, your favorite rapper, and just invited you up on stage, or a rapper. A lot of attention, a lot of energy, your thought process, you're not used to being up on stage, you're not used to being famous, and you're doing the same thing you were doing in the crowd. And do you think that she really focused on that part? Because if you were just reciting lyrics, it's some shit you say you don't even have, you don't necessarily think about it. So in the time from her coming to the crowd, to the stage, do you really think she had time to process, let me make sure I don't say the N-word when I go up there?
Really?
I'm just being, think about it. Think about it. Let's talk about excited white women. You've had experience with excited white women. Come on.
You my nigga for stop the bullshit, Honcho.
Come on,
Real
man.
shit, my nigga. Come on. Look here, man. Why you think stage fright is a thing? It's because motherfuckers is scared that they may make a mistake or some shit. Now, this bitch is all hyped up and turned up. Look, I understand how adrenaline works. You know how adrenaline works. Okay? But at certain points when you saying this shit, you know that if you, put it in another perspective. If you got your headphones on and you riding a motherfucking bus and you listening to the same music and the bus is full of niggas, is you gonna not think to censor yourself? If you decide to rap the words to that song, no, you probably gonna leave them parts out, or you probably gonna keep your ass quiet in the first place. So why would you think it's okay for you to vocalize this in an arena full of niggas?
Man, the bus ain't exciting. The bus is boring as shit. You got time to think about your surroundings. You got to think about where you go. This is a once in a lifetime moment. A once in a lifetime moment.
Natural way to censor yourself. Come on, man.
What if she thought she got a pass by coming up on stage? Okay.
Come on now.
All right. Okay.
Get real for a second. Look, I'm just keeping it a buck.
Okay.
You can say what you want to, but look, well, I got the right to say what I want. Well, I got the right to infringe upon your rights.
Yeah.
So how you love that? Well, no, you can't do that. That's against the law. Well, shit. Call the police. Because the next time you do it, I'm going to bust your ass in the mouth again. That's simple until you learn better.
Okay.
Everybody knows the history to that word. You know that your ancestors, somewhere down the line, was involved in that history. You know that my ancestors, somewhere down the line, was involved in that history. Don't remind me of that. I'm not even thinking about that right now. I'm going about my day, and I'm chilling. Who really thought this? Do you really think that he thought that she was going to say that in a room full of niggas?
I don't know. I don't think he thought. I thought he again. Like I said,
Honcho,
it's so much. It's so much. So how do we know? How do we don't know that this bitch might have grew up in the hood, and she used to saying it because she used to get in the past.
Matter, man.
And she used to get in the past. Why would she have to change her behavior?
Even still, okay. Here we go. Even still, Honcho. You know, look. It's certain rules and regulations that go with shit. If you somewhere around a bunch of niggas that you don't know, you wouldn't feel comfortable saying the same shit that you would in your same neighborhood, right? Am I right or am I wrong?
It depends. It depends on what you're talking about, but most likely
it depends on where you're at. That's precisely my point. So you know damn well if you white and you say that word in a room full of niggas, all it takes is one nigga to get offended to fuck your ass up. Are you willing to take that chance?
Man, look, all I'm saying is this. I see where you're coming from. I see where you're coming from.
Answer the question.
I see where you're coming from.
Some
people are, but this is what I'm saying. No, I understand your perspective. What I'm saying is,
Snapchat filter me right now.
No, don't hit me. Don't hit me with the. Don't hit me with the A. Yeah, don't hit me with the AO, man. Look, I'm offended. Now that's an offensive word to me. That's an offensive word to me. Now, but here's the deal. Here's the deal. But I absolutely understand what you're saying. But there are motherfuckers, especially, you know, that those that particularly fuck with the other side, they get these passes, they know certain things. And so what I'm just trying to look at all the possibilities. I'm not justifying anything, you know what I mean? But at the same time, you know, I don't know her experience. Yes, it was a very bad look. It was a very bad move, but I'm not saying it's all on her. Yeah, she probably should have filtered, but that's something that should have been thought of. This is a possible situation. I'm inviting somebody to come up and sing the lyrics. Now, I have to go back and see. Now, I have to see the emphasis in which she said it. Then you can probably tell what her real associations are. So I don't recall the how she you know sounded it out.
Oh, she rapped it like she wrote it.
Okay, well then see, so she might be more.
She rapped it like she wrote it.
Cause let's be honest, you know, the suburban folks, they be a little offbeat, they be a little off kilter, they may know the lyrics, they be a little off. So if she own it like she want it, then she might be, you know, more so from that environment. She probably got a couple of homegirls, they all cool with. Like I'm just saying, like again, and I agree with your point, like you say. But it's what I'm talking about, certain shit you gonna say around certain niggas you don't know. I'ma speak myself. It's certain information I wouldn't let out around certain niggas I don't know. So my thing is this though. I get what you're saying. I get where you're coming from. But at the same time, I think that you got people, and a lot of people don't know, but I was making reference to a partner of mine earlier, and I didn't really get into it. But like I said, this nigga grew up in the hood. This nigga grew up in South Park. Looks white, like the way he dresses now, looks like a Caucasian dude. He's really Hispanic, but he looks like a white guy that, he just looks, you wouldn't expect to know his background, right? And like I say, this nigga, we kicking it, whoop-de-whoop, but we go places, we go whatever, you know, and he say, well, you know, man, so man, my nigga, what's up? And there's been times that motherfuckers try to call him out on it, and what they don't realize about it is this nigga is all the way with the shit. So it's like, that's why I don't judge people, because I've just seen it from different experiences. And like I said, I know it's Brown. And again, I grew up with him, his brother, and his family, and everything else. And there's been niggas that call him out there. You want to get out there and do something? Oh, let's do it. And then he can whoop niggas' ass. And then they feel a particular kind of way because they thought they was checking somebody. And then they done took 2 L's behind the shit. And so I'm not saying that's going to be everybody's situation. That's probably an anomaly, honestly. But that's why I try to see all the possibilities of it. And, you know, that's why I look at it like that. No, this nigga don't use the internet. The dude I'm talking about, he don't even fuck with the internet like that. He just work. So that's why I say I look at it maybe a little bit differently. Maybe I'm putting too much of my own personal experiences with it. But again, you know, it's if you are that entrenched in the culture, and I hate the term the culture because what they call the culture now is not the culture in my opinion, but if you're that entrenched in it, I think there's certain expectations, not justifying it, but you can't be surprised. If she rapping, like you said, if she rapping like she wrote it, you almost gotta expect she says the words, you know. And so I think that, you know, he set it up for okie doke. You know? Should she have known? Yeah, probably so. But I think she was set up for the okie doke. You saw the energy when she was rapping. If you seen her rapping along the whole time and she probably mouthing the nigga word while she in the crowd and shit, I think that's something you gotta look out for.
But the spotlight was on her when she was in the crowd. It's the same thing as if everybody's singing the song, okay, and you singing along with everybody else. But it's different when you standing up on the table with a fucking megaphone singing with everybody else. Everybody's listening to you.
Yeah.
Specifically you. Now. And you say some shit like that. Now, she might have had some niggas in the audience that she came there with that was cool with that. And trust and believe, when she said that, they was like, oh my God, no, she just didn't.
Yeah.
Not in front of all these niggas. Like, look, you say that around us.
Yeah.
But don't do that shit in public. Because now we going to have to try to keep the rest of these niggas off your ass. So they going to be looking at us sideways.
Okay.
We can get our ass whooped.
So
Okay?
I got a question for you though. So if it would have been a black female, same situation, same spot in the crowd doing the same thing, what do you think the likelihood would have been of her getting called up as opposed to a white girl who's rapping your lyrics? Do you think she would have stood out or she would have just been another face in the crowd?
What, saying the N-word?
But I'm just saying rapping the lyrics though, because he had to obviously notice it because she was rapping word for, so he had to pull out the crowd. Oh man, she going hard on the, you know, she know my shit word for word. So you think that he would have noticed the black chick doing the same thing? Or was it because you think that
Probably not, because she was in a room full of black people. It'd be different if she was just one of the few chicks in a room full of niggas. Yeah, but this is a white girl in a sea of niggas. Of course she gonna stand out to you. And she up front. She wasn't in the back, she up front, so you know she paid extra. So you know she fucking with you to have spent that amount of bread to get that close to you. They don't never pull up somebody way in the back up on stage. They pull up the motherfuckers that's up front. So if you do get picked, behave yourself accordingly. You might be able to cuss like a motherfucker at the crib, but you can't go to school talking like that. Just like I forgot what show or movie. You know, this dad and his son, he called it talking shop. You can cuss when we in the garage, but you can't bring that shit in the house to your mama.
Yeah.
She'll fuck you up. And I'm not gonna try to save you. Because I told you, there's boundaries to this shit. People don't respect the boundaries. And then you got the other people that say, well, it's just a word. Fine. Let that be just a word to get you fucked up. Go ahead. Use it if you want to. But again, don't trip when you get fucked up. Because you knew the risk going in. Just like, you know what I'm saying? You got these alphabet motherfuckers. You call one of them trans people out their name. That's a fucking dude. So you gotta meet up. You gotta square up with the consequence. He might not like what you told him, and he whoop your motherfucking ass, and then grab your ass after you're knocked out.
Oh, that's an insult
You
to
gotta
injury.
take that L.
Ooh, don't take two
Again,
L's. That's
you
tough.
can say what you want to say, but you gotta be prepared for the consequences.
Okay.
If you walk up in your house and you tell your wife, you know what, bitch, I'm tired of your shit. I've been fucking your sister for the past 3 years, and she hit that ass in the head with a skillet. Same difference. You can say what you want to say. Be prepared for the consequences.
Man, shout out to Lockbird real quick. That shit was hilarious. Say Paula Dean on line 1, Lavelle Crawford on line 2. That shit was funny. I can't help that. That shit was funny. But my thing is this, man. So where does it change? Like, I mean, so how much is accountability on white people? How much is accountability on niggas? Because again, like I think there's a lot of layers to this shit. And let me not say niggas, let me say black people. You know, because y'all like see Honcho. There you go, Honcho. You're fucking it up right now. How much of it is, you know, because we've made it a term of endearment.
Hold on, Honcho.
Okay.
I really want the people in the chat to notice how Honcho is carefully choosing his words and dancing around the shit when I'm just specifically telling him the facts. And he doing everything he can to circumvent what the fuck I said. That's Honcho. Stop acting like you don't know, Honcho.
But what I'm saying, I understand.
Know.
I understand.
You might not agree. I might not even agree. But that's the way it is.
I understand it. That's why I made reference to my partner. Like I say, he understands that. He gonna say how he goes. I'm not.
The way, girl.
It ain't no around. Man, hold on. Look, I ain't licking my lips on this motherfucking stream. Goddamn. Both my pants legs the same length. Goddamn it. But all I'm saying is this. That's why I made reference to my partner. Like I say, he knows his environment, his culture, where he came from, and he still chooses to embrace that, even though he may dress different, look differently, and it throws people off guard. But like you just said, willing to accept whatever consequences. He speaks the way he feels, and if somebody has a particular issue with it, he ain't tripping. You know what? Hey, go, handle how you want to. And he, like I say, he's all the way with the shit, and I'm not mad at him for that, because again, like I say, I grew up with this nigga. I understand. Grew up with his brother. I understand. Grew up with his entire family. I understand. You know what I'm saying? So I look at them because of the environment, the way it's been embraced. Now, come on, Mexicans use nigga more than anybody. Mexicans use nigga more than niggas do. Now, like I say, when it comes,
I have to agree with you on that.
So
they do. They do use it quite a bit.
Yeah, and so all I'm saying is like, man, it's a lot of layers and levels to this shit, because
it's not.
I'm telling you.
Don't say that shit, because you got the chance of getting your ass whooped or worse.
All right.
That's it.
So
there ain't no layers.
But what I'm saying is, how much of this
is... It's like a Popeye's biscuit, nigga. It's hard to swallow, but it is what it is. Ain't no layers in that bitch.
Man, so all I'm saying is
it may be unfair. You might not like it. You might want to stand up against it. Cool. Do that, but it's not going to change.
Okay. So, do you not see other cultures feel like it's acceptable if we address ourselves that way? Would you not see that perspective?
I don't give a fuck what they think.
But what I'm saying,
it's not involving their culture.
Okay.
It's a direct affront to our culture. You can't sit up here and tell niggas how to feel about being called a nigga. Like, you know the history. I don't have to go through all that. Okay. You know the optics. It was white people versus black people. That's the optics. It wasn't Chinese and this other shit. Well, it was, but not primarily. Primarily, it was white people.
Okay.
So those motherfuckers are restricted. Why would you want to say the word?
Maybe they enjoy the music.
If you know the history.
Maybe they want to be assimilated into the culture.
Ask Miss Bell why she don't want to say the word. She don't understand why she would even want to say it in the first place. Because she's conscious of what happened and why certain people feel the way they feel. You might not like it. You might not agree. Are you willing to take that chance over saying a fucking word? Okay. Is it really that worth it to you?
Okay, so let's look at it like this. Let's look at it like this, because what I think that we as black folks, we have a much higher sensitivity. No, we have a much higher sensitivity to the word than white people do. Most white folks, especially this young generation, don't even remember September 11th, much less know the history of what's being taught in schools. And especially we can talk about how the history books are being washed and they call them involuntary servants, and everything's being changed up. So do you really feel like most white people are going out and they watching all these slave documentaries, they reading up on slavery, and they doing all this stuff, that they make themselves familiar with that? Or do you think more white people listen to rap music and hear the word and be like, well, they're saying it, why can't I say it? What do you think is more of is happening?
That right there just killed your whole argument.
Okay, why?
If they're saying it, why can't I say it? If you have to ask that question, do you know that there's a boundary?
But what if you don't know what the boundary is? Whose purpose is that?
The boundary is noted within the question. Because you wouldn't have asked that shit if you didn't know that there was a boundary.
Okay, but what if you don't know that until you say it? Then you get some pushback, and then you're questioning, well, why can't I say that? Why am I getting pushback for saying this now? I mean, what if you weren't aware until you get that pushback? Then now you recognize the boundary.
Fuckers gonna have to give you a history lesson, or you think they'll just whoop your ass?
More people are gonna get emotional. They're gonna want to whoop your ass. They're not gonna take into account the level of knowledge.
Exactly.
But
so
here's
then what you do after you get that fresh ass whooping, then you go back and you learn the history yourself. Am I right? Well, I don't think that's fair. But that's cool. It might not be fair. A lot of shit in life ain't fair. But go ahead and try it again. Try it again, see what happens.
All I'm saying is, if I say something negative about an Asian, and they put some karate on me, because every Asian knows some type of martial arts. I don't care what y'all say. They all know it. I'm not finna give a fuck about what's going on in Asian history. I'm really not. I'm gonna question the situation or something like that. It's not a parallel. But my thing is, like, what I don't get is because I never expect someone to have the same level of concern or research or whatever it is, because it doesn't impact them like that. So it's not like I'm saying I'm justifying it, but I just can't. I think it would be ignorant of me to believe that this person is well informed on the experience. All they probably know is what was forced on them during Black History Month.
Let's make this real simple.
Okay.
If you decide to partake in something relevating to another people's culture, okay, I'm gonna use the culture word. So you know, rap music is niggas. He's black. He's rapping about black issues. So if you're willing to listen to the music, don't you think you have to have some kind of understanding of what the culture is about to understand what the fuck it is he's saying?
I wouldn't say so. I don't think I think it depends on who you're listening to.
What you mean? You don't know?
Come on, man. Let's be honest. So you telling me that in suburbia or whatever, Hollywood or something, these kids are living well. Will Smith kids listen to rap music, don't even know what the culture is about. So all I'm saying is that they have not had the same experience. That shit just sounds good. What do most people say when they listen to rap nowadays? The beat sounds good, right? I like it because of the beat.
Yes.
Okay?
Yes.
Okay. And so then after you listen to the beat for a little bit, then the words catch on. So you just saying some shit. Most of these motherfuckers do not understand. Most of these people are, again, like I say, I'm not just for the, hey, yeah, it would be wise to do your due diligence. But do you really think people are going to do it? People don't even want to get on their phone and Google shit anymore. This generation that we're talking about, people even older in my generation, our generation. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. I'm glad you clarified that. Okay.
People don't want to.
I understand where you're coming from when you said the difference of generation, but in our generation, specifically, Honcho, let me ask you something. We from the South, right? So we got our own set of slang. We call certain shit certain things. All right? We say ain't. We say sinner. We say mom and them. We say outlet. Know what I'm saying? Know what I'm talking about? We understand what outlet means. Okay. If you listen to some East Coast shit, and they're over here talking about, what was the word, son, done, like, what the fuck does that mean? What you do? You do some research. Or what the fuck is he talking about? I don't even know what the hell that is. Okay, you do some research because you black, they black, and you still don't understand the motherfucker. That's just logical. I want to know why he's saying what he's saying so I can understand the reference to understand what the fuck it is he's talking about. The problem is, and where I understood where you differentiated your argument, is these rappers nowadays ain't talking about shit. So it don't really matter what the fuck they saying because they not saying nothing. A lot of these words that they saying don't even exist. It's just a bunch of fucking sounds that they push together.
Yeah, I agree. But that's what I'm saying is like, now, because back in our day, rap was popular at its point. But would you not say rap is not the most popular music genre right now in America?
It's probably more popular than anything else. The fuck is you talking about?
Okay, so has it now been not embraced as just as black culture, but American culture? If it's the most popular music in America?
Absolutely.
And so that's what I'm saying. It's not, like, I'm not looking at it like Yes, you know, it originated, you know, from the five boroughs, son, say word, be, you know, in New York, we was freestyling on the porch, son, and all that. But I'm just saying, like, now it's become a thing. And so everybody embraces it. But you telling me that everybody in the Midwest, so you telling me somewhere in bumfuck Nebraska, in the middle of a cornfield, and they jamming whatever they jamming, you telling me they familiar with the Migos culture? They go and hop on the, let me go Google up Atlanta. Let me go see it. So they just singing some shit. So I'm telling. Okay, what you got? Go ahead.
You know damn well black people is the most copied people on the fucking planet.
Okay.
Stop acting like you don't know.
I didn't say I didn't know. I didn't say I didn't know that. But what I'm saying is, but what I'm saying, but what I'm saying though, so you telling me somebody in the middle of a cornfield in motherfucking me, Nebraska or Montana, they jamming it up in Montana. You really think they going out after they done milked the cows and did whatever else, they huffed some corn and all that shit, that they finna go Google what's going on with the music? Or they just going, hey, this sounds kind of catchy, I like it, I'm a sing it. Oh, they said that word, well, I'm gonna sing the word. Ain't nobody right, or I might not have familiar connotation with the word. You think they really are pushing that agenda of that information to those kind of people? Or those people just living their life and doing what they do, what they know best?
If they're around the type of people that's part of that culture, it would be in their best interest because they may misspeak and it may cost them dearly.
But what do you think the likelihood is of them being around that
It's
people?
the same inference as if you raise a pride of lions from pups. You go in the cage every day. You play with your lions, rub with your lions, all that old shit, roll around and shit with your lions. And then one day you decide to walk in the cage and just fucking cut yourself. Now the lion looking at you a little bit different, like, hold up, you look like some shit that I devour. Why would you put yourself in that position to get possibly mauled and fucked up? That's called being stupid and unaware of the danger that's around you when you should absolutely know better.
But what if they're genuinely oblivious?
Your natural instinct to want to survive.
Okay. But what if they don't have these people around you? And this is just, you enjoy the music. They know, I don't know how many niggas, it's like 3 niggas in Montana. That's like in the whole state. So, like, I guarantee the music's getting played up there. I'm guaranteeing it's getting, you know, motherfuckers listen to whatever music spreads. So all I'm saying is, how do they know if they don't know? If there's nobody to have, like this conversation that we're having right now, and there's nobody to say, hey, you know, it probably wouldn't be wise of you to say these things. You just doing like you do, like you've always done.
Right.
How can you fault them for not being familiar with the culture?
Here's the difference, Honcho. That's cool if you in Montana doing that shit. But don't take your ass to South Central Los Angeles in a room full of niggas and you from Montana talking this nigga shit. You decided to go to the den of the lions and surround yourself with them. That's nonsensical. Don't do that to yourself.
Okay.
That's just like the same people who see the fucking tigers at the fucking zoo and want to go in and pet the motherfuckers. Nah, bro, you cool where you at. Stay over there with that.
But see, them niggas seen the Jungle Book before they went to the zoo. They seen the Jungle Book before they went to the zoo, so they know the rules.
It's
you know what
a
I'm saying?
jungle in here. If it's a lion present, that turns it to the jungle. It don't matter if it's a street corner, loose on the street. You meet to them. Understand that.
But how do they know if you've never? I mean, again, I understand. I understand completely because I've been in the environment. But what I'm trying to validate.
It's not that you don't understand.
No, I understand.
It's that you're trying to find a way to where there's an exception.
No, I mean,
and what I'm telling you is, I agree with you, but I understand the reality of it.
But what is the
That's
solution? What is the solution?
Stop being ignorant to the reality. There is no solution, Honcho.
So
there ain't none. It's not happening.
So you telling me that, dude, so the white folks can only sing the edited version of the songs?
Say what?
They can only sing the edited version of the songs?
No, again, they can sing whatever the fuck they want to sing. just be wary of the environment that you're around when you say what it is you say.
Okay. Well, if it's in that case, are you not being true to yourself if you got to change it up in your environment? If you're not being a genuine...
I understand you seen the Chappelle show when keeping it real goes wrong. There's a double-edged sword to that.
Mm-hmm.
I know, because me being as honest and as blunt as I am, I rub people the wrong way.
Yeah.
And I get that. And sometimes I lose out on certain opportunities.
Mm-hmm.
I get that. So I am prepared to deal with the consequences of what I say and or what I do. Just like everybody else. Nobody is able to escape that. Nobody. That applies to everyone.
Okay. You know, all I'm saying is...
Her awareness was on -10 that night.
I'll be honest, I can't put it all on her. I think she was hit with the okie doke, honestly. Again, what happened?
I can see how you could say that, but at the same time, he understood how she didn't understand.
You know, sometimes you got to convey messages to people. If you're thinking about, I'm in the crowd, I'm rapping. I'm not thinking about getting up on stage. I'm here staring at my favorite rapper. You know, women have a different vision when they looking at men rappers and all that, you know, from backstage. We ain't finna get into the groupie shit. That's a whole nother conversation. In the moment, I don't know how long it took, maybe a minute, maybe 30 seconds to go from, hey, oh, look, homegirl in the crowd, she going hard, to, hey, come up on stage and rap this with me. In maybe 30 seconds to a minute worth of thinking, do you think that thought ever even crossed her mind? Or do you think that she was more focused on making sure she didn't fuck up the lyrics?
It crossed her mind, Honcho, but I'm going to tell you the difference.
Mm-hmm.
She's a girl.
Mm-hmm.
She knows she's going to be able to get away with certain shit. Do you think a white dude would have got up there and done that? Realistically.
I don't know.
Do you think a white guy would have went up on stage in a room full of niggas and started repeating that word?
But see, I think that if it would have been rap, they probably would have been more kind. I don't think
Still
they would
didn't answer the question.
I don't
Come
think that
on, stop knowing me, Honcho.
I'm insulted. I'm insulted to the max right now. But
no,
all I'm saying,
but you still won't answer the question.
I don't think that a white dude would. Okay, I don't think a white dude would, and I don't think that he would be put in that position though. Because I don't think the rapper would say, hey, you know, come up here. You know, females get a different type of pass, you know, and they get a different kind of treatment.
I could concede some of that. Okay. I can see that a little bit. But as long as we understand the difference. Okay. I see your point. But still, I just know.
But now,
gotta be smarter than that.
Now, here's the deal. And I want y'all to understand, it's not that I disagree with what Trill is saying. He's applying the real world reality, current state of the situation right now. I'm just inquiring, is there a way that we can go at a different approach? Is there an acceptable manner in which this can be engaged? Because what I think, this is my personal belief about a lot of stuff. People react emotionally to circumstances in which I don't always think are what they think they are. I think that you have to take opportunities, because you know context. I think niggas are angry, and so they look at an opportunity. If somebody says something like that, and knowing that they ain't doing nothing but rapping along or saying along with the word, instead of getting mad, getting ready to whoop their ass immediately because you have all these associations with it, I think that's an opportunity where you take to educate. Now, if they continue on after that and doing whatever they're doing, then you know what type of person they are. But I think we take all these past experiences and apply them to every experience. Look, like I said, because when the dude, and I'm telling y'all this because of the dude at the store, and I keep referring back to this, because he looked and he had like when I literally, you can't literally see a brain fart. When I saw that he struggled to come up with it, maybe he just had a limited vocabulary, whatever it was. He could not come up with anything else to say to the cashier but, "You my nigga, I appreciate it." Could I get mad at him for that? And I thought about it like, should I check this motherfucker? But then I realized like, that's all he got. Obviously, that's the environment. Anyone like, you a funky nigger, you goddamn sand monkey or whatever you want to call it. It wasn't like, so it's like, am I being emotional by responding to it like this? Or is that just his character? I don't fuck with that dude. I don't know that dude like that. You know what I'm saying? And what's different between him using it and my partner using it? And I know the genuine situation that my partners came up in. So how do I don't know that's not his situation? Now, again, the hesitation or the might have been something, you know, like I said, motherfucker, they just gonna use. They're not even thinking twice about the shit. It's just, it's in them who they are. He could have had fear in his heart, or what? He could have had another experience where he ran into somebody who might not have been as allowing as I was. But like, that's why I say I personally look at it different, and everybody's not gonna see it the same way that I see it. You know what I'm saying? Everybody's not gonna look at it in the same manner. I say that I understand, but I think we, as people, and again, I'm a person that not letting words have that impact on you. You know, apply the situation, the context is very important. And I think in a situation like that, you know, it could have been a simple, hey, you know, skip that, don't do that, you know. But then it turned into a whole situation where now the whole crowd has turned against this individual who was just being looked favorably upon, you know, just a few seconds prior. I think it could have been handled in a different way. But again, I'm not saying that it's not going to happen.
You just answered your whole own shit.
Okay.
When she first got on that stage, the crowd was cheering her on.
Mm-hmm.
So there wasn't nobody in the crowd like, if she say nigga, I'm going up there and beat her ass. They was like, no, sing that shit, white girl, go ahead on, girl.
Oh, so you don't
And
think that
then
energy motivated?
Wait, let me finish. And then she hit him with nigga like, whoa. You know what I'm saying? Like, cause you just wasn't expecting that to go that way. You know, you was, like, I would have thought that she would have just censored those part out. Like, just pause for a second, let that group of niggas go by, and then rejoin right back in on the words, you know, to keep the crowd going.
So you don't feel like that when she stepped up on it, and that vibe and that energy, she didn't feel in that time that she received a pass? As she was stepping up on that stage, you don't think that that energy, that cheering, that support?
In a room full of niggas?
You don't think she got a pass? Look, that girl been in a room full of niggas.
No.
Might not have been the same type of room full of, that girl had been in a room full of niggas before. And they gave her a pass. But all I'm saying is this, man. So you don't think
maybe, but they was getting something out of it. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? And I had to really think about what you asked somebody the other day, a few streams ago.
Okay.
And I know because I've joked around with you about this a few times, you know, about the white porn actress saying, give me that nigger cock. And I think that's just like the funniest shit I have ever heard, because it's the way that they say it. I can't get mad because it's fucking funny. Because I've never heard, you know, because like when white people say cock, that's just funny off rip. You know what I'm saying? And then like you got the people from Australia when they call a woman a cunt. It's not the word, it's just the way that they mean that shit. You know what I'm saying? Fucking cunt. You know, it's hilarious to me because I find white people funny, especially when they get emotional. They funny as fuck. You know what I'm saying? So if a white girl said that shit to me, I would probably laugh first. Yeah, I would be semi-offended, but it would be so funny and so unexpected. My sense of humor, I'm going to bust out laughing. I'm probably going to stop fucking with the bitch. Like, okay, bitch, you want some other shit. Or if the pussy good or the head good, I'm like, all right, bitch, you need to watch it with that shit. Chill out. I'm going to let this one slide. You know what I'm saying? But since you know what I'm saying, since you a soldier, just keep soldiering on. I'm going to make you pay for it later. You know, it depends, you know. Nigga's a nigga, but that's what I'm saying. It's just in certain situations, you got to be aware of your surroundings. Now, you just in a room full of hood niggas and they running the train on you, and you tell them, give me that nigger cock, you understand that that's a gamble. You understand that. That's all I'm saying. Is it really worth the roll of the dice for you?
Man. Or is that not getting them what they want? Is that not, like, because like you said, is that not going to just make the niggas go, oh yeah, I'm going to give it to you, bitch, or they going to get, is that just not going to make them, because the niggas not going to, let's be realistic. If a nigga's getting some ass, it ain't not finna stop because a motherfucker said
I
some
know that, but I'm just trying to give, I'm trying to be at least fair. At least a little bit fair.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm not going to say all, because you get in trouble when you say all and every.
Yeah. Oh man, look, Trill, I agree with you. Like I say, you know me, I'm gonna try to stretch every fucking angle that I can.
I know. That
And
shit ain't working. White people, look. I get it. It's not fair. It's not. I'm the first one to admit it. But I really want to ask you, do you really think it's worth it? Do you just need to say the words that fucking bad? Out of all the millions of words in the English language, you got to have that one word too.
okay, so
Just go and let us have it.
is there
ain't worth
a
fighting for.
word that's off limit towards black people? Is there a no go word for black people?
Yeah. Nigger.
But don't you think that nigga, even with the A, has a negative connotation when used by certain when you throw a few extra
Not
adjectives?
the same, man. It's not the same, because like when you my bad, I just happened to think about Eddie Griffin. He explained it perfectly. He say, you say nigga, they just kind of just slide off. He say, but when you say nigger, it sounds like you're growling at me. It's aggressive. It's a whole different connotation. But motherfucker growling to you, growl back. You know what I'm saying? Like, oh, hold up, nigga. What the fuck wrong with you? Like, if another nigga say, hey, what's up, my nigga? Hey, what? I'm gonna look at him funny too. Like, what the fuck you mean by that? Like, nigga, you trying to insult me? Cause I whoop your black ass too, bro. Like, you don't go there. You do not, under any circumstance, use the. I don't use the hard ER.
No.
Even come on, man, that shit ain't cool. It's not cool.
Man.
That's not a term of endearment. When you say that, you provoking some shit.
Okay. I use that shit all the time.
It's like walking up, going to Puerto Rico, going into the hardest favela or whatever the fuck they got in Puerto Rico, and say, what's up, my Mexicans?
Oh, man.
Really? You got to understand your surroundings. Was that little joke, even if you did it as a joke, was it worth it? Because you're gambling.
That's tough. Shout out to Breaking News, Bray. Listen, we talking about the hard ER, chicken
Oh,
burger.
goddamn. Oh, shit.
I'm telling you, I gotta watch 335. 335 don't forget shit, babe. He has an amazing memory. But yeah, man, I rock with it. I got you, man. We gonna.
Yeah, you tried it. You tried it, Honcho.
I'm still sticking to my guns. Look, they threw that poor white lady into the. They threw that poor white lady in the fire. They threw her in the fire. All right, hey.
I mean, I can see it that way too. You know what I'm saying? That he set up, I can see that. But at the same time, if I'm him, I'm just putting myself in, the way I think. I wouldn't be thinking about her actually saying it in a room full of niggas. Like, nah, she not gonna say that. And then when she said, you just like, whoa. Wait. Okay, we cool, but we ain't that cool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. It's just like one of your homeboys say, man, your sister look good today. Nigga, fuck you. You trying to beat your ass. But a random nigga say, hey, man, your sister look good today. Hold up, nigga, who the fuck is you? Like, you don't know me like that, bro. It's a difference. It's a difference. You can get too comfortable.
Yeah, look, I don't know. Both them niggas might get chest checked, but,
True. But if one of them is your ace boom coon, and if people in the chat, you know what an ace boom coon is, Go ahead and put a thumbs up in the chat if you know what ace boom coon is. If that's your ace, he can get away with that. But just another nigga that you just kind of know, an associate, nah, bruh. Because a nigga could joke about your mama. Be like, hey, man, you know what I'm saying? Oh, Mama Honcho was on that bullshit the other night. He's like, man, shut your bitch ass up.
Straight up.
If another nigga walk up, hey, man, Miss Honcho was on what? What the fuck you say about my... It's a whole different reaction. That's what I'm saying. Don't get too comfortable, man.
Oh, shit. That's funny, because I don't know why I thought about that damn don't be a minute scene when you were saying that, because all of a sudden, somehow, Chicago, the image of Chicago Mike, even though I don't know what he looked like, came back into the conversation. That whole thing just tied
because
into...
all of that is nigga shit. All that is nigga shit. So when you get involved in nigga shit, certain shit niggas do. If she was in a room full of educated black folk, they probably would have just looked at her, and then that would have been it. But you in a room full of niggas, and you know you in a room full of niggas.
Okay. You got it. I have, because we have to we have to apply the nigga algorithm. You know, you in the terminology is extremely specific. When you use black folks and then you use niggas, there's a change in the algorithm. The whole equation can be the same, but when you change it from black folks to niggas, the equation is dramatically different. So you got it. Anything else you want to add to that, Trill?
Oh no, I'm pretty sure I've said my spiel because I've had to repeat myself about 40 goddamn times.
I'm still upset about that Noah comment though. That's some whole ass shit right there.
Say what?
I'm still upset about that Noah comment. That's some whole ass shit right there.
Because you kept answering my question with a question.
Look, I ain't no copy paste. I ain't no copy paste ass nigga. Goddamn. Look, I ain't right click copy pasting all this bullshit.
All right. Okay. So I apologize. I may have stressed it a little bit further than I should have. So I apologize. I didn't mean. Well, I did mean some disrespect, but I didn't mean to disrespect you that much. Okay. I'm just keeping it funky with you.
Nah, really. All good. It's all good. But man, Trill, I appreciate the call, man. Like I say, you're right. I mean, I was trying my best to advocate some devilishness. It just wasn't successful in this endeavor.
Nah,
really.
Good shit, though.
Nah, really. Appreciate the call, man.
All right.
Shout out to Trill, man. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Yes, hi. This is Jennifer.
All right, Jennifer.
How are you?
I'm doing excellent this evening, Jennifer. How about yourself?
Well, I guess I'm doing okay. I wanted to change the subject for a hot minute.
Okay.
And to say that I want to give a shout out to Cuba Gooding Jr. Are you aware of what's going on with him right now?
Now, I heard there was some allegations. I haven't really kept up with it. And then I saw a video, honestly, right before we got into the den that apparently, like, allegedly somebody said something that he groped them or something. And then they had a video that just got released and looked like they were actually having a kind of regular ass conversation. I don't really know the full details of what was being alleged, but if you could share that with the people, I'd like to hear.
Well, yeah, I just recently learned about it, actually today. But he was supposed to be at a club, I think it was this past Sunday, and this 29-year-old woman, and I can't detect whether she's white or something else. But anyway, she accused him of groping her breasts. So anyway, he turned himself in, and there's supposed to be a complete video out. And according to his attorney, there is no evidence of him touching her at all. So now you know how women can be. I'm a woman myself, but I am definitely not in the Me Too movement. But when one woman comes out and says something, then, there's going to be others. So now there is another woman who said that he groped her 20 years ago.
Wow.
Sounds familiar. Wow. I mean, I'm talking about Bill Cosby. Yeah, because with Bill Cosby, initially I believed the women, but I started doing my own research. And I really think that there's a movement for the demise of, our black men. And particularly the stars that Bill Cosby wanted to buy NBC. He had that desire to buy NBC. That was too much power for a black man. And on NBC, I think it was Dateline, that Andrea Costan was on there talking about Bill Cosby. But the caption for their show was called Bringing Bill Cosby Down. Now we have, Cuba Gooding, and I think that he is a superb actor. I've seen a number of his movies, and he, there are, I'm lost for words. There are great themes in his movies, that you really begin to respect the actor, like Cicely Tyson. Cicely Tyson has so many great movies out there that are pro women and pro black women, and that's how I see Cuba. But anyway, I said, well, I'm going to try to get on and inform your audience about what's going on with him. I do not believe it at all. And I think it's absurd that, here comes these women again, that one is saying that he groped her 20 years ago. It's just absolutely ridiculous.
And I agree with you. And that's my problem with these movements. And I'm not saying that it doesn't happen, because obviously it does happen. But I think that when it's a movement, you have a lot of people on that fringe who feel like they want to have a story so they can be embraced by this movement. And I think that's where you get a lot of these fictitious stories and these false allegations. From the video, it looked like at most he may have touched her knee. It doesn't even, like, from what I saw, it didn't even look like they were seated by each other. What I saw, it seemed like there was a woman in between them. And it seemed like it was another dude who was like gyrating in the chick's face. So it seemed like there was another dude there, more so than Cuba had any contact with her. So again, like I said, I think that these people it's one of two things. They either want to be a part of this movement, or they're offended because they didn't get the attention that they thought they deserved. So they figure, well, if he doesn't find me attractive, or he didn't, do this, then I'm going to lie on him and, seek revenge or something like that. I don't know the real motives, and I don't understand why it happens, but that's why I'm not really a big supporter of very many movements, not just the Me Too, but almost anything in general, because you have people who just want to be a part of it and want to be included, so they'll make things up. And so I question a lot of stuff.
I think that many women, men too, but let's just say women, probably 98% of the women population have been, assaulted in some sort of way, whether it's sexual or domestic violence or whatever. And yes, these things do occur. But however, being a woman myself, I know that other women can be atrocious when it comes to blaming a man for something that he just absolutely did not do, because society has scripted, people into believing that, women are the victims and men can be dogs and, things of that nature. But, I am in much support of Cuba Gooding, and I just wanted, your audience to know that, this pitiful thing is happening to him right now.
Okay. So what do you think a man in his position, or men in general, what can they do to protect themselves from situations like that, or is this something that they just have to be careful of?
Well, I think that since there's a women's movement out there, And see, we have to understand, the demarcation of the Me Too movement, uh, feminism, because those things were not really meant for all women. They were really meant for white women. And black women are used as pawns in this Me Too and or feminist movement. So, we've got like two different issues here. But so far as men are concerned, maybe there should be some sort of men's movement about false accusations, that occur. And yes, women have been victims for centuries, but the thing is that I think women have taken it and ran with it. And it's not fair because, men are going to prison, particularly black men are going to prison for something that they did not do. So maybe men should start, particularly black men, should start some sort of movement themselves. Because it's not right, it's not just. And, if you're prominent, like Bill Cosby or Cuba Gooding, then, you keep within your circles. It's not a requisite. These days it shouldn't be a requisite that you go out and try to help somebody else, reach their star because it backfires in their faces, like it has done with Bill Cosby. But I will say this, for a man that desires to touch a woman, if a woman says no, no means no. It's not up for interpretation. And to safeguard himself, then there needs to be clarity with every step, as ridiculous as this may sound, but there needs to be clarity in terms of what she desires and what he desires as well.
I agree with that. It has to be understanding. It can be tough because I've seen a lot of these movements too that encourage, well, if you do decide to have consensual sex, but if a few days later or afterwards you didn't enjoy yourself or you don't feel like you got what you wanted out of it, then it was rape. If you feel bad about it any time after consenting, then it becomes rape. How do you feel about that?
Yeah, well, see, that's so unfair. It's just not right. I come from the old school, and I say, other than holding hands, and I don't know. Maybe a slight kiss on the cheek or something, that nothing really should be done until you're married. I learned that. It took me years to really comprehend that. But however, that's not the real world. But I know that women can be facetious, that women can lie, and they think because they're of the feminine sex that, people will feel pity on them. It's gotten out of hand. And there is a movement for the demise of black people, and there is a movement for the demise of black men. And it doesn't matter how much money that you might have, that, there's a downfall for you as well.
Interesting. Yeah, and it's tough, and I do recognize that, and that's why I say, you got these days. I know it's cool to be sexually liberated and all that other stuff and have fun, but you just don't know what you're running into because there's so many crazy people out there. You got to find you somebody good, and you just got to hold it down and be careful. You know, I don't know if you're familiar with the actor Keanu Reeves, but he was talking about that, or they were talking about him actually earlier, that, and he's been doing this for a while, that he doesn't even hug women like in pictures and things of that nature. He makes absolutely no contact. Is that something that you think people should do? Because you know, even seeing these casual pictures, people will kind of put their arm around somebody, or they, you know, even if it's just for posing for a photo for social media or whatever it is. Do you think people should just avoid all contact with people that are not, you know, attached to them, either family or a significant other?
Not unless there's witnesses around. I wouldn't advise it. I mean, you know, if there's a person out there, I mean, a woman who wants to, you know, will you take the picture with me? And, you know, there's not witnesses around to say that he didn't do this. I would not advise it at all, because it's gotten that way. You know, we have an icon who's in prison right now for something that he didn't do. Now, I'm not saying that Cosby didn't cheat on his wife. If you want to dog him for cheating on his wife. But for what he's in prison for, he didn't do. I'm pretty convinced, after, you know, doing my research, I am pretty convinced that this did not happen. So, but, you know, particularly if you are prominent out there, you need to be very careful. Very careful. Prominent and black. I mean, we have 45, you know, and all the things that he's been accused of, and they have not done one thing to him. Or that other guy, Harvey Weinstein, or whatever his name is. I mean, nothing is happening to these white men that have been accused of. But, you know, black men are being targeted, being arrested, you know, being detained. All of these things. R. Kelly.
I was just about to ask you about your thoughts on that.
Yeah. Well, let me put it like this. Long time ago, I had a friend who was downloading crap on my computer. And he told me that this is R. Kelly. And it showed a black man and a young girl performing oral sex on him. I can't tell you whether that was R. Kelly or not, because I wasn't into R. Kelly way back in the day. But having seen all of these things that are coming out now, it is quite feasible that, you know, the things that people are accusing R. Kelly of doing is possibly not true. Or bears maybe some truth, but maybe lies as well.
Okay.
So, you know, and then they say because he was with somebody younger, then they start talking about Elvis Presley, and you know, they start naming a number of people who ended up having partners that were not of age. And you know, why are we focusing on R. Kelly?
Yeah.
Or, you know, so there is a demarcation, you know, between what is happening with black men and with white men, regardless of whether we want to accept it or not, but it is true. So the way that I see it, you know, right now is that I haven't done research on R. Kelly.
Mm-hmm.
So right now he is innocent. You know, because we should be in a society that, you know, people are innocent until proven guilty. You know, by people of their peers with all of the evidence in. But our judicial system is not like that. Bill Cosby himself didn't even get due process of law. Yeah, there was bias even before the trial started with juror number 11, who said that he was guilty. He was allowed to serve on that jury. No due process of law for black men. We have to be very clear on that. So even though the groping part with Cuba is supposed to be a misdemeanor, still, you know, it sheds a negative light on him. And watch and see. I bet you there's going to be other women that's going to be coming forward saying that, oh, he groped me 50 years ago or 100 years ago. You know, just ridiculous things.
Yeah. And what do you think that is? You know, especially when it's almost little to no proof to saying these things after them happened so long ago. Is it to keep that stain on his name? Because see, with this video, it looks like he made, from what I saw, I didn't see anything. And so if this video clears him of this one incident, do you think people will use these other allegations to say, well, maybe he's cleared in this one, but he's still possibly guilty of these other things, to keep that cloud over his name? Do you think that's why people do it?
Well, if it's cleared, he will, well, according to his attorney, that he will be cleared of this video. Then anybody else that comes ought to be moot. It ought to be moot. You just, you know, you can't have this campaign of somebody or somebodies that are coming out and saying that something happened 20 years ago. I mean, you know, there is such a thing called the statute of limitations.
Yes.
So, you know, that's not even relevant, you know. And what they need to do, like his attorney was saying, is that they need, once they view that video, they need to file criminal charges against that woman.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
And I hope that they do.
Do you think that's the thing that needs to happen more? When it's proven to be a false accusation, that these women should face charges. Because it's not just the celebrities. I've seen several, you know, scholarship collegiate athletes who have had a chance of going pro and, you know, changing their lives and their families' lives, get caught up in false accusations, you know, from simply having what at that time they thought was consensual sex. But because, you know, hey, they didn't view that girl or that chick as their girlfriend, or maybe these women thought that they were going to get something else out of it, that they didn't get what they expected, you know, all of a sudden it turns into a rape, or it turns into a sexual assault, or something of that sort. And I've seen several players, and one actually just won a lawsuit against Michigan State, but that have lost their opportunity at the NFL after all that hard work. I mean, do you think that charges should be pressed against the victims who do these false accusations?
Absolutely. Yes, I think so. Because we as a society have allowed this to happen. We have allowed this to happen. You know, we've taken feminism, you know, that wasn't meant for all women anyway, to an all-time low. And yes, if a woman has accused a man falsely, yes, there needs to be criminal charges filed against her.
I agree.
I wholeheartedly agree.
Absolutely. Because yeah, it's almost like for a lot of women, it's a no-lose situation. I won't say win-win, because even if nothing happens to them, you know, you're not really winning off of it. You just go back to your everyday life, because most of these accusers, their names are never released, so you never really know who it is or what. And they're able to do this to other people sometimes. Not everyone. I'm not saying every one of them does it, but you know, there's no real repercussions on them. But a lot of the times, these celebrities, they get these accusations, even if they're proven false. Most people don't follow up stories. They want to hear the juicy part. Oh, such and such was accused of this, and this, and then they're on to the next thing. Even though somebody may come back and say, okay, well, this person is clear, this person is innocent, or whatever it is. A lot of people don't catch that part of the story. So these names are tainted, for the rest of their careers or whatever else it may be. There's a stigma put on them. So I do believe, I agree with you, that charges should be levied against people who are proven to have made false allegations.
Well, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I've seen a lot of movies of Cuba Gooding that made me highly respect this man. And, first thing when I saw that video, that he was being accused, first thing that came to my mind was bullshit. I said, no, I just don't believe it. I just don't believe it. And, but yeah, and if more women, more than likely, will come out and say some silly stuff, then yes, he's going to have a stigma. And what is this going to do for his career? We already see what has happened with Cosby. Was Cosby with women? Yeah. But did Cosby do what he was accused of doing? No. And everything that Cosby has contributed, they took it away. Like he's nothing. Like he's nothing. And they're still messing with him. 80-something-year-old man that's nearly blind, just leave him alone. You've done your damage. But it's not happening, and it's not right. It's not right. And I don't, I hate it. I hate it when I'm listening to these women and they're crying and, oh, he did this and, oh, he did that. And next thing you know, somebody else is coming on and saying that, he did the same sort of thing. And, I mean, with the Cosby thing, Andrea Costing said first time she went to his place, he was pulling on her belt, but she went back. Yeah. That one black woman who was used as a pawn, who played a small role in the Cosby show, went back too. Yeah. So you mean to tell me that you were raped or sexually abused, but you went back for more?
Yeah. And I heard they said that even after the accusation, that they said that one chick, the one you mentioned, that she would still call him or try to reach out to him and accepted gifts from him and everything else. So that's why I say I question a lot of it. It's I think when all the good times run out, when you're no longer getting to have fun, you're no longer getting treated a certain way, then I think now you're upset because whatever reasons, and you have to levy some type of allegation against some people. So again, I don't know. I think it's kind of questionable. The bill thing is questionable. Just, I'm not going to say that he didn't ever engage in, those behaviors. It is what it is. But I'm not going to sit here and act like, women didn't enjoy, especially during that time, taking drugs. And people still enjoy taking drugs and, doing certain things. So I don't think that he was just out there fooling people and just this super serial rapist. Did he do some things he may not have may have been disrespectful in the context of marriage? Quite possibly. But, they got him where they want him now, and it's a very unfortunate situation. But is there anything else you'd like to add to that?
Well, let's see. What else I thought? Let me just say one thing about Andrea Costing. She said that Cosby, in the beginning, didn't know that she was a lesbian. So how could she ever possibly be with him? Well, for fame and fortune, I think that a lesbian will, or a gay woman will turn her lesbianism down for that.
No, I agree.
And yeah, so
I
that's
know
not
so.
provable. Give me something that is provable. And I have not, after I started doing my research, there is nothing that is provable. And I know that the judge, there's a judicial code of conduct for judges as well as attorneys. And this judge, he should have recused himself because he was very biased in the Cosby case. Not letting in pertinent evidence, allowing juror number 11. You know, Cosby didn't get a fair, did not get a fair trial. So I'm just saying, you know, for Cuba, people who are a fan of his should, you know, rally around and support this brother. So I guess that's all I have to say.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna look more into that. You know, after the stream, I'm gonna look a little bit more into this. Maybe I get some more information. I just saw the video. I didn't really know the full context of what happened, but I appreciate you calling and sharing that with us.
Okay, well, have a good evening.
All right, you too. Thank you for calling.
Thank you. Bye.
All right. Shout out to Miss Jennifer, I believe. I hope I didn't. I said I blocked your gift from. She ain't deserve no gift anyway. Yeah, I'm gift blocking. I'm hating. I'm hating on all of it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we have calling into the den this evening?
Alright for my motherfucking nigga. I'm black on my dad with my finger on the trigger. I've been grinding that side out there with my nigga. And they ain't going in, it's only my nigga, my nigga, my nigga. My nigga, my nigga.
Oh my God.
My nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga, my nigga. First thing.
That might be the call of the night right there. Oh man, I forgot all about that motherfucking song too. Yeah, so hit song, right? So the white folks ain't sing that hit song. What they got? What's white folks got to say? They want to sing that song. They can't sing half the song. Y'all don't want to let them use the word. They can't sing half the song. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it's already. Look, this. Trust me. Once this conversation got started, 335, you already know this shit was canceled. It was canceled. Like within the first 15 seconds of this conversation, there's too many niggas in this video. We're not gonna give this nigger any monetization. What's the motherfucking deal? We got called into the den this evening.
Hello.
Hello. Who is this on the phone? This voice sounds new. It seems like I remember it, but it seems like it's been so long since I've heard this. I'm not quite familiar. Who do we have calling in this evening?
This is Rashida. I tried not to never call the den back since you be letting these trolls attack me all the time.
Rashida, that name sounds familiar. It's been so long, Rashida. How have you been, Miss Rashida?
I've been good. How you been?
I'm good. I'm glad that you did call in this evening.
Now you know I be keeping in contact and texting you different stuff. Now don't do that.
No, but I mean I ain't heard the voice. Sometimes you don't hear a voice in so long. It's just like it rings a bell. But I'm giving you a hard time. It's good to hear from you, Miss Russia. What's on your mind this evening?
Well, I just wanted to drop my 2 cents in. The way I feel about the N-word is it ain't my cup of tea. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Because I have a lot of family from Mississippi, and in my house, that word was like off limits. That's how we was raised. It was off limits because well, really, my mother, she went through a lot of stuff in the South. A lot of racist stuff and being called the N-word and all that stuff. So, and then I had different family members from the South. And they, I would hear a lot of different stories about how the white people treated them. So I could never see myself, with that word in my vocabulary. Now I'm not gonna say that I haven't slipped up and used it, but with an understanding of the meaning of it and how it was the context of how it was used against people and everything, it's just not for me.
Okay.
And like I have plenty of white friends and everything, and they don't use it around me. Now I don't know what they use when they're not around me, but I try to lead by example. I don't use it. I don't want you to use it. And in our conversations, ain't no reason for you to use it. I'm not your nigga. I'm your friend, Rashida.
Okay. So do your white friends listen to rap music?
Yeah, of course.
Okay. Just a question, just asking.
Now, in the context of the song, I don't know. I feel like that's at your discretion. But I'm not going to sit up there and be like, oh, you can't say it in the song. See, this my feeling on it, and a lot of black people don't agree with me. I feel like the words should have never been, how do I say this? They should have left it how it was. They should have never tried to change it into a term of endearment. Some things, to me, are just so horrible that you just need to leave them where they at. Leave it where it's at.
So you think that it will ever change? You think that it will ever get phased out, or it's here to stay?
Huh?
So do you think it'll ever get phased out, or do you believe it's here to stay?
No, because people feel like they changed it and they took the power from it. You're not taking the power from it, because in 2019, if somebody still call you, the N word, you're gonna be ready to throw hands. You know what I'm saying?
No.
And let me give y'all a quick story. My nephew, he's only but when he was like 8, he got into an altercation with a Caucasian boy, and it's because the boy called him the N word. And we talk about race, but I never had like a real full discussion with him about, race and everything. And I was surprised, that he had that understanding of what that word meant. You know what I'm saying?
So, and that's interesting. You said y'all never had that conversation, but he still had the understanding. So, even though it's being used, even though it's being kind of, perpetuated through the music, that there's still a difference in that you feel even this younger generation has a different feel between when it's being used in a friendly manner as opposed to as an insult.
Anything you don't have an understanding of, you can get an understanding of. So that's not an excuse. Ignorance to me is not an excuse for what you're doing.
So even at 8 years old, what do you think that came from? Do you think that came from him being hateful? Because children are not born hateful; they are taught hate. And
he definitely that young Caucasian boy definitely heard that word in his house. Okay. He knew exactly how he was using that word. He was not using that word as a form of endearment to my nephew. Okay. And I don't believe he's listening to no rap music to be getting that word from there.
Okay. I had an incident like that one time when I was young. It was the only incident that I ever had with somebody directly calling me the N-word.
I assume that he called my nephew the N-word because he wanted to be racist. I think that's why most people call people the N-word. I don't understand what kind of question that was.
I think
that was real stupid.
I think, I don't know. Again, I think there's different situations because, like I said, the situation I was in, we were out, and I want to say it was 7th, 8th grade, playing football during gym. And we were playing tackle. We didn't have no pads on and shit. And I ended up tackling a dude or whatever, and he got mad. And, what was coming out of his mouth was, "You black African nit." And he didn't get a chance to finish because somehow, I don't know, the reaction time from my hand to the face of this young man just, it kind of canceled the rest of the verbiage coming. That's the only time, I've really ever had a real incident with it. And ever since then, never had an issue with it. We go out of his way, "What's up, man? What's going on?" And I've seen this man, a long time ago, after being way out of school. I think he did some jail time and some shit. So I wonder if he was affiliated with any of them gangs on the inside. But always be real cool. What's up, man? What's going on, bro? And just, always be real cool about it. But I think that's how it is with a lot of people. You got to check people sometimes and to let them know that, it ain't games always. Like I said, I try to be a real cool person. I'm a laid back person because I don't want the extra stress. But some people will take advantage of that. And you just got to let them know, hey, this is not what you really think it is. Let's go ahead and get everything calibrated. And generally after that, you don't have problems anymore. But
and then if you need a permission to do something, then that means that you shouldn't be doing it. Like when some white people say, "Oh, I got permission. I got a card, or I don't know what they say. Like,
pass.
I got permission. Yeah, that's it. Thank you. I got a pass to use the word. Why would you need a pass if it's something that you should be saying anyway?
Okay. What about niggas telling other niggas they gotta have a ghetto pass to come to their hood?
I don't think anybody can give you a pass to do anything. Anything you do, you need to take responsibility for. That's how I feel about it. You asking other black people why you can't do this, why you can't do that. Don't ask me shit about that because you shouldn't be doing it. And when that black person, the wrong one, you run up on and do it, and they handle you, hey. That's why I would never feel like I can give my friend a pass because we cool to use the N-word. Hell no. Because when you're not in my company and you just feel so comfortable, you be in this and in that, shit. And then, something happened to you. Hey, that's on you.
Yeah. So I agree. And again, like I agree with what you said about you can't give somebody a pass, and that's why, again, like I said, I made reference to my amigo earlier. It ain't never been, and now that I think about it, ain't never been no question that he ever asked. Because again, I guess when it's in you and you that's just you, it is what it is, and so I find that extremely interesting. I find it very extremely because he's never asked no question like that. That's funny.
But see, I feel like I'm one of the few black people that feel like black people shouldn't be using it either. I feel like I said, the word should have never been trying to make it into a word of endearment. Yeah. You don't see other races taking their racial slurs and trying to make it into a term of endearment. Do you see white people calling each other? What they call each other? Crackers. You know what? I don't even know all the racist terms, but I don't call people.
But I think I guess I don't know because white people terms are so much different, and I guess in a way they do because what you call them a honky, but they have honky tonks, right? So that's like
that's one of their.
But they have like honky tonk bars or whatever. But they embrace that. That's like a country thing. And then cracker, I don't know how cracker is. I think that works on different levels. But when I used to be into some other activities in my past, I remember a little. Maybe some of them had a chick that was nicknamed Cracker. So I don't know.
Honky and cracker is definitely not on the same level, admit. Because but I really don't want to say that word. But because black people been killed behind that word, and that word, you ain't see black people killing white people, calling them hunkies and killing them, and like that. So it's just not on the same level, in my opinion. In my opinion. So.
Okay. Interesting.
But to me, Professor Trill, they didn't make it good. It's not good. That's just my opinion. So,
But how do you feel about like now? Like I said, because I was kind of making reference to this younger generation now, and I think they treat it a lot differently than we did maybe in prior generations. That these young suburban kids, they refer to each other as nigga, and there's a lot of Hispanics. Like I was saying, I know probably more Mexicans than anybody that use nigga, and they look at it as it, and it's not a history behind it for them. So I understand that difference. Matter of fact, there was a video the other day, the little white dude arguing with his dad, and he called him a nigga. He called his daddy a nigga, and his dad was just, "You just get out of here. I'm trying to take a shower." So. Do you think that they see it different? Like, is it transforming the word, or is that history still more significant than anything else?
I feel like for me, it's not gonna never change, transform into a term of endearment. Really, it's always gonna be the way it was intended, no matter what. You know what I'm saying? Because I have a different perspective and a different history than other people. You know what I'm saying? With having people from the South that endured their word, and even though that wasn't my reality, I haven't faced all that kind of racism, but when your people face something, you face it. You know what I'm saying? So, well, not that you face it, but you get a empathy for it. You know what I'm saying? So,
okay.
But I don't sit up there and say, "Oh, other races, you can't use this or that." I just say that if you choose to use it, deal with the consequences of what you choose to do. That's all I'm saying.
Okay. And I mean that's understandable. That's understandable.
People are grown, and if you feel like that's something you want to do, hey, I don't live in your house. You do what you want to do. But when you influence kids with that word, and then they go to school using that word against other, minority kids or whatever, and they come home beat up, then you have to deal with that.
Okay. Well, I better teach them how to fight.
Exactly.
Okay.
And then some people are so oblivious to the fact that their kids are listening to what they say that they probably are surprised their kids at school, saying race stuff or being racist.
And how much of that do you think is the impact that people are not paying attention to what their kids, not paying attention to what their kids are saying? Because there's a lot of little kids, like I said, because the little one always come home and tell me, well, they were saying this and they were saying that, on the bus today, and this and this. That don't really know what their kids listen to. These are young kids, second, third, fourth graders or whatever, listening to crazy shit.
Yeah, that's true. But that's your job as a parent to monitor what they listening to. Like a lot of times when my nephew's over here, I don't want them wearing headphones because I want to hear what they listening to.
You just trying to get up on the latest trends. That's all. You trying to see what the young folks are on. You learning new dances. That's why you want to hear what they listen to.
All that cursing and all that stuff. No, I don't want to hear all of that.
Okay.
I ain't gonna be on here but a few more minutes prepaid. You can get your call in. Did you call like 8 times this morning? I thought you'd been tired, but okay.
You turned up. Look, I guess the rappers is one I paid no attention to this whole series. So well, that's cool. I feel a particular kind of way about it. Like I wanted the whole court, everybody to blow up. You know what I'm saying? But
right.
I guess anybody but the Warriors. Fuck the Warriors, because we know that whole process. I just hate them the most. But I just wanted the Rockets to be the ones to do it after all this bullshit they had dealing with these motherfuckers. And I think that the KD injury happening against the Rockets just paved the way for Toronto to get the win. So Toronto really should be thanking us, because it would have been a different ball game.
I'm not saying this just because it's your channel and everything, but I was rooting for the Rockets. I really wanted them to win. Yeah. I don't know why, but I did.
Yeah, I hate Golden State. Play tore ACL too. Both of them boys out. See, that's what I'm saying. So it's like, but see, here's the deal though. Had that would have happened to us, everybody talking about, it would be an asterisk if they win this, and this. But ain't nobody gonna put that asterisk on Toronto. You know what I'm saying? So it is what it is. Fuck it, But as long as somebody else won, I ain't mad. Rockets can beat Toronto.
Right, exactly. Exactly. Golden State, they done had enough championships.
Yeah, them smug ass. Yeah, that's what they get for trying to get all buddy buying championships. Fuck Boogie too.
And Steve Kerr, Stephen Curry, I'm sick of his ass anyway.
Yeah. You need to be worried about Aisha. That's why she getting when she went and got that frontal, and she wearing the go fuck me dress. She's talking all that shit, talking about, oh, I'm a Christian woman. I would never wear these kind of things. I would never be showing skin like that. It's so inappropriate and all that stuff. And then now she got the little green dress showing all kind of skin, and she went and got the hairdo and doing all kind of shit. So yeah, and that's my thing. If you put, and that's what I'm sitting there telling people, if you put Curry in a hard situation, it's not even close. That dude might not make it out the first round. It took him, Curry was not relevant until he had all those shooters, all that backup. He was good when he had his homeboys. When he didn't have his homeboys, that nigga wasn't worth the fuck. He ain't want to fight. But, it is what it is, though. That dude is overrated. He's a great shooter. He's this modern era's Reggie Miller. He's a pure shooter. He's a great shooter. But the rest of that, he's overrated. But fuck him. That ain't what we're talking about. Okay. But fuck Anthony Davis too. Goddamn. Look, we got to get rid of Capella. We need to make something shake. But yeah. So. Okay.
Oh my goodness. Let me think. I think that was all I had. I mean, I think I covered everything I wanted to cover.
Okay. Well,
but I'm trying. And one other thing I wanted to say was I don't understand why y'all thought that Heidi ran me off. Heidi didn't run me off. I was just taking me a little time, a little break. That's it.
Oh, a little time, a little break. You say.
Exactly.
It's been so long.
Why would I let some no lip shit talking broad run me off from the den? Please, come on, y'all, do better. Y'all know I don't be scared of these trolls. She a troll. That's it. Period. She ain't gonna never call in. And by the way, this your month, Heidi. So go, Heidi. I know you're a transgender, so enjoy your month. And on that note, I'm out.
Well, thank you for the call, Miss Rashida.
All right. Good night.
All right. Oh, she ain't never reached out to you when you said you was a shot. Oh, yeah, I did notice she was quiet when you said something about Chi-Town. I thought, okay. 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 I knew something was up. Well, what's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening? Hello.
What you think this ball from a nigga? What you think this ball from a nigga? What you think this ball from a nigga?
Turned up. It's going down. Hurrah, what's the motherfucking deal, man? It's going down, man. Oh, shit. That is too much. What these bitches want from that need to be another. That's gonna be the next day. That's gonna be the morning day. What these bitches want from a nigga. Y'all ain't never happy with nothing men do. Y'all stay bashing us. Shout out to Miss Jennifer who called in. She the only one that really love men. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
Andre,
what's the motherfucking deal, Andre? What would you like to drop in the deal in the den this evening?
Sorry, I didn't hear the last part you said.
No, I'm saying, what would you like to drop in the den this evening?
Man, I still couldn't hear you.
No, I'm saying, what are your thoughts on tonight's topic?
Oh, okay. No, I was just saying, like the thing on girls singing them lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
I had a dude that I was like best friends with, white dude.
Mm-hmm.
He never once used that word with me when, no matter what lyrics it was. And this is back in like NWA days.
Mm-hmm.
He was his favorite rapper and everything. And he never once. He'd always like flip to like radio version for something. It would always be brother. It would always be anything but an N. So for half of these people claiming stuff, like, I don't know, I just can't buy it from them. And
so what if you don't mind me asking, what kind of environment would you say that you grew up in with this guy? Would you say it's in the hood? Would you say suburban? How would you identify it?
Well, I kind of grew up in a few different places. Like, I grew up urban. I grew up in Trinidad. Like, right now I'm living in Toronto. I grew up in a suburb of Toronto, and I guess that was a suburb.
Okay. So that's the one you're referring to. He was in the suburb of Toronto when you were there?
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, is it true, like I said, I don't know if you would be familiar or not, but is it true that aren't Canadians like much more aware or much nicer than maybe Americans? Do you think that might be a difference?
No. That all of that stuff is a myth. That, like, a lot of people think there's like a difference beyond that, this like imaginal like pencil border type thing. It's the same thing. Like, there might be different political leaders doing different things. Like, Canada might be technically owned by the British, but when it comes down to how people act towards people, it's the same damn thing. Just that, like, there's more blacks in the U.S. than there is in Canada. It's like we're in like 2 to 3 different places here. And like Toronto's like the main place, then like Montreal, and then a little bit out east, and that's pretty much it. We might have a couple people out west, but that's about it. And like the same things that I see going on down there and everybody complaining about, it's the same type of things going on here.
Okay.
Because like it just says, like, I was in a suburb on the west side of Toronto. One of my close cousins was on the east side, and that was like where he was more ghetto-like. That it wasn't like a true suburb. It was more like a project thing that they had going on over there. So like the two areas couldn't be any more different from each other. So like with it being slang and everything, yeah, that was like his neighborhood. So like when I was there, yeah, I'm hearing it everywhere and everything too. And like he had some Spanish friends around too, like dudes from El Salvador and everything. We didn't really like Canada doesn't get Mexicans unless it's by mistake because they're trying to go. It's true. Two of my neighbors right now are Mexican.
How do you get it by mistake? How do you explain how you get Mexicans by mistake? Like, so they don't intentionally move up; they just accidentally fell into Canada. They didn't know where the border was. They just kept going and just ended up in Canada. Like, how does this happen? How do you get mistake Mexicans?
No, because like they're like half Mexican. Like the father was Mexican and like the mom was like Peruvian or something like that.
Okay.
But they had like problems like getting into the States and stuff. And then it's like, you know what, man, it's easier to get into Canada. Let's just go to Canada. And then we'll try to get into the States from there. And then it's like most Caribbean people too. It's like, okay, we're having a hard time getting into the States. Instead of living there illegally and getting deported 20 times, we'll just go to Canada where we could get in and then apply to go to the States. And then people just get too comfortable in their lives and end up staying here. And then
that makes a lot of sense. You explained so much to me in this one call because I always heard it was like a big, island population up there, and I just went like, how, why? I'm learning so much this evening. Carry on. I'm enjoying this.
And then us kids, when we start growing up, like when we get into high school and everything, we start realizing what's going on. We're like, so why the hell didn't you take us down to the States? When's that move happening? And they're like, well, we got this and this and there, and like then start all over and all that. But Nah.
Okay. I got a couple of questions
So
for you,
then,
if you don't mind me
yeah,
asking. You know, because
yeah.
the last Canadian caller that we had was not so friendly. They were cool at first, and it just went awkward. So I would like to ask some questions.
All right.
One is weed legal in Canada?
What was what?
Is weed legal in Canada? Mary Jane, marijuana, is it legal in Canada?
Okay. The prime minister that we have, like the leader of the country we have, is an idiot to start off with. So he was supposed to make it legal like a year and a half ago across the whole country. It ain't.
Okay.
The province that I live in, Ontario, it's supposed to be legal. It's supposed to have like shops all over the place selling it legal. There's 3 places selling it.
What?
And places are getting shut down. Like they're opening up and bang, they're getting raided and shut down all the time. And they're going to court over it and nothing's happening. So like the cops, they stopped a long time ago, like 10 years ago or more, probably 20 years ago, like the chief of police for Toronto anyways, was saying that he's not stopping anybody or charging anybody that has any amounts that are just like considered for personal use. So that wasn't even an issue. And like if he's doing it here and like if he's openly saying it for here, I'm sure it's the same in other places. And when you get out to like those smaller places, they care even less. Like for them, they're probably sitting there smoking with the people. So like, I got a cousin that I don't know why or how, but like his mom moved out like to like I don't know. I guess the equivalent would be like somewhere in Idaho, and like population like 20 for where they live. And like when they talk about gun control here and we're not supposed to have guns, it's like, yeah, everybody there has guns. Everybody's popping off guns all the time. Like his dad died. We went up there for the funeral, and first thing one of the sons was saying is he remembers about when his father was teaching him about shooting guns, and he's just like openly saying this in the church. And it's like, if it was supposed to be such a lawless thing, guy wouldn't be saying that, or somebody would be like, hey, keep it down a little bit. But really, things ain't really like that. It's like in the city, yeah, but and then people in the city think the rest of the place isn't like that. And well, people in the city think that what's going on in the city is how things are everywhere else. And it's not like that. They just haven't traveled around to see what the rest of the place is like. Like they might have traveled internationally, but they haven't traveled around the country to see what the rest of the country is like.
All right, I got another question for you.
Yeah.
I actually got two questions. This question and one other question. So this question is, are you a fan of Drake?
No.
You saw
and I hated him before you guys even heard of him. And I wanted to know what the hell Lil J was thinking when he signed him. Then I heard the whole story about J. Prince Jr., hearing him and all that. And if I could have just talked to him for like 10 seconds to explain why he was getting as many spins up here as he was, they would have signed somebody else. They would have came here, listened to people, and signed somebody else. Because the what they call them, CRTC, Canadian ratings, and I can't remember the full acronym. You could look it up, or I could look it up and then put it in the chat group. But they control like all the airwaves for the TV and for the radio. I basically call them the censorship group.
Okay.
But they basically make it that every radio station basically has to play 80% Canadian content. So at any given time, if one person has a song out that anybody likes, that all of a sudden gets constant rotation. So it doesn't matter if the song's good or if people really like it. You flip a DJ a couple of dollars, that's getting in rotation. And somebody you request at one time, that's getting in rotation. Now you get somebody that could actually flood them with some music, that's getting in rotation. It doesn't really reflect how the people feel about it. That there were people way more talented than him around here. That, like, we all feel should have been selected instead, but he doesn't have that kind of love around here. Like, look at the things that for the videos for like him at a hockey game. Guy gets booed out of the stadium.
Oh, word?
Yeah.
Well, how did he become the Raptors ambassador?
That was a whole sales gimmick thing. Like a couple of years ago, they started a whole thing thinking it would actually make them money, and then after a while they realized, you know what, this isn't really working. And because the deal was for so long, they just kind of kept it, but you really don't see anything about it now. It's just him doing his thing. And like when it first happened, he had seats closer to the bench, almost like next to the bench. Now they kind of like push down a bit, down to the other end. But
so how's that going to change? How do you think that's going to change now that they just won everything?
Just could you repeat that? The phone's still on my hand.
I said, so how do you think that's going to change that situation now that the Raptors just won it all?
I don't know. These people have been making noise outside my window all night. That's why I'm up right now. But
why you ain't out there celebrating with them, man?
What?
Why aren't you out there celebrating with them?
Man, I don't know. It's the way they put this team together and the way people reacted to this team. I was actually hoping Golden State won.
Oh, no.
Because, like, what's his name? Larry?
Yeah.
When he first came, everybody was making fun of his name and talking down on him and everything. And I'm like, what are you talking about? This guy is going to be the quarterback of the damn franchise.
Yeah, he came from the Rockets.
No, but the thing is, look at the last couple of years when the team was having success. He was the guy setting it up. Yeah, then they made a couple trades, brought in some more people. And it's like, I'm not saying like he was the savior of the team or anything, but you have to have a good point guard to start off with. And that's what he was doing. Like the guy's a decent point guard.
Yeah,
and then all of a sudden this season, when they made the trade to bring Kawhi in, everybody hated that trade. And they were talking down on Kawhi. All of a sudden, he hits that shot in the playoffs. He's everybody's favorite player now. And then they start like making all these trades, bringing in players, and it's like I know playoff teams when it comes down to like the trade deadline. If you think you have a chance, you go out, you make trades to fortify the team and all that stuff. But I just hate when teams sit there and just start bringing in players like that all the time. And I don't know, with them actually winning, yeah, the long playoff runs bringing money into the team, but it's not like they're a team that had problems with money. So I really don't see how it'll affect them, because they weren't having problems selling seats to start off with. Before Drake, they didn't have a problem selling seats. So I really don't know why they did the extra to bring him in.
Yeah.
Like, when they had a problem selling seats and they could have used somebody to sell tickets was when Master P was actually trying to get into the NBA and they had him sign.
That's some throwback.
You remember, like,
Yeah, that's some throwback.
yeah, that was way back. Yeah, and that time they were having problems, and they had him in the preseason, and I was so sure he was going to make the team just because of his name being out there and to fill some seats. And then they cut him, and I'm like, really? They gave up on all those extra seats being sold? Because, like, he still had the name up here too, and like, people liked him. I didn't know why, because I personally didn't like him. Because it seemed like to me, with like every phase that he was going through, he was copying somebody. Like, when he first came out, he was copying Scarface, and then it just went on to somebody else, and then the Tupac phase, and I don't know, it just kept going on. And then, like, even Silk was copying people, and when they signed Mystical, all of a sudden he was trying to be like a hybrid of Mystical and friggin' Fiend. And I don't know, I can't even remember seeing Murder. I didn't pay too much attention to him though, but I guess when you don't have talent like that, you do what you can.
That's fucked up. I got one last question for you, Andre, man. and this is, so you mentioned that there's some other talented artists out of Canada that are much better than Drake. Would you mind naming a couple for the people? I want to check some out.
Okay. That's things I can't remember anything, because like, I don't really check out too much new stuff anymore. It's like if I catch something on the radio, I'll think, because we had some like hood wars going on, and like one of our best guys just died like about 6 months ago. And like, he was actually trying to do a peace thing with this other guy from another neighborhood, but they took it as a diss when he did part of his video over there. So he got shot up after getting his chain snatched. And then, like, somebody from his hood, who was actually the second, well, we consider him like the second best, ended up taking the charges for it, even though everybody's pretty sure he had nothing to do with it.
How to hit him with the charges?
And you know how the police do.
This is tough.
If you don't tell us, we'll say it's you. If you don't give us the people, then you probably knew, even though most people say it wasn't even him. I don't know. Damn, I'm trying to remember right now.
That's tough. I thought it was all sweet and innocent up in Canada. Y'all wilding out. Y'all got to get it right. Y'all supposed to be the representation of sanity.
Because the thing is, like, personally, like, ever since, like, I guess high school, I've been really listening to the Houston scene.
Okay, all
like,
right.
Like, when I started getting into hip hop and everybody's like passing me tapes and stuff, like, here's this, here's that, like, NWA's like, yeah, that's cool. You passing me like stuff from New York. I'm like, yeah, that's all right. And then I remember the first time I heard the Ghetto Boys, it was like, yeah. And then it was like, for me, then I started like thinking off that and then looking at albums and stuff, cassettes, and it was like, featuring Ghetto Boys, okay, let me listen to that. And then afterwards, I started noticing the imprint on the back with like Rap-A-Lot Records and stuff like that. And then it was like, okay. And then started noticing the whole theme with Houston and this and that. And then started like expanding into listening to more Houston stuff. And then I started getting into like some bass stuff, like the Vallejo scene, like Young Black Brother records and stuff. But it was still mostly like Houston, and not just like Rap-A-Lot, but like the whole SDC thing, Rec Shop, Swisher House.
Okay. You say he down. How y'all motherfuckers out in California don't know nothing about this H-Town scene? This man way up in Canada, he own it. You know what I'm saying? Okay.
Yeah, for like LA, the only thing, well, it was I guess Ice-T. I have to say Ice-T and South Central Cartel. Like other than that, I guess maybe RBX from Death Row, but the 3-2 clone, I was anticipating because I remember me and my friend went to see what was it, Deep Cover, and we stayed to the end watching the credits just to hear 187 on an undercover cop because we knew that was supposed to be on the soundtrack, and they didn't play that till the very end. So the two of us are standing there alone, waiting for that song to go off, and it's not until the end, and it ends right at the end of the credits.
No, they caught y'all attention. So, out of all the Houston stuff that you said, what's your favorite song coming out the city of Houston?
Favorite song?
Yeah.
That'll switch by the minute because it's too much, and that'll switch by the emotion.
What was one of your more popular songs? What was one of your more favorite songs then? Maybe you might not have specific. What's something that you liked from a particular group?
Like, because that's forcing me to pick a group.
I mean, just it don't have to be. I mean, just it don't even have to be your favorite.
No, because
I'm trying to see where your vibe is. I know you said Swish House. I know you said Rec Shop. I ain't heard somebody talk about Rec Shop in a minute.
Okay.
SUC and all.
Okay. One of the things that I always liked was like Point Blank. How he always had those like 12-minute SBC cuts. Like he had them on like his second album, his third album, that really didn't matter what mood I'm in. Those were always good. Just like how Ghetto Boys had Bring It On, 10-minute track. So those two, like Street Military, they had a couple tracks. What was that solo song? G Song, KB. And when KB and Flea did their solo joint, what was it? Revenge and Blood and Tears. That track, and even Fat Pat, like what was it? Dropping Tops.
Yes, classic.
And the things, I'm not sure if this song was like a complete studio freestyle or if any of it was written, but it was sing back to one of those New York songs. It was ESG, Big Pokey, and I'm not sure if it was Big Mo. It was Man.
Yeah, like man, okay. Yeah, they said they said they freestyle but yeah, they said y'all niggas talking about it like whoa, we talking about it like man. They said like yeah, a lot of boys said they freestyle that.
Right.
Yeah, that hoe was hard. See, yeah, you certified. See, you certified. See, y'all in the States and don't know nothing about this man international with it, man. You know what I'm saying? Y'all look, y'all gotta get on y'all shit. Shout out to Andre, man. He on top of this. You know what I'm saying? I fucks with Andre. But anything else you'd like to add to it, Andre? You add to the call?
If what?
I said, is there anything else that you would like to add to the conversation?
Actually, yeah, just back to the original conversation. Something that I guess a lot of people seem to kind of skip over. Actually, two more things.
Okay.
First, I'm going to hit this one topic, then go back to the one I was about to talk about. Like, people were talking about, racist comments or something like that, racist terms for, like, white people.
Yeah.
There isn't really any because they made them. Because, like, the term cracker was a thing between the North and South. Because the Northerns, at the time, during, like, the Civil War time, was calling the Southerns crackers, while the Southerns were calling the Northerns Yankees. And, like, as you pointed out, the whole thing with honky tonk, that's where honky comes from. And I don't know if, like, we picked out just the first part of it and threw it back at them, but I don't know, through the whole thing, from my perspective, they just never really seem to react to it. It's like, okay. And if they felt like reacting to slap somebody up, then they would. But it would be, if they wanted to, it wouldn't be one of those emotional things like where we would be felt like we got kicked in the gut and came at them and we were acting out of being hurt. So like that's that part. But with the I guess N-word, like it was placed on us, but through slavery, when we didn't know the language or anything, yeah, we were calling each other that, but we didn't know what it meant. We had no clue what it was. So Massive calling us all that, so we just call each other that. And that just became, like, I guess, customary until we start learning little bits of English and everything that, in a way, you could say it came out of ignorance, which is what the word means when you get back to it. So, I don't know, like, people seem to skip over the fact that when we started using it, we didn't know what it meant. So, in a way, now that we do know, there's a little bit of responsibility that should come with it in knowing. And, like, if I could just have 2 more minutes to tell you this one story. There was one time, like, well, Canada, we play hockey. So there was me and this other black guy, and I don't know, I just happened to be the biggest guy in the thing playing. And there's like some Portuguese guys and other white guys playing. And I don't know, this other black guy is just calling other people out of their name. I guess he felt safe because I was there. And it was like, well, this other big black guy, he'll back me up in all this. And he just calling people out of their names and everything. And at one point, I just turned around and I went up to him in front of half the people there. I'm like, hey, if anybody says anything I think is offensive, I don't care if they aim it at me or they aim it at you, I'm coming at you because you're giving them the okay to do it. So watch yourself. And I just put him on check like that. Dude stopped saying half the shit he was saying. Because, like, either way, it's not right to be calling people out of their name, but at the same time, if he's giving them the okay to do something like that, then I can't get mad at them for saying something back. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
if you initiate it, you got to kind of deal with it.
Yeah, I didn't know I'd have to deal with it. Yeah, it's like putting the black girl on stage. Like Kendrick friggin' has to deal with that. That in a way, he's responsible for that because he put her on stage knowing the lyrics to his song. So people should really, in a way, have a problem with Kendrick. Because, like, as much as I think she's responsible for what came out of her mouth, like I was saying earlier. Like, I had my white friend. He would never say that word. And, like, if he was pulled up on that stage and it was his favorite rapper, Eazy-E, he still wouldn't say it. He would still say brother or something. And, like, he just wouldn't. And it was, I don't know, it was just ingrained in him no matter what. He wouldn't say it.
Okay.
At least not in front of me.
But don't you, I mean, I get it. I understand it. And I'm not justifying it. But if I'm singing a song a certain way, I'm just going to be, it's like I have to alter the word. I have to consciously alter shit. Fuck all that. But I guess, you know, we get a different standard of protocol. But it's just like, it's tough. But I mean, I understand. I mean, some people are not going to use it. But again, who's to say that she has the same situation? You know, she could be, and that's what I was saying, is that she could be raised in a different environment where she uses this and she uses it in front of people and nobody tells her anything. So she didn't, you know, second guess the situation. But you just got you have to be familiar with your surroundings. Yes, you do.
And that's where I put I don't know, like, to me, 75% on Kendrick, if not more, on Kendrick. I put a lot on Kendrick because he knows his song. He knows what's in his song. You pulling somebody up on stage to sing with your song, to do your song with you, you know your song's content. You know your fans. You know where you are. You should have an idea how your people are going to react if this individual says certain words.
Yeah, I agree.
You understand what I mean?
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, and I think that's what I'm saying. Just, you know, it's a tough deal, and you know, in hindsight, it's one thing, but I just have feelings like, I don't know. I don't know. It is what it is now. I think, you know, it'll be understood how to be handled going forward, but I think it's just, I think both of them have to accept some responsibility on it. And the way I think it got handled is like he pushed the majority of the blame on her, and at some point I feel like you got to accept a little bit of responsibility for it too, because you singled her out.
Completely.
You singled her out because she was different in doing this. And then, you know, put her on the stage and everything else. Then, you know, you got an unexpected outcome. Well, you know, I guess it just happens. So, okay. I don't know. Well, Mr. Andre, I really appreciate the conversation. I appreciate everything you shared with us. I appreciate the Canada lesson. I've learned a lot now I understand why there's so many island folks in Canada. I just never understood. I never could figure out why. But now I've been educated. I know that y'all are not the biggest Aubrey fans up there. We're not the biggest Aubrey fans down here because he came and just used Houston as a platform. And then, after a few years, it seemed like he finally started claiming Canada, but I didn't know how they embraced that up there. And the fact that you had so much H-Town knowledge from the music scene, that's commendable because there's a lot of people in the States outside of Texas that have no idea what you were just talking about.
Thank you. Just, I don't know, it's one of those things like, I don't know, I liked it, I was into it, and then, like, I started making my own mixtapes, and then in high school, like, later in high school, and then in college, and all of a sudden, everybody starts coming to me for tapes, and I'm just passing out, like, all these, like, H-Town mixtapes, and everybody's like, where'd you get this stuff from? Where'd you get this stuff from? This is amazing. This is amazing. Like, with, like, the 50 Word Juveniles intro, like, how they came up fast and hard on that. And with that, before I go, R.I.P. Bushwick Bill.
Already. That's what I'm talking about. Shout out to Andre, man. I appreciate the call. Call in again anytime, man.
Because like when you were asking me about favorite songs, that was the first thing that came to my mind was Bushwick, and like about some of my favorite songs that he had done. And then I was like, but the question was for Houston artists. I just can't limit myself like that. And then, like, I didn't want to say to some of the like, stereotypical things like slanging and banging, even though that is one of my favorites.
No, man, it's all good.
And then,
hey, look, Trump, it's the majority of people here have no idea what you're talking about. It's a few H-Town folks, because I'm based out the city. But it's so we know what you're talking about. They don't know what you're talking about though. So whatever you say is cool with us because we love the city.
Right. And then like, man, even Crime Boss, like, actually his whole first album was tight. That whole thing was good. But Am I Dreaming? That track in like the middle of the album, that's still one of my favorites right now.
Okay.
Like that, and like the last song on the album, like it's not even listed on the thing. It's like after the shout outs. That, and can't forget Black Monks. Like Buddha Nature, and then like their song that came after the outro was in 1995. Actually, you know what? Their whole thing, like Secrets of the Hidden Temple. There's just too much classic stuff that came out of H-Town, especially then.
Yeah.
So like now, I'm trying to like catch up and just get into some of the newer stuff, but. Still, if I find something from back in the 90s that I didn't even hear about, or 80s that I didn't get access to, because like it was hard for me to get access to anything. Like basically, I had to make a trip down to the States to get stuff. Just luckily, I guess being in Toronto, I'm not too far from the border. It's just like a 3-hour trip type of thing.
Yeah.
And then I have family in New York, but you know how New York is, New York centric.
Yeah. I mean, if we get on that.
And then after a while, we had a store up here that actually started importing 12 inches and full albums from like everywhere. Almost like a DJ store type of thing. And they used to actually hold stuff for me. Like anything that came in basically from Houston, they'd just pull it aside for me every week.
No, so you got popular in there.
Mm. Yeah. So I guess that's all I really got to say, unless you got any questions for me or anything.
Nah, Mr. Andre, I mean, like I say, I appreciate the lesson that you dropping in on us tonight. And again, if you ever listen in late night anytime, man, feel free to call in.
All right. Thank you. I'm always listening. Actually, I've been listening to you for a while now.
Oh, okay. Well, I appreciate that.
And I thank you.
Okay. Thank you for calling in. I appreciate it.
Okay.
All right, have a good day.
Bye.
All right. Shout out to Andre, man. Look, Andre gave y'all a lesson. Y'all better get with it. You know what I'm saying? Let me see. We got calling in. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling in to the den this evening?
It's Shannon. I just want to say I don't give a fuck how anybody uses that word.
You know what I'm saying?
It's only white people. It's only white people who are nervous about using that word.
I'm just saying. So when your mama got angry, she got the cutting and cutting. Was she using it? Was she like nigga? Was she got? I'm gonna give you a hard time about your mama for a long time.
I've been taught to let motherfuckers say whatever the fuck they want to say, as long as they don't put their motherfucking hands on it.
Okay.
They put their hands on me, they definitely getting fucked up.
Yeah. How tall are you, Shannon?
I'm 27.
No, I said, how tall are you?
5'4".
Oh yeah, you got little people anger. You ready for somebody? They let them be too tall and stand in front of you in the Starbucks lines, and you ready to fuck somebody up. You got that little people anger. You gotta calm down. Take a deep. Whoo. Just smooth side. Just
I find it funny when white people get nervous about saying the word. Cause I went to so many different schools, predominantly black and white. And when they read Mark Twain's books and they get in the N-word gym or N-word whatever comes up, they are nervous as hell, especially with me being the only black person in the room filled with white kids.
That's a great point, though. So what if it is in classic literature? Are you not supposed to read it? We talking about music and all that other stuff. What if it's in classic literature? Are you supposed to read it? Or are you not supposed to read it?
You're supposed to read the material. I find it funny, especially when the teacher be nervous about reading it. But she has to teach the source material, so she got no choice.
Just look, y'all know motherfuckers gonna wild out. Period. Point blank, brother. That word is a trigger word, so you just gotta.
It is not a trigger word to me. Like, I will admit, I have punched a few motherfuckers in the face for saying it to me.
Well, then it's a trigger word.
It depends on what you saying. You call me a nigger to try to hurt me. Being in the hands.
Man,
that's all it is.
Shannon, you're violent. Your whole family is violent. Y'all are a gang. Y'all like the what's that? Not Bonnie Clyde. What was that gang? That family gang that was running around terrorizing people. I'm not ever going to Kansas City because y'all got bad barbecue and violent Shannon family running around. I don't want no problems. It ain't even worth it. It ain't worth my life to go to.
My family is not even originally from Missouri. They originally from the South. They came to Missouri when they were the first black family to integrate to Missouri.
Now that's why y'all crazy.
When it was all white.
That's why y'all crazy. How many of y'all up there in Missouri right now?
Too many motherfuckers to count. I'm gonna say we got about 2 whole football teams of us here.
See, look, I can't fight that many people. I'm good. I got 3, maybe 4. In me at best. If I get some good hits in early on, depending, I don't know what y'all chin's like. I might be able to, take 5. I can't take no 2 football teams. My endurance low. I'm trying to lose the weight so I get my endurance. I can't be. See, that's why I'm on no plex. Then I go up there eat some of that poison bad barbecue that y'all call food up there, and then I'm out of there. Y'all done poison me, then y'all done
whatever.
Somebody gonna stab me with a screwdriver. I don't want no problems with y'all, man. I'm gonna let y'all make it. I don't want no problems with y'all.
Like, I have become emotionally numb to that word to where I just don't give a fuck. As long as you don't put your hands on me, I don't care.
Okay. All right. Yeah, you. When the last time you been to church? When the last time you been to church?
I haven't been to church in years, honestly. I haven't been to church since 2006. 2006. Because my grandmother died, and I stopped going altogether.
Okay. You gotta go to church. You need Jesus. or Muhammad
Well,
or Allah, Moses, somebody. You need somebody because you're violent and it's a problem. And, I don't want to see you locked up. I don't want to see you on one of them shows because you just snapped and just, in a fit of rage, went Super Saiyan on somebody and just, like just whose side?
I'm not like that. Like, compared to my other family, I'm the most calm one.
See, that's what I'm saying. Now you're proving my point. You proving I told you your whole family crazy. You the calm when you sound violent and just I don't know, man. All right, that's what I need to do because I just been doing a bunch of.
Oh, don't even take me serious right now. I'm hyped up on coffee.
I see. Look, you can't do no drugs. You can't. You gotta watch out. I gotta watch out for Shannon. So you're wild. Can't even get. That's what I'm saying. You gonna trip? You go. That's what I just said. At Starbucks, somebody gonna talk to you. Gonna cut in line on you. Gonna set it off. It's gonna be over for everybody. It's gonna be over for everybody. But yeah, I do need to add some weightlifting into it. I just been doing a little half-ass, whole-ass cardio every couple of days and just cutting my calories. But I just tried this. I've been on this week. I've been on the whole fucking intermittent.
Yeah, it's all about context and the way the word is used. I don't get offended at all.
So people around you, your white friends can say it, and
I've had racist motherfuckers get in my face and call me all kinds of derogatory words you can call a black person. Because of how dark-skinned I am, I done been called all kinds of black N-word. I just don't care. As long as they don't put their hands on me.
Okay. So has anybody tried to put their hands on you in a racist situation?
Have I ever been in a racist situation?
No, has anybody, shouted racial epithets at you and then tried to put their hands on you?
Yes.
Okay.
We had a family friend whose estranged husband used to call me all kinds of N-word all the time and try to put his hands on me. He got hit. That's all it is.
That's tough. Like I said, I only had that one problem. Like I say, outside of that, there was some insinuations, but we fixed that problem quickly. I mean, I've never really had those issues. Again, maybe it's an advantage for me because, like I said, I'm a larger black dude, maybe so I don't really have those problems. And at the same time, I'm not really tripping on too much, but it's like it don't get used around me like that, except for outside of my partner. But like I said, I know his background, he's certified, so I'm not really even tripping on nothing like that because, shit, that nigga done been through more shit than me, so like shit, he might be more nigga than I am. But my thing is like, I don't understand. I guess but I'd be more afraid of a little person because y'all got that anger. Y'all carry knives and shit. You know what I'm saying? You got weapons and shit on you. I don't know. No, I ain't gonna lie.
I don't carry a weapon. I don't carry a weapon. I'm gonna be honest. I do not carry a weapon. I can't speak for everybody else, but I don't carry no weapon.
All I got is the only time that I've ever had and it wasn't even really a situation. Like I find a lot of this shit is cowardice. Honestly, it's like I'm mad, so I got to say something to make you mad, and generally that's the go-to. That was the situation I got in when I said in junior high. He was mad because I tackled his ass, and he got you black out, pow, popped him in the mouth. Conversation changed. It was a situation, like I said, I was working again. I was at the Chevron plant one time.
Like my mom, when she took us to one of her jobs with her, when they had, to bring the kids to work, she had this coworker of hers that called everybody the N-word.
What? Did your mama stab him?
No.
Okay.
She wanted to, but she didn't.
Why she ain't stab? Why she jiggled?
Well, everybody wanted to stab him because he's the only white guy and everybody else is black.
That sounds angry. That sounds very angry.
But they didn't. They didn't. Now, my grandma, she probably would be dragging you out.
That's tough.
If she was alive. Like, every motherfucking picture has a crazy story behind it.
See, everything you're telling me is telling me crazy. I've been telling you it's craziness running through your Jones bones. I'm telling you, it's going on that side of the family. I don't know what y'all eat. It's that barbecue. It's that bad barbecue down here. That's what's making y'all crazy. That's what's really going on. Like y'all got to stop eating that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Y'all might as well go vegan or something because that shit y'all eating out there is not working for y'all. It's making y'all all crazy and it's got y'all fucked up. Every time I hear a story, you telling somebody in your family somebody crazy shit, and it's okay. Everybody got crazy in their family. You just got a little bit more than everybody else.
I know my family's crazy. I am not denying that whatsoever. It's just a different level of crazy.
Okay. So, anything else you would like to add to that? So you say you're not really tripping on it too much.
No, I don't. Like, I don't care who uses it. I don't care what race uses it. It's just the context and the which way you using it.
Okay. So you said that you've had
The intent of the word.
So you
Like,
said
if
you had
you
some,
saying it deliberately to try to hurt me, then it's a problem.
Okay. But you said you've
And
had
I'm
some
not gonna get
interracial reactions, right?
physically violent with you.
You said you've had some affairs that were interracial, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So do you use that word in the bedroom? Have you had that word used with you?
Have I had that word used with me?
Yes.
Yes. Do you know that word comes up quite a bit in race play in the bedroom?
Interesting. So how did you respond to it the first time that happened?
The first time it happened, it was shocking, but I just, oh well.
Okay.
Because the whole point of it is you're supposed to be talking dirty. So you might be saying a few words that you normally wouldn't say in front of a crowded place.
Okay. Tell me more.
No, that's a different story for another time.
Oh, okay. Just curious. I mean, it just came to mind. We were talking about the nigger cock, and so I just had to see how that worked on the opposite end. So there's there's a whole different thing. All right, Miss Shannon. Anything else you want to add, Miss Shannon?
No, that's really all I had to say.
Okay. Well, appreciate you calling in and sharing that. And we're going to get that race play story sometime before this week is up. So be expecting me to ask.
Okay.
All right. I appreciate you calling in.
All right. Bye.
Have a good evening. Shout out to Miss Shannon. Miss Shannon is crazy. That whole family crazy. And they eat bad barbecue, but she all right in my book. What's the motherfucking deal? Who we got calling into the den this evening?
I want to
Too low, 20s kids, my screen's lit, watching beat, water flick, two boppers taking turns on my man, deposit on my wrist on the bones, told me take the chain off and let my body defrost, and frozen, man, I'm chosen, man, 5,000 on my head like man, jump off the block like fans, man, you climb propellers when I land, so I'm a helicopter. That lady gone sing the opera. It's over. I ain't thought I told you. Roller, Southside Roller. Screwed up trickster.
Man!
Y'all don't know nothing about this. Y'all youngsters don't know nothing about that shit, man. Hold up, man. That's that throwback, man. Y'all don't know nothing about that, man, right there. Hold up, man. What's the motherfucking deal? I ain't gonna lie, I fucked up one of the lyrics. I know y'all caught that shit, but hey, play us fuck up. It's been a minute since I heard it. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we got calling into the deal? I'm wired up now. I'm ready to book. I'm ready to hit the club.
Hello?
Hello.
What do these bitches want from a nigger?
Yes.
Oh my God.
What do the bitches want from a nigger?
This is Heidi, and I just want to tell that little nigger, Rashida, that she needs to shut her mouth before I come there and kick her fucking ass. What are you laughing at? I'm tired of all you niggers. Oh my God, you guys are such coons.
Yes. This is the Coon News Network.
I'm totally kidding. This is Mel.
How you doing, Miss Mel?
I love you, Rashida. I'm sorry, boo. I just had to mess with you. I love you, Rashida. I love you. How y'all doing tonight?
Doing excellent.
This morning?
Well, it is this morning now. Miss Mel, first, it's always good to hear from you. So I'm glad that you know, you called. I know you've been trying to get in. I know it's been a little busy, but I'm glad that you
Yes,
did. So
yes.
what's on your mind? Look, you got the chat
So,
bug. They wide up, and they was like, "Hold on, what's going on?"
man,
It's like
because I've been trying to get through, man. I understand. They've been doing it. You've been doing me down bad, like you always do, but it's all
Nah,
good.
I
You
would
feel me?
never do
I
such a
I
thing.
forgive you. You understand? But shit. So we talking about this N word or whatever.
Yes,
Well,
yes.
you know, y'all know me. You know, I cuss like a truck driver. Okay, nigga, bitch, hoe, fuck out of here, all the old shit. You feel me? And I'm with the shit. Do I have a problem with other people? Like, are you asking like, do I have a problem with other races? I mean, like other than black people saying the N word.
No.
Um, I don't know. I'm kind of like on the fence about it because I feel like there are some white people who have grown up in urban neighborhoods, and you know, that's just kind of how they talk. But I think you can differentiate between like people who trying too hard to fit in and the people who are, you know what I'm saying, that's just how they are. And the people that's just how they are, I'm gonna tell you something, those people actually don't say nigga. Very, you know what I'm saying, they're actually very, I don't, I think it's like a subconscious thing that they don't really say it. I had, you know, one of my really good friends who I grew up with, you know, he's Asian and white, but he's Filipino and white or whatever. But he just, you know what I'm saying, he's about as urban as you know what I'm saying, just from the hood, grew up around us. But he didn't really say nigga. Matter of fact, I don't. Maybe I can recall him saying that word maybe once or twice. But other than that, you know, the people that I know who aren't black, and they're, you know, really urban, they don't use the N word very often. You know, matter of fact, you know, you guys know that my husband is white. He doesn't use the N word. Never has. You know, it's just, and I'm not gonna say he, you know, he grew up in the hood but he didn't grow up like in the suburbs either. I guess he was, you know, middle class, if you
So
will.
Miss Mel, I got a question. I didn't mean to cut you off. You know I did.
No,
you know,
no.
the last caller, she says that she's, you know, she's tiptoed on both sides of the line. And she said she's engaged in this thing called race play. Is that something that you and your husband engage in?
Race play. I didn't hear what she said. What is that? I'm sorry, I didn't catch
Race play, where
what she
I
said.
guess you use racial terminology in the bedroom when you're getting it in.
Sometimes, yeah, like I'll be like, you know, you like this chocolate pussy or something, you know. Sometimes, yeah, sometimes. Um,
Is it ever
not
derogatory terminology? Like,
Oh, you know what? Like when we arguing, because my friend, I remember when we first started dating. When I first started dating my husband, my homegirl, she was like, "When y'all argue, do he ever like say the N word to you?" And I was like, "Bitch, fuck no! I wish that motherfucker would. Oh hell no." No, but he doesn't. No, absolutely not. Absolutely not. And I don't either. Like you know, when I'm like, I don't be like, get your cracker ass out of here. You know what I'm saying? Like, the fuck? Like, that's weird. Like, that's, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. That's some weird ass shit. But nah, like, we don't do that. I think that, like I said, people who, when you're just yourself, like I'm just me. So, you know, this is like how I'm talking to you right now. Like, this is just the way that I talk. I don't, you know what I'm saying? And what's funny though is, I'm gonna tell you something. Like, white people, it's crazy because they'll scream that they not racist. You know, they got black friends and woody woo woo. But it's like, why is it that the second that they get mad at you, the first thing out they fucking mouth is, "Oh, you fucking black nigger, you fucking monkey," and it's like, hold up. Like, I thought you wasn't racist. I thought you had black friends. I thought, you know what I'm saying? Like, you just, you know, oh, my daughter is dating. I've even seen, like, you know, like videos that go like viral or whatever, and somebody will like, you know, some fucking racist ass bigot will make this racial slur, and then when they get called out on their shit, they'll be like, "Oh, I'm sorry, you know, I was upset." I'm like, why the fuck is it? Because see, black people, when we get mad, you gonna be all type of bitch ass niggas. Fuck you, motherfucker. Like, But the first thing out our mouth is not you fucking white trailer trash. But like we don't resort to that. You know what I'm saying? Off top. But white people, when they get mad at you, the first thing that they do is reach for a racial slur, and it's like, you know what I'm saying? Like that's what kind of make me think that like the vast majority of like white people are racist. Cause swear to God, bro, the second you piss them off, that's the first thing out of their fucking mouth is a racial slur, and that irritates me to my soul because again, it's like they want to be like, oh, you know, black people, y'all prejudiced too. Like that's not true because again, when we get upset, the first thing out, we're not calling you no fucking crap. Now we'll call you a cracker after you call us a nigger, but we don't initially, you know what I'm saying? Like that's not the first thing out of our mouth. It's usually you bitch ass nigga, you know what I'm saying? Fuck you motherfucker. It's usually some shit like that. But we don't, you know what I'm saying? We not just off the top, you know what I'm saying, spewing out racial slurs. Like that shit, you know what I mean? Like, yeah, so I don't know.
Okay, I don't know about
That's
y'all,
just my
but I'm throwing them motherfuckers left and right. I don't care. Innocent bystanders get hit too. Everybody getting that shit. Everybody
right,
catches
exactly. That's my thing. Everybody gonna get it. You feel me? Like fuck all that. Like we don't, you know what I'm saying? We don't discriminate when it comes to name calling. Like, you know what I mean? Nigga, your mama a bitch, your cousin a bitch, nigga, your child a bitch, fuck you, your teen, nigga. We all that.
Well, can you do that? Can you do that one more time over there? You yada, you yada me. What is that? Some East Coast? You yada mean? I can't even. You yada me. Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna cool on it. Yeah, I ain't got nothing. Look, I can get the little Baskin R, but I can't do all the yada mean. I ain't even got that. But I got one more question for you, Miss Melanie. Because I don't think you were here the other day. We were asking the ladies a question. And ladies, if you have virgin ears, you need to cover your ears. You know, y'all grown, y'all did the dirty do before, so this ain't nothing new to y'all. How do you identify the penis? What term do you use? Do you use cock or do you use dick?
Oh, when I'm talking to my homegirls, I use dick. Mm-hmm. You know what I'm saying? Dick, dong, you know what I'm saying? Ding ding. Wow. With my husband, I guess I call it a cock. But that's because we play around a lot though. Like we just be joking. Like, you know, like sometimes like, cause we just, I don't know, like we real childish like in our marriage. So, you know what I'm saying? Like he'll be like, yeah, he'd be like, baby, you want some cock? You want some, like you want some big white cock? Like, but we just be fucking around. It don't, you know what I'm saying? Not like on no serious shit. But yeah, like when I'm with my home, you know what I'm saying? When I'm with my homegirls or whatever, you know, we talking about, you know, we just say dick or, you know what I'm saying, dong, ding. Well, that's me. Well, I say dick, dong, ding, ding, mushroom tip, you know. But those are my terminologies in terms of the cock.
Okay. Well, we
plus two. Huh?
Now I guess so y'all got some new synonyms. If y'all need to add some synonyms to your.
I was gonna say it depends on the size too. You feel me? Like, you know what I'm saying? If you usually if I'm saying ding ding, that means it's small. Like I'm like, oh my God, like look at his ding ding. Like that usually means it's small. If I say dong, usually, you know what I'm saying, like dong or shlone. I'm giving away all our little secrets. So I call like just like the long white shlone. I don't even know where the fuck I came. Like I think I read that in a book that someone called like the penis a shlone. I was like, but that is a white term in terms of dick, like the shlone. Like, dude, you want to see my shlone? Like, what the fuck? My nigga, you called your dick a shlone? What the okay. But anyways, yeah.
I'm just
I cracked myself up. Yeah. But yes, I'm so sorry, Rashid. I did not mean to call you a nigger girl. Okay, I just like literally had to put on my sexy voice and like try to like piss you off. And oh, by the way, your little moderator Heidi, I cannot stand that bitch. Bitch, I don't fucking like you. I don't. So just that we're clear, bitch, I don't fucking like you.
There's a lot of Heidi beef.
Huh?
There's a lot of Heidi beef this evening.
I just don't like her because, you know, here's the thing. Like, I I'm really like I try to be very cordial with everybody, you know what I'm saying? Like because I don't have any issues with nobody, but that bitch, she just got this arrogance. She has this arrogance about her, like this sense of entitlement that just irritates me to my soul. And I don't even think that I have actually spoken with her directly, but she responds like indirectly to some of my comments that I've made before, and she just rude as fuck. And I don't like that condescending ass tone that she has when she types. Like I don't like people like that. You know what I'm saying? That where you could read their messages and know that it's very condescending in the way that she speaks. That's the type of shit that I don't like. And she has that vibe about her. So, yeah. So, bitch, suck my dick. You know what I'm saying? And on that note, I love everybody else. And I hope you guys all have a wonderful morning.
Well, thanks.
I love you guys. I love the den. Love you, Honcho. I hope you, everyone in the comments. I wish you guys great health, and hopefully you guys are doing well.
Yes.
And good night. But I'll be back in the comments though.
All right. Well, thank you, Miss Mill. I appreciate the call.
Okay, you're welcome. Good night.
All right. We'll take this next call. We'll make this will probably be the last call coming up, so we'll see what's going down. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we have calling into the den this evening or morning? I don't even know what is going on.
This is Miss Grace. How are you?
Miss Grace, how are you doing this late night? I don't know what to call it.
I am wide awake. Are you kidding me? I just had to take 2 Tylenol PM so I can get my butt to sleep. But listen, about the N-word, first of all, I don't think that anyone has any right telling someone else that they can't use a particular word. And all you have to do is use the rule of thumb. If you wouldn't like someone to tell you not to use a word, then you don't do it to anybody else either. The other side is working in the schools. The kids would use that word as a term of endearment. And there were white people that got more offended by it than I did. But I would have to give the kids like a little history lesson about the word, but I also had to say to them that I appreciate that those kids, rather than fighting and killing each other, they were saying, yo, what up, my nigga? You know what I mean? And they were showing each other love. The black, white kids, Spanish kids, they were all doing it. You know what I mean? And so I couldn't knock them for that. Because we hear about kids being so violent to one another. You mean that when they were getting along and doing that, I was looking at the intent. They weren't saying nigga to say anything mean. You mean they were saying nigga as a term of endearment, like you're my homie, you're my boy, I dig you. Or girl, whatever. And I want to clarify one more thing. Earlier when I was talking, I was looking at some of the comments, and I rattled off a bunch of my kids' names, and someone made a comment about it. I have 2 biological children. I had my son when I was a teenager, and I had my daughter 8 years later. The other child that I mentioned is my foster son. He come from a horrible home, and I got him when he was 14 years old. And he left and went to California when he was 18, so both of my boys live in California. And the foster son owns his own business, has a beautiful home, just added an extension to it. He's the greatest father, the greatest husband ever imaginable. He's incredible. You know what I mean? But the rest of his family, if we had a trailer park in our little town, trust and believe his family would have been in it.
Well, that's commendable of you. That's definitely commendable of you, helping that young man out.
So I had 3 kids. So, and biologically, I have 1 biological granddaughter, but he has 3 sons. And that's what I had said to you. I wrote the other day and said I was going up to California, you know what I mean, because I wanted to see the boys and play the grandmother role, because I'm the only mother he knows. You mean, so when we go out to California, the Simi Valley is where he lives, the little white girl next door looks and says, wait a minute, the father's white because he's dead up Portuguese. My son's black. His wife is Mexican. His first wife was black. The little blonde-headed girl next door looks and scratches her head like this family is all over the place. But it's my family. I've raised the most wonderful genetic masterpieces, my 2, and my foster son is more like me than my own son. Okay? So, but that N-word, either everybody say it or nobody, because I'll be damned if somebody's going to tell me I can't say a word.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I wouldn't want anybody to tell me that I can't. That's not right. It's not fair. And it keeps the divide. You know what I mean? And as a people, as a black people, we're so busy in this muddy, because it further muddies the water. We're so busy arguing about a word and diverting all of our attention on a word, something as silly as that, that we're not taking care of what we should be taking care of. And our communities are jacked up and have been for 50, 60 years. Have they not? Failing schools, you know what I mean? High crime, you know what I mean? You show me a raggedy community, the most raggedy community, and chances are it's one of our own. You know what I mean? And that's what we need to focus on. We need to quit making excuses for people. We need to quit blaming everybody else, and it's the white man, and it's this, that, and another. Anything I didn't do more with my life is nobody's fault but my own. I don't give anyone that amount of power. It ain't your fault. You know, if I wanted to be more, I could have done more.
Exactly.
You might get sick of it. Take a personal accountability, people. Quit being babies. You know, and that aggravates me, and I just can't deal with it.
I agree with that.
You know, but okay, I hope these Tylenol PMs kick in.
Well, I hope you're all able to get you some rest. And Miss K. Grace, man, I appreciate you so much for calling in, because I love your insight and I love your views.
Okay. Yeah, hey, wait a minute. Yeah. And I sent you the picture because somebody else, I said, these people get me sounding like, they think I'm some geriatric, senile, little old lady. Don't get it twisted, people. Miss Grace is fly.
Let me check it out. Okay. Would you send it to the email?
I sent it to the email.
Okay.
People think I'm 15, 20 years younger. They think I'm my son's girlfriend.
Let me get that inbox real quick.
Look at it.
All right, well, I appreciate it, Miss Grace.
Did you get it up there yet?
No, I hadn't put it up. I was going to look at it on the phone. I would look at, I keep everything private.
Yep.
But I'm checking it out.
Okay. Yep, okay.
Yeah.
Well, you have a good one, hon.
All right, thank you, ma'am.
Yep, bye-bye.
Look. Let me check this out. Look, that's going to be the wrap for night. We didn't go on long, but let me look at this picture real quick. Hey, look, I'm always for the. Let me hit this. Let me get this show live. Let me switch my email real quick. Look, player. Hold on. Let me see what's happening. It's the wrong email. Get to the right email. There we go. Let's see what we got going. Look, what you said, we was talking about age range the other day. Maybe we can work something. How can we can do some of this Common Core math? We can make this thing, we can make something shake here. That's all I'm saying. Ain't nothing for that, I'm gonna look at that on my own prop. I've always thought that, I always like older women, hey, look, hey, look, Jack, if Lady Honcho ever get to tripping, I'm just saying. But here's my thing. Look, here's my thing, man. But I agree. Here's my thing and what she said, man. And this is what I believe, and this is why I say I'm a firm believer in free speech. One, I want you to let me know exactly how you feel. And I'm intelligent enough to determine whether or not you have malintent in your conversation, or if you mean ill of me when you say something. Otherwise, you just, you're saying some shit. I don't have the energy to devote a lot of emotion to shit. Now, if you gonna come with some shit, because I feel like this, man. I'm a fairly calm individual, for the most part. Y'all hear me? Y'all see? I take these calls and I listen and I try to hear them. If you don't, and I hate to say this, I'm a firm believer everything's not for everybody, so I don't think everybody needs to listen and love my views. I'm not trying to say it like that. But as far as even with people who have differing views than me, I'm a person who will listen, I will understand, I will, we can have a conversation. I'm not going to hate you because we have differing views. So I think that I'm a person that should be, I say I have a big thing about saying that I need to be understood. I need to be, that's very important to me. I need to be understood. And that's why I get frustrated when people say, oh, you hate this person. I do not hate. Like, hate is an emotion. It's a feeling. Like jealousy. I don't have hate. Hate will make me hurt you. Okay? I don't have hate for anybody. I don't want to hurt anybody. That's not. It's people that I severely dislike. I extremely dislike, and people like that, I'll apply pressure on them. You know what I'm saying? I'll apply some pressure on them. I'm gonna make you hate me, but I'll never hate you because you'd have to do something detrimental. I mean, it would have to be something to, you know, some family or some shit like that. Because I'm not worried about me. I'm gonna take care of mine. But like I say, it's individuals. Y'all may see me get into certain demeanors with certain individuals, but I don't hate anybody, right? But so if you're not rocking with my person, that's fine. I don't want everybody. I'm not for everybody. But I'm saying all this to say that I believe, and just like Miss K. Grace said, anything I have never accomplished is my own fault. You know, I used to be of a different mindset when I stopped and took a self-evaluation, a personal audit, and I looked at every mistake or things that did not go right. It was my own fault. Every single thing, whatever I did not accomplish, it was my own fault. You know what I'm saying? You know, all that shit. Like I say, I'm, you know what I'm saying? Like, it's my own fault. And so I believe, and like I say, my pops ain't teach me a whole lot. You know what I'm saying? But one of the few things that I will always recall that he taught me was about personal power. And if I can blame somebody else, if I issue blame on somebody else, I'm issuing power to somebody else. I say, well, the reason I couldn't do that is because this, and this. Okay, well, I just gave that person my power. If I say, oh, well, you know, the only reason I couldn't accomplish this was because, you know, this, and this happened. I've given away my personal power. When I accept, oh yeah, I need to address that too. Y'all gotta understand Heidi. Y'all have to understand what she does. And I don't think a lot of people grasp her sense of humor. Being a foreigner, being you gotta get it. There's no personal stuff in that. Like, Heidi's job is to set the world on fire. Some men I watched Dark Knight earlier. Some men just want to see the world burn. That's it. Like, that's Heidi's whole gig. And if you're not getting it, it's going to get at you. You know what I'm saying? So it's not for everybody, but it's going to get at you. Yeah, that's what I say. It's like, it's hilarious to me because it was time Heidi was getting that beat early on. I was like, this motherfucker. But you just got to understand that. Yeah, Heidi, she's ruthless. And that's the thing that's so great about it. But here's my thing, though. But like I said, it's just, I don't believe in giving away personal power. You know what I'm saying? I don't believe in that. And so if I make excuses or I make blame, that's why I say even with a lot of these racial issues now, that's why I always say, well, what can we do? What can we change? Because I'm talking about putting the power back in your hands. We can talk about all the oppression. We can talk about all the slavery. That sounds good, but that benefits no one having that conversation. You know what I'm saying? No one is benefiting from, well, this happened. That's cool. I mean, history lessons are good so you don't make the same mistakes twice. But where are the solutions? Where are these solutions? And that's what I'm concerned about. Like, we can talk about the past. Guess what? 100 years from now, we can still get to talk about the past. But 100 years from this point, are we going to talk about successes? Are we going to add that to the past when it becomes the past? Or are we going to still complain about the shit that just happened? That's... Prepaid been killing tonight. You had the soundtracks and everything, man. But my thing is that's what I view it on. And as long as we continue to look over our shoulder, well, this, and this is going on, this happened back here, you're steadily walking past all the opportunities that are right here in your face. You got a lot. Everybody might be dead, but you know, I'm gonna keep on kicking as long as I can. We might be looking like Futurama, be a bunch of heads in a jar. But my thing is this, man. My thing is this. You have to compartmentalize, I guess. Yes, there's a place for the past history, Jim Crow, racism, slavery conversation. But that's not a conversation we need to continue to have every day. Because what happens is people use that for every excuse possible when the power is in your control. Like, That's my thing. It's just like, come on, man. Like, if you recognize that, yeah, this stuff did happen. We're resilient people. I'm going to overcome because of all of that. Again, y'all know who probably had some of that in their history too? Fucking Robert Smith. You know what I'm saying? Motherfucker Robert Smith had his people went through slavery. His people had, Jim Crow, oppressive laws on him, things like that. How the fuck he got $5 billion? I didn't. That's my thing. That's why I say I look at a lot of these people who are successful. I'm like, well, how did they do it? And if you look at them outside of the entertainers, even the entertainers and successful actors, a lot of them have a similar story too. And it all goes to focus, hard work, not sweating a lot of bullshit. Now, you got a lot of people now. Now what you have to do is, you got a lot of people who come up off, especially this race bait, and a lot of people don't even see it's your own people race baiting you. Like, why is every story with niggas on some old drama broke down? Like, you got a lot of black directors, you got a lot of black actors. You can, these same people can do all this shit. Why do they make the same story over and over? Why aren't they changing the narrative? Why do they only feel like they make it the same? Because that's what we gravitate towards. That's what we're going to spend money on. That's what we're going to continue to fucking look for, because that's the story we associate ourselves with. You got to change the fucking story, man. And when my perspective changed on the story, that's when I said things opened up, opportunities opened up for me. But if you use that as a reason why you can't get ahead for any reason whatsoever, it's racism, it's this. Well, I guess that some people are just super lucky, because these people who operate a certain way, and I'm not saying everybody who operates that way, there's a lot of stories you're not going to hear, but when you hear people who have benefited, who have thrived in certain segments of society, but the same issues you have come from the same neighborhoods that were down bad that you did, but they made certain decisions, they were successful. But everybody who doesn't make those decisions, all them people, they Coonan, they Uncle Tom, and they're not complaining about the same problem. So how did even Coonan and Uncle Tom, and what is it, like, why is that a big factor? Like, but these are the same people we want to, they don't come back to the hood. They don't do this and they don't do that. But yet, because as soon as they start doing well for themselves, we start undermining everything they ever did. Oh, it's because they sold out, or because they forgot where they came from, or all this other stuff. It's like, we do the most damage to ourselves, man. You know what I'm saying? And that's the shit that bothers me. Like, we can talk about racism, we can talk about niggas, we can talk about all this other shit, and this is people as a whole, not just black folks. Anybody who's being held down, it's the damage that you're doing to yourself. It ain't nobody out. I'm not gonna say there ain't nobody out to get you, okay? There may be something here, something there. But for the most part, that's your ego selling you some wolf tickets. You know what I'm saying? That's your ego selling you some wolf tickets and some excuses as to why you shouldn't pursue to your maximum opportunity. You know what I'm saying? And that's what barbecue. That's what motherfuckers gotta realize, man. Your ego will defeat you. Your ego is a motherfucker. It's your ego selling you this shit, and I can't make it because they got this set up where I can't win. But this nigga look just like you and he winning. This nigga look just like you and he winning. Why ain't you winning? Oh, because you're not making the same decisions they're making. And that's what motherfuckers got to realize. I'm not saying don't ever remember slavery. Don't ever, man, know your history, but don't perpetually live your history every day when none of us were really living that. Well, the majority of us have, and some of it, like, I'm not going to knock it. Miss Meat shared her experience early on, and she say, hey, going through that part of Georgia, motherfuckers on the porch with the shotgun talking crazy. That's understandable. But what you must realize is the majority of us have not had those experiences. The majority of us have not dealt with that. The majority of us are living vicariously through the same bullshit that Sean King posts to y'all every motherfucking day. Somebody hit me today and said, Honcho, hey, you may be right about Sean King. I'm like, what the fuck you mean? I know I've been right about Sean King. Because they were talking about another case that took place with a similar situation, but the roles were reversed. And they're like, he ain't never talk about this. And saying it was a celebrity that was involved in it. I said, of course not. Because it doesn't push the narrative that he wants to push to you. You know what I'm saying? That's why he's not selling. But yet people think this dude is genuine. Why is he only focusing on one thing? Because yes, exactly, pimping for poverty, pimping that poverty. And you got a lot of these dudes. Why don't they handle other situations? Why do they only show up in these same type cases? Because they know that's where we're gonna look, that's where we're gonna focus, that's where we're gonna give our. See, we told y'all this is happening, this is happening. And I'm not saying it doesn't happen. Anything you look for, if you look hard enough, you will find. You know what I'm saying? You will find whatever it is you're looking for. And my thing is this, and if you're in a place where you feel like you're not getting respected, you're not getting what you deserve, I tell you, I got to find that podcast. I got to see if it's still up. It was like the something nomad. Because the dude, he would go from country to country, just tell you how to live in various countries and set up small businesses to where you can live lavishly in different countries. And it really didn't cost that much. He would teach you about getting passports and just being able to do things in various countries, you know, knowing the rules and how you can go to one country for a couple of days and then switch back over, have your passport renewed, and you can still remain an American. I think you got to just be in America for like 17 days a year and you can still like remain an American citizen. It was just a bunch of shit. He was always dropping game. But he said this, what he would say is, go where you're treated best. Go where you're treated best. And if you know you're legitimately in a situation where you're not getting treated a certain way, then go elsewhere. You know what I'm saying? Go elsewhere. Straight up. But yeah, man. But again, you got people like, y'all think these people have your best interest in mind. But the thing about it is, these people are winning off your emotions. And that's what you got to realize. You know what I'm saying? That's what you got to realize. But who's doing the most damage? Like, I understand healing love with. Look, I'm all about that. I'm all about that. I've told y'all, I've spoken my preference so many times, and it's nothing new. And it's not that I don't say that there are beautiful white women and Hispanic women and all these other things. But my personal preference, shit, I showed y'all last night. Look, hey, look, Jack. I want to bring the picture up again, goddamn. Look. But that's my thing. That's the thing that turns me on. That's what I find amazing. Does everybody agree with that? No, we talked about hair last night. We talked about Mr. Cleisha called in. She talked about how sometimes, you know, we put pressure on ourselves, and we talked about how some men who tell women to do this, that, and the third. Look, Jack, I'm all about love. I'm all about healing and all this other stuff. But at the same time, can we acknowledge that we do the most damage to ourselves? We do that. Can we acknowledge? You say post them again. Let's bring it back one more time. Why not? And then we go get ready to wrap it up. I'm gonna get off my rant. But I think it's worth. Well, I think it's worth everybody seeing it again. I don't think. I hope I ain't delete them. Huh? Did I? Where they at? Oh, come on. I know I didn't. I know I just seen them. Okay, there they go. I'm gonna hit that button for y'all, man. Look, Heidi's just being misunderstood. You know what I'm saying? They can't be misunderstood. She's just misunderstood, and some of y'all don't like that. Some of y'all be treating us men the same way, trying to abuse us. They don't get the Heidi sense of humor, and they don't like it. I think her name is Uchimba or something like that. But again, is that in America? Because she's Nigerian, so I don't think that's. I don't know if that's in. I don't know if that's in America. So you know, a nigga might have to go international. She look like she cooking and cleaning and she working out. She ain't look. You can go follow Instagram and see where she working up to get to that. It ain't no, you know, ain't no Dr. Oz or Miami or whoever them niggas is. Cause she put work in that. She she puts in the work. Let me paint a better picture here. Let me switch it up. Look, I'm gonna give y'all both the ones I got. Other than that, y'all gotta go to the Instagram. But this is my thing, right? This is my thing. Yeah, that's what I said. Heidi, all right. Heidi has been no harm. It's just there's ain't no emotion. She cutthroat. Go to Ghana? Okay, well look, I'm telling y'all, I told y'all, look, if my current relationship, if everything ever goes south, I'm going international. Like, yeah, I ain't joking. I'm going international. I think I'm playing. If I go find me, there's a lot of them like that. Okay, I'm gonna go find me about 3. Who need a green card? But like I say, you know, my thing is this. Look, we got like them niggas out there trying to share the J's. I'm gonna go do the fellas a favor. I'll go to Ghana. I'll sacrifice. I'll go over there. I'll hunt. I'll see what we can find. I'll bring back a flock. You know what I'm saying? I'll bring back a flock of them. And then, you know, we open up one of them, they'll shut that brothel down quick. Everybody will go out of business. They'll be mad. They'll be, they trying to get us. Look, I'm just saying. Like, I'm not saying I'm picking one. I'm saying I'm AA. You know, if the fellas need a server, I'll go out and pick them up. I'm not going to do nothing. You know, I'm just going to go pick them up. I'm going to bring them back. You know what, we'll be flying overseas like the big ballers do. But, you know, again, all I'm saying is I agree with all that, but at the same time, we got to stop pushing all our problems on everybody else doing this to us, everybody else doing that to us, when at this point, all the power is in your hands, you know. Because what it is, man, motherfuckers will tell you, oh, well, black people got all the spending power in the world. You know, we got the most spending power in America. Oh, but we not buying, we can't afford to live in our own neighborhoods. We can't, you know, we getting gentrified, you know what I'm saying? We struggling with this, that, and the third. Like, it doesn't make sense. It put the phone on full screen. It doesn't make sense. So that's what I'm saying. Like, let me see if I can put the number on there. You know what I'm saying? I think it's something like this. But my thing is, so whose fault is it that we don't spend wisely? If we're not spending the money properly, whose fault is that? Is that white people's fault that we're not spending money right? Are we not investing? All the information is there. You don't have to. The same information that somebody throw out on the tube or they throw out on these anywhere. You can go get these books. Guess what? The library got books. There is no race ban on the books. You know what I'm saying? The same books white people can check out and read, same books you can go buy and read are accessible to you no matter what your race is. That's the funny thing about it. But guess what we don't want to do? Guess what we don't want to do? You know what I'm saying? We don't want to fucking do that. And that's the problem. Like, that's why I don't be on this, you know, oh, it's this and that. I understand. I'm well aware of everything that has happened in the past. But guess what? Right now, maybe they say it behind my back. Maybe it's whatever else. I live in a primarily white area. I see niggas every other day. Well, I got a neighbor upstairs. We hardly speak. We be mugging each other. The nigga be mugging me, and I be mugging him. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? It's so shit. What the fuck? You know, it's just natural niggerisms. You know, they got try to leave. You can't leave all the nigga out. You don't trust him. You don't trust me. It's all good. I respect it. But you know what I'm saying? I don't trust Lady Listen. So we see what she talking about. Yeah, and that's what I'm saying. And that's the thing. So it's look, we got these outrageous standards. We just got these like, again, we don't want to win. And again, it's easy to point the finger at somebody else. 60K, you doing all right. You not doing bad. You know what I'm saying? I don't know. Why should I open up the line for Lady? I don't trust her. She ain't got no love for the den. I guess we'll see. You'll get a special treatment. I don't know. We gotta take a vote. If we should open up the line for Lady, let's just put a 1. If we shouldn't, put a 0. This is the black community. Trust me, I mean, whatever we have saying. But that's the thing. But here's the deal, Joe. But that's what I'm saying. And shout out to Teddy, man. I fuck with Teddy, man. Because that's the thing. We look at, oh, it's us, it's this and this, but it's a infectious mentality. The same way anybody else can come up, everybody can come up. It's just the way you operate. You know what I'm saying? It's the way you operate. It's like, I don't get how niggas ain't got shit going down, but you got $300-400 pair of shoes on your feet. You got a fucking $400-500 belt on, but you struggling. You oppressed, my nigga. You oppressed. You oppressed because you didn't fucking, the belt too motherfucking tight or some shit. I don't fucking know, but it's like, it don't make any sense. Like, the shit that we say does not make sense. All I see is zeros. I don't see no ones. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, they said the funeral, I think, is on the 22nd. And then they're saying that somebody else, that old buddy told somebody else in jail where she was, and that he went to the laws first before Quanell X did. So I don't know, but he in there for aggravated assault, so they weren't trying to hear that nigga. All right, Miss Lady, call in. I got you. We'll take a lady call. I don't trust that nigga. I have my particular reason why I don't trust that nigga. You know what I'm saying? But I fuck with everybody. My thing is, I'm just telling you what my situation is. If you fuck with me, I fuck with you. But if you on some old suspect behavior and anybody can peep that, I'm not encouraging that shit. And if I know you a questionable ass character, I don't fuck with my own kinfolk. Because they're questionable. I'm not going to make excuses for that's the problem we got. We make excuses for certain motherfuckers, and then we down talk to motherfuckers who are actually doing successful and then doing something legit. But we'll make excuses for our cousin out there posting on the block selling dope. Got enough money to get off the block. He done made, he done made 60, 70,000 in a year, but he in poverty because you making bad decisions with your money. You got 60K in the shoebox. You know what I'm saying? But you struggle. You done made that in a few months, but yet you struggling, man. Get up out and do something different, man. You can start. You can do this. A lot you can do. I'm not gonna sit here and act. When you in it, and you doing something different. But like I said, my mentality was fucked off then. It wasn't even. It was just about something to fucking do. I mean, like I said, that's a whole nother story. We'll share it another time. But you gonna call in, Miss Lady, or what? I got the line up. What do you need the number? You need to have it locked in. But all I'm saying is this. Man. You know quality black people when you see them, but for the most part, we feel a funny way about interacting with people who are doing good for themselves. We feel like niggas who done came up and got out, they feel like they too good. Nah, them niggas will fuck with you if you're trying to fuck with yourself. But if you want them to do something for you and then you keeping the same mentality, no, they're not gonna fuck with you. It's not gonna change. What's the motherfucking deal? Who do we got calling in to the den? Hold on, fucking microphone. Let me see. What's the motherfucker? Give me now. Hello? Yeah, hello.
Can you hear?
Can you hear me now?
Oh, yeah.
Good.
What's the motherfucking deal?
What is going down, Miss Lady Licious? How you feeling this evening? What's going down?
Oh man, today's I'm in between. I'm trying to stay positive. I'm glad I caught y'all online too. Okay. Well,
what's on your mind? What would you like to speak on? Just, if you need to vent, if you need to release, we are your friends in the den, so just tell us how you feel.
I know it, my damn family and shit, you know what I'm saying? I was like, oh my God, all these ones, and you talking about zeros, you an asshole, but it's all right though. No, you see how y'all reacted to that picture, though. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Then y'all wonder why females try so hard, you know what I'm saying, to get to that standard. Y'all motherfuckers are sitting over here talking about, oh, y'all would probably drink that bitch bathwater, huh? You know what I'm saying? But that's what I'm talking about.
What you talking about?
Anyway.
Look, she is a unique. The reason why she is unique. But here's the: if every woman looked like her, then she wouldn't get the same response, But because she is such an exquisite specimen, it's just.
But I'm saying, but if I don't do what they do, because they, I'm talking about. Sadly, everybody can't be, natural and like that. You know what I'm saying? I think there's a lot of beautiful women that don't look like that. You know what I'm saying?
Why can't they do that?
I mean, I'm saying that's why they try so hard to look like that.
But why
you know what I'm saying? Because look at the response y'all give. Y'all motherfuckers say, I pay that bitch rent. I'm finna drag her ass.
But that's out of respect for the work that she is putting in. That's out of respect for the work that she is putting in, and that she has reaped the benefits of her hard work, and it is paid off in appropriate attention.
True. But that's what I'm saying, though. That's why women try so hard, to get to that level. That's why, some people can't. Okay. And this, it's got to do with either some kind. Yeah, no, you can't. Not everybody.
You can get close.
Females got a lot of different bone structure.
Let me
some people are just naturally big. You can't have little hips like that. I know I can't have. Well, she ain't got no little hips. She this guy, I don't know what the fuck.
That gym, that
You know
gym
what I'm
is a
saying? But
motherfucker.
motherfuckers, they out there.
Like that gym is a motherfucker. That's all I'm gonna say. If you dedicated, oh, you can make it happen. But you just gotta want it. Not everybody wants it. Like everybody can do it. And of course, everybody's not gonna have the exact same shape. It's gonna
Looking
be
out now, ain't it, Hans?
huh? Hello? Uh-oh. You still there?
When we gonna start our work? Yeah.
You kind of cutting in and out. I couldn't hear what you were saying.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I have to use Wi-Fi because my phone don't. Yeah, my phone. You know, I'm staying as a Wi-Fi calling right now.
Okay, you cutting in and out. I'm catching bits and pieces and bits. I don't know. Miss Lady still there? Hello. Okay, she cut out. I'll wait and see if she called back in. None of y'all else call. I ain't taking nobody else call but Lady, goddamn. Yeah, we on Lady. I was definitely playing longer than the conversation got very interesting. But here's the deal. You know, Hispanics talk about they talk. Look, Americanized Hispanics talk bad about recently immigrated Hispanics. Trust me, the white folks. But see, here's the thing. Let me explain why that is. And this is like I say with cultures. Do well-to-do white people associate themselves with trailer park trash? Do they like identify? Do they say, man, hey, you know what? You know, we're getting held down because those people in the trailer park over there. Are they more likely to associate them with the people that do well in their society? And that's the problem. Like, we will embrace the project behavior, all of that stuff. And yes, we know people from there. We got family, and you feel bad for them. But at the same time, you know what's right and what's wrong. You know what I mean? Like, you know what's right and what's wrong, and we all do. And I think you have to disconnect that emotion. That's, I think, the hardest part for a lot of us. And let's be real. Let's be real. It's a difference when you're talking. Every segment of society has a dichotomy. You have, like I say, you have black people. You got niggas. You got white people. You got white trash. You got Mexicans. You got, I don't know what you call them. I mean, to be the derogatory term, you say spics and wetbacks, but I don't even think all wetbacks are bad people. Like, I never heard the term wetback still hanging around Mexicans. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, it cut out. You can call back in, Miss Licious, if you want to. I was trying to wait for you. But what I'm saying is, you got to associate yourself with quality people. Period. And that's what everybody like. Man, I remember watching that fucking Amy Wong thing, that comedy special a while back, and I didn't think Asians hate on each other. Asians hate on each other. They talk. You got classy Asians, you got trashy Asians, and they were talking about because she was talking about she mixed with Asians, so it's like Taiwanese and Vietnamese or something, and something else or something. So it's like they both have, like, Japanese is supposed to be classy Asian, and then the other one is trashy Asian. Like, everybody hates on their own to some extent. If you're looked at as being a failure in your culture, or you're a bad representation of your culture, people gonna talk about it because you're associated with that. But my thing is, as niggas, we push the nonsense to the forefront, and then the people who are doing well, who are doing great for themselves, who are doing, you know, good things, it's like we disassociate with them. Oh, they think they're white. We don't even want to say they speak proper. Oh, they think they're talking white. Like fucking my boy Dan the Man called in. Everybody automatically assumed Dan was a white guy. After he had said most times that he had an afro and that, you know, the chicks in his neighborhood and all this other stuff, Dan was a white guy. Dan was a white guy because he talked properly. I made the mistake, I think, when Ashley called in the first time, and I called Ashley white because she spoke properly. And so all I'm saying is, we pick and choose what we want to hear, what we want to rock with, because we especially when you're grown. They say once you're like 33, 34, that you're basically stuck in your habits. For most people, it's hard to change. You're stuck in your way of thinking. You're not going to change. I think that's one thing I'm thankful for, because I'm always open to a new way of thinking. That's the one thing that I used to remember from the Bible, if I don't remember anything else, and that was to I can't even say the paragraph right. Whether you believe in the Bible or not, I think it's a great thing. And he was basically approaching shit like a child. Always trying to have the mind of a child. which is being open to learning new things, open to embracing new things and understanding. Like, I never act like I go into a situation where I just know everything. Oh, I know it all and I'm the end all be all at that, because I think that blocks your mind off from being able to learn something new. You know what I'm saying? And so, you know, again, it's all good. It's all good. And that's why I approach everything. So that's why, man, that's probably part of the reason why I enjoy listening to y'all so much, because like I say, y'all have a different story. I don't know y'all's story. So I'm going to open up and I'll be open-minded. And even if I don't 100% agree with what you were talking about, it's your story, it's your view, it's your perspective, it's your experience. And so I'm going to respect that. Not everybody can do that. Not everybody does that. Even when we have conversations in the chat, you go back and forth, you can see somebody saying, hey, this is what's happening. This is, nah, fuck that. That ain't happening. All y'all are doing this. Or on the other side, oh, all y'all are doing that. You know what I'm saying? No. I'm not getting handled with no excessive force. That's why people who will let themselves get handled with excessive force get excessive force. Again, it's a lot of folks that you can say that came from us, the same environment as a lot of us, and have done better for themselves. But if you embrace a certain mentality, you're going to get handled with that mentality. Like I say, man, I done been in some shit. And I'm going to leave it at that. And because of the way I handled myself in those particular situations, my outcome was, for the most part, positive. You know what I'm saying? And that's how I look at it. But I see niggas get into the same situations I've been in, and they start pointing fingers and blaming and doing all this other shit. And it's just like, when you wonder why your outcome turned out the way that it did. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, we'll sit here and say, again, you can't sit here, no one can sit here and tell me that as black people, we don't push the worst of the shit to the forefront. Do we win? Like I said, nobody knew who Robert Smith was. I'm not gonna front and act like, oh, yeah. I knew who he was about 2 years ago. Because you know what I do? You know what I do? And I'm not what I used to do. Let me not sit here and say that I know what I do. What I used to do is I would look up historically successful black people. So there were black doctors during the slave days that were doing all right for themselves. Not every nigga was a slave. You know, somebody shared about, black slave owner, one of the first slave owners. This is a fact. He had black slaves, he had some white slaves, one of the first slave owners in recorded history. And he used to go to court against the white people because they were mad, and he would win. You know what I'm saying? And he would win. And that's what people like. If you knew the more powerful stories, that we're hiding the stories from ourselves. If we only know, oh, well, MLK, hey, MLK Day, MLK, and that's all you know. Well, all you're going to think is we've been getting stepped on. But why have there been successful blacks throughout history who played by their own rules and who made their own mark because they didn't follow the status quo? If we looked at more of their stories and followed more of their leads, then we'd have a different outcome instead of just using, well, it's because of this, it's because of this, it's because of this. If more people thought with their mentality, all that because of this, because of that, and because of the third, it wouldn't have happened. And that's the issue. That's the issue. It's been several, I can't want to say it was gas. I'll talk about a gentleman from Detroit. He's like 100 millionaire. He's an older guy now. He's about 60 or 70 now. I'm gonna try to go back and find a list of a lot of these videos that I watched. I should have put them all on the playlist. It's the insurance guy out of Atlanta, was very successful, worth a lot of money. You have people all over this country who have found success. So how can these people who are going through the same thing, suffering in the same way, what made them different? What made them different than any other nigga? You know what I'm saying? Well, I can't name too many positives. Let's play a game who can name the most positives. Shit, let's go for it. Get to name it. What's positive? Because what is the Black American culture? Define what that is. Define to me what the Black American culture is, and we can play the game. Because I'm not sure what it is. I don't really know what that means at this point. And that's just being honest with you. Because if you ask somebody, it's, eating soul food and listening to rap music. If you ask somebody else, the culture is, being resilient because we've overcome so much to get to this point. If you ask somebody else, it's Real Housewives of Atlanta. You know what I'm saying? Like, there's so many, it depends on who you ask what the culture is. What is the culture? You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm trying to find out. Like, you tell me what that is and we can play that game. But all I'm saying is this. Niggas don't want to know positives because it's easy to keep that victim mentality. It's easy to keep that narrative that we're being stepped on. When you go look at some of these greats and what they did to get where they were. You talking about Madam C.J. Walker. It was a chick, I forgot the one, damn it, what was her name? In L.A. And they got a church named after her because she was basically like the side chick of this Mormon dude. And then she ended up inheriting some of the money, and then she ended up donating a lot of money to some churches out there in L.A. Not Boosie, it was Boo something anyway. But there's a church, there's like a little avenue named after her. Millionaire, black, back then. Madam C.J. Walker was a slave, millionaire. And we talk about when you talk about motherfuckers was nickel and diamond for real, what nickel and diamond really was, millionaire. So if they were able to do it, why can't we do it? Why didn't, say, look, my friend, promise that what you do, what friend? Sauerkraut and bratwurst. Look, I don't know what friend, goddamn. But like I say, my deal is this, man. Like, it's there to be done. It's just mentality, man. It was exactly. I want to hear more about Malcolm than motherfucking me than MLK. Malcolm gave you way more game than MLK did. You know what I'm saying? But people don't want to hear that. You'll sit here and holler at you voting Democrat, but you talking about, Malcolm X. You already fucked up. If I see somebody talking about they're voting Democrat or they're liberal, but they rock with Malcolm X, I already know they weren't paying no attention. Oh, yeah, okay. Hey, watch yourself with that Eddie. You know what I'm saying? Watch yourself there, lady, listen. But that's what I'm saying, because my thing is, the common thread that you see with people who are successful is that they believe they're going to be successful against all the odds, no matter what. They don't care. Like I say, and that's the problem. I don't know motherfuckers that went from stripping at the age of 14, 15 years old, and now they have six-figure businesses, and they've been looking. These people were video vixens, and they were, they could have been still hopping around in the video. They still young enough to do it. They still, in the age range to do it, and now they own quality businesses. They're promoting other women, teaching other women how to get six-figure businesses. You can do anything you want to. You could have easily made that same excuse a lot of other strippers do, and then get burnt out and get hulled out, and motherfucking me, make excuses. I'm a body out, and I done had a whole bunch of kids. And this chick had multiple kids and dealt with rappers and all kinds of stuff. She still could have been a whole groupie. But instead, she paved her own lane and doing successful, got smart with them. Like, man, all I'm telling you, man, is there's no excuse. If you determine and you have a plan, you can make it. That's it. Period. If you allow all this nonsense, static, and interference to get in your way, these distractions, if you let the distractions get in your way, you will become distracted and you will veer off the path. You know what I'm saying? And that's what it is. Shit. Niggas like pimping Malcolm more than they like preaching Malcolm, goddamn. They like Malcolm because with Denzel playing a role or something, like, it's crazy stuff, man. And all I'm saying is, it's good to fall in love. We romanticize a lot of this shit. But let's be real, man. Let's be real. We can look at the conversations we've been having, man, and we can see a lot of the vibe right here. We can see a lot of the vibe right here as to why, we want to talk about love and this, that, and the third. Shit. We talk about we struggling broke, but then in the same voice, you talking about, I can't have nobody who making less than this much money. But we struggling broke and oppressed. So it sounds like you minimizing your numbers. Like, it's just so much self-contradiction going on. And the reason I say this, man, because like I thought like most people. Until like I had, like I say, an awakening, and I started realizing some things. And when I saw these things play out in my life, then I started to realize, hey, maybe the way I've been thinking my whole life isn't quite right. When I started changing my thoughts, it was as simple as changing my thought process. And I started seeing these things play out. It is what it is. You know what I'm saying? But exactly, prepaid border perfect, as always, man. You know what I'm saying? As always. And that's what it is. People want the pre-built everything. They want everything. And again, Ain't nothing wrong with that. You know, you make your own truth. If you feel like you're a queen and you just deserve to have a red carpet rolled out for you as soon as you walk out, that's fine. But then if you're going to say at the same time, everybody broke, everybody this, then you setting your expectations real slim. And it's a lot of competition out there. Look, the picture we just showed, look, hey, all I'm saying, man, if she broke, she don't need no broke man, then maybe she need to get some money and not be broke. You know, why she can't help him up out of the mud? Why is it always got to be him helping her out the mud? You know what I'm saying? We talk about equality, we talk about fairness and all this other stuff, but it's always expected for one side to pull the other up out the mud, but it can never be exchanged. You know, what if he had something going for him, and if he fell on a situation, hard time, say, hey, you know what, I got faith in you, I believe in you, and she becomes that backbone that helps him to excel to the next level. You know? But instead, that the good guy or the straight up dude that's doing that don't get no love. But the nigga, as long as he prison swole, you know, and he can break your back in, you'll give him a shot. You'll deal with it. You'll tolerate it. And you never see any progress. You'll never see any change. You don't ever see nothing. Again. But you'll be okay with that. But the nigga who got a little dead end job and he just trying to make it and he trying to get it all together and he working with everything he got to get to that next level. Oh, he ain't making, he ain't good enough. But Mr. Bro Your Black Out, he cool, right? He cool. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, Shannon will tell that to everybody else, because look, these niggas going in and out of jail or prison. Jail is one thing, prison is different. They're going in and out of prison and they coming home to open arms, plenty of women. Okay, well why can't she be the one? Why can't she be the one that's got a little something to help him get on his feet? Why is it always leaning to one way? That's what I'm trying to understand. You know? Okay, well who fault she got kids? Nobody told her to do that. You know what I'm saying? Some dog have guys. Look, they just don't want you to know their car. You know what I'm saying? Well, if she broke and she got kids, then she fuck it up. Already, so she already in a situation. If you saying that she broke and then she got kids, she fuck it up. You know what I'm saying? Like shit. How's that on him? Because what did they say? Man, Charlene called in with a stat the other day and he was talking, I forgot what he said, the number of actual black men that don't have kids. So it's a significant number of them that don't have kids. And it's just really a lot of the same niggas having a lot of the kids. So there's a large number of black men that don't have kids. But then the same thing is, and it is what it is, you're entitled to feel how you feel. You have all these women say, well, I don't want a man with kids because I already got kids. How is that fair? You know what I'm saying? How is this logic justifiable? You know what I'm saying? How is this logic justifiable? I don't got no fucking kids. I've been fucking since the age of 13. I got partners shit. They don't got no kids. Got a lot of partners with no kids in their 30s because they chose not to. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, I'm finna call it a wrap here in just a second. We about to hit the 5-hour mark, so about 3-4 more minutes. I'm gonna keep ranting till I can run out of juice. So I'm gonna crash and well, actually I'm gonna go take a shower and crash in the bed. You know, but again, these men who work hard, that put in a lot of work, that have made more conscious decisions. And this is not to say I ain't had a chick try to hit me with the okie doke and all that other stuff. But I've already told y'all, you know, my thoughts and my situations. You know what I'm saying? And look, the chick that put in all that work with me, you know, it was a very unfortunate situation in which she passed. She's no longer with us. I don't see any other chick putting in the work on the level that she did, you know, for me to want to have those kids. And that's just kind of what it is. That's just what it is. And I mean, I'm gonna be honest with that. It sounds fucked up. And then, you know, look, hey, you know, I'm gonna have to homeschool them because I ain't finna put them in no fucking public education with everything they doing now. Hey, you know, well, women have penises too. Fuck no. Shit. It ain't finna happen, man. You know. And so all I'm saying is, look, y'all talking about this, and this, but I know plenty niggas that ain't, man, what's the motherfucking deal, man? I know plenty niggas that's not in that situation, but because these are good men working good solid jobs, you know, doing what they supposed to, because they don't look this particular way, they don't look, you know, they might just be some old regular ass niggas. They not finna get the time of day, they not finna get the love, they not finna get any of that shit. Yeah, exactly. Men can have it. This is the second or third case I heard this week. They talking about a man having kids. No, that is a woman who is, you know, playing dress up or whatever the fuck it is, and she decided to do that for some reason while she got pregnant. Because I'll say one story. This kid gonna be all the way fucked up, right? The kid, supposed to be the man in the relationship, got knocked up by what's supposed to be the woman in the relationship. So technically the man is having the baby. And so it's a man that's transitioning to a woman knocked up the woman that's transitioning into a man, and this is a family now. You know what I'm saying? Good night, Miss Marie. You said you mentioned Bull work, you got a card and had a place for him to come to, name and kept jobs. But see, that's what I'm saying. But did you see something different in him as compared to other situations? There's a lot of niggas, you know, they gonna still do the same old, right? They still gonna do the same old. But my thing is, y'all gotta pick better men. Like, here's the deal, and not to put all the blame on the women, but Rob said some great things. Shout out to Rob, man. And if women started choosing a different type of man, guess what's going to happen? Men are going to start acquiescing to that type of man. They're going to start chasing. If y'all only started fucking accountants, if only accountants was getting all the pussy, guess what men going to start doing? They going to all become fucking accountants. But because the bar is so fucking low, you know what I'm saying? Because the bar is so fucking, ain't no double talk. I'm straight talk. You just don't want to hear what I'm saying. You just picking up the pieces you want. But what I'm saying is, so if y'all decide, hey, you know what, this gangster shit is out, this thug shit is out, we ain't fucking with niggas like that no more. All the chicks who already got them, y'all can keep them. We up in the pussy standards, right? Men would change. I guarantee it. I guarantee it. Men are gonna do what women like so that they can get action. That's just point blank period. It is what it is. This is the truth, but you don't want to hear it. I'm trying to give y'all the truthest. But good night either way, Miss Rashida. But again, and that's all it is, man. Everybody has to play their role, but when right now the man, look, I put it to you like this. If I was gonna say, you know what, I'm gonna go back to the old Honcho. I'm gonna start cheating and doing all this other shit. It would not take me very much time to find somebody willing and knowing my entire situation, knowing that I'm in a relationship and everything else I got going on, who would be more than willing to fuck with it. Because the bar is so low. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? It's like, it's so low. It's not hard. There is no challenge. There is no effort into it anymore. So if women start saying, you know what, since y'all are better at controlling the needs and stuff anyway, right? Y'all say, hey, you know what, if this man is not going to make a commitment to me, if he's not going to show me that he's willing to do this, that, and the third, if he doesn't have a skill set, if he's not, you know, in pursuit of doing something legitimate, if he's not trying, and it's not that he has to have $100K salary, but hey, if this man is really trying to do something, he's showing that he's dedicated and working, even though it may not be the best thing, then I'll entertain it. If you set a standard, men will start having standards. You know what I'm saying? But if it's just like, all I got to do is go to the club, tell you a few nice words, buy you a couple of drinks, and we can head to the 2 for $20. What am I doing all that other stuff for? And if I pipe you down good the first time, you're going to call me back. I ain't got to do shit for you. Then, you know, we engage a few times, and then, you know, now you catch your feelings. I ain't never said I wanted to catch feelings. I ain't never said I wanted to do all this. And then now I'm a whole ass nigga and all this other. It's like, it's simple, man. It's crazy shit. All right, Miss Lady, appreciate you coming through. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, thank you, Coco. And that's all I'm saying. It's a lot of people don't want to hear it. It doesn't feel good to hear. It doesn't feel good to say. And that's what people don't like. All I'm saying is, okay, if money can't be included in the standard, then a man should be allowed. If that's going to be the standard, something that is as superficial as money, because money comes and goes, then looks, you know, hairstyle, whatever this person's personal preferences should be included in the standard too. And so there should be no judgment about somebody saying they don't like any particular things, and nobody should say anything about that, because that's superficial shit. Money comes and goes, so do hoes and clothes. That's a lie my partner used to always say. Money comes and goes, so do hoes and clothes, man. Looks fade, but if the money fades, you want out, right? So if that's the case, you talking about you trying to give me a depreciating asset, which is appearance was pussy. The more you use it, it is what it is. And so that asset is depreciating. So, but you want me to hold up my end of the bargain, right? So if you sitting there saying, oh, well, he got to have so much money. Okay, that's cool. That'll work. But then you can't be mad if he wants to have a chick that looks a certain way that he wants to spend that money on. You can't be mad, oh, he only want to do this or he only want to do. He should be allowed to have all the superficial shit that he wants. But if you're not bringing nothing to the table equal to match it, then what do you really have to say about it? Oh, you should take care of me. Okay, well, I'm gonna take care of something I want to look at, something I want to deal with, something I want to be involved with. And if attitude and all this other stuff comes with that, and if it's all these other things that I don't want, then I'm not gonna entertain it. And then now he a whole ass, ain't no good men, ain't no this, and this. But you done set this standard on a dude who will be willing to grow with you, help you overcome all the things that have happened in your past, but he don't make enough money. This man is truly interested in you, do anything for you, rub your feet and do all that other off the wall ass shit, but he don't make enough money, so I can't entertain his advances. He works, but it's not enough. I want more. Like, it's like, come on, man. It's like, yeah, you want to do something, but hey, why can't you be the motivation to make him want to make more? Why can't you be the motivation to inspire him to do better with himself so that he makes more? Nobody wants to do that. Everybody wants everything pre-made, pre-built, and just walk into it and it's all done. Nobody wants to put any effort in anything. All right, Miss K. Grace, I appreciate you coming through. Yeah, look, I said I'm going to stop talking. I'll talk for another 5, 6, 7, 8 minutes. I'm going to have more appreciation for the woman that was along the journey with me. I'm going to feel like she's more of a indispensable asset than the chick who came along after I got everything. Well, I got this bitch. Let me throw this bitch away. Let me go get me another one. I got this one. I had her. I still got everything. I don't need her. I'm going to throw her away. I don't care about her. But the chick who helped me build that empire, the chick who, okay, well then that's what I'm saying. So if you want a man with money, he's going to choose based on looks. And then can't nobody be mad about anything about that. Good night, Coco. Appreciate you coming through. But all I'm saying is, but if you're willing to build with the man who doesn't have as much, but you know that he's striving, he's achieving for more, and you're that inspiration, you're that motivation, and you're willing to build with him, that's much more valuable than, or you become much more valuable than jumping on the bandwagon after you already got it. Okay, well, you think, I got him. Well, now I'm not going to keep myself up this way. I'm not going to do the same things I did when I tried to meet him. Oh, I don't want you no more. You're gone. I still got all my assets. I'm finna move on. The same way he got you, the same way he'll get another. But if you built something up with this man, he's not going to find somebody else to replace that. And that's all it is. And that's all I'm saying. But nobody wants to do that. Nobody wants to be dedicated to anything. They want the pre-built, the pre-manufactured homes and everything already ready to go. Yeah, you ain't going to ever have a good story to tell. Oh, well, he was rich and I liked him because he had money. That's what made me happy. That's a terrible story, man. That's a terrible story. I'd rather hear the story about, hey, we ain't have nothing, we ain't have much. We started off in a 1-bedroom apartment, and we were struggling, and and then I worked while she went to school, or she worked while I went to school. I got a better job, and then we upgraded, and we started a small business together. It wasn't doing well at first, but then hey, we kept on pushing, and she would work, we take shifts, and I'd rather hear that story all day long. All day long. Now I'm actually said I was going to get off here in a minute, man up, but I had to shut it down. But like I say, it's just I'm fussing with Miss Rashida. Ain't no guarantees or nothing, but guess what? I guarantee you gonna get them assets you need if you was a part of it. You know what I'm saying? Hey, look, if you do everything else right, trust me. But again, it's about upping that standard. It's about giving them a reason, but nobody wants to do that. If I want to say, oh, well, this big ass is a reason to go to some bitch. You ain't the only one with the big ass. Look, Uchimba in Nigeria, she trying to come to America. Okay, well, again, build for yourself. And if that man builds for himself, and then you tell him, well, I'm interested, he don't want to deal with you. Well, he can build for himself. I think, like I said, it's you know what you're dealing with when you're dealing with. If you know it's a nigga who ain't never had no chance or nothing, and but then you know what you have to pay attention to the signs. Like I said, I can't give you. There is no instant blueprint that's gonna work for every story, but I'm gonna tell you what's gonna work more often than not. You know what I'm saying? Okay, well then, see, this is what I'm saying. This is what I'm saying. When we have these conversations, y'all never want to look for a positive in it. Y'all always go to the negative. Everything that I'm saying, you're looking for the most negative aspect in it. Right? And so you'll never find happiness if you're always looking for the negative. Because then what's going to happen is you do get into a good relationship, you do get into a good situation, you're going to look for the negative in it. And you're going to keep looking, even though there's no negative, and you're not going to realize you're pushing that negative energy off on him, and that's what's going to force him off. If you're looking for the positive and a way to build and to make everything happy and to do all that stuff, like, that's what most women don't realize, and it's like, it blows my mind that people don't see this. You're so, I don't know if it's, I don't want to say broken. I know a lot of women say they've been broken, they've had hard, man, you got to, who was it, Miss Bell said, leaving that baggage at the door. You know what I'm saying? But okay, well, here's the deal. Love is a gamble. You got to feel me on this. Love is a gamble, right? Sometimes you're going to crap out. Sometimes you're going to crap out a couple of times. But when you hit that fucking jackpot, all that crapping out was worth it, period. Because you're not going to care about none of that other shit. You're not going to give a fuck about none of that other shit that happened because you found the one for you. All that other shit was a test run, was a test drive. It is what it is. You know how many businesses fail when people have failing businesses before they have a successful business? If that would have made them stop wanting to own a business, they would have never hit that big business. They would have never had that $1 million business. Like, it sounds terrible, but what are your options? I can set some standards, play my hand. It may take 2 or 3 times. It may take a little bit more time, but I find the one and it was all worth it. Or I can kind of just play around, see what happens, be unhappy, blame everything on all these men, and then just be like, fuck it, I give up, and be miserable. There's always going to be a potential for misery. Or you can take them and put your misery into the next situation you have and run that man off. You know, people don't want to compromise. People don't want to change. In this relationship, I've changed. And I'm going to tell you why. Like I say, after taking that loss, after losing the last chick I was with, I reevaluated every fucked up thing I did. And man, I'm telling you, I was hurting. I don't really get into this aspect, but I was a dog. I tell you, I was a motherfucking dog. And it was just some of them last moments, you know, with the diagnosis, everything that was going on, that made me look at all my behaviors and man, I should have been so much better. I should have fucking put a ring on it. I should have said fucking took risks earlier, had them kid, like, had a lot of regrets. A lot of fucking regrets. That woman was good to me. That woman was too good to me for all the bullshit that I did. She was too good to me. And so I had to look at all the fucked up shit that I did. And I put that blame on myself. And it was a lot of pain. And that's why I say I took that hiatus. I wasn't fucking with nobody. I took a year and a half. I was just, it was bitches. And I was like, say, throw it at me. I ain't want none of them hoes. And that's why I think the way I think now. Like, I talk shit with y'all. I don't want no bitch. Bitch can't do shit for me. I don't care about no money. I don't care about all this shit. I talk shit with y'all. But what the lady Honcho has provided to my life now and the conversation with it, can't nobody do nothing for me. Because she is the one that got me out of that shell after I was going through that evaluation period. I was really fucked up. And I'm gonna be honest, I was down on myself for a lot of the shit that I did. And you know, she said some things when we had them conversations, and they changed my outlook. And I said that I would never do those things again. You know what I'm saying? I would never do those things again. And that's why I say, man, look, trust me. Man, if I want to be a dog, the opportunities are there. I don't give a fuck about no. Like that fucking abstinence, that fucking just staying away from that fucking celibacy was the greatest thing I could ever did. Because like I said, ain't no woman got nothing on me. Like, you can't, most niggas be some suckers for some bitch ain't got shit on me. And I'm happy. I found happiness. And I think that I'm lucky because I had a great woman in my life I did not appreciate. I did not deserve it. And I paid with a lot of pain. She paid with her life. I'm fortunate enough to be in another situation where I have a good woman. I have a daughter. She came. There was a package deal, and I would tell myself that ain't it. That ain't it. I felt like I got blessed. I feel like I am blessed, and that I have a second chance. Now, a lot of it is I was down bad. She helped me see the light in some things. She showed me some opportunities. She still shows me a lot of stuff today. I help her with some things that she got going on. It's working back and forth and building. And that's why I'm so adamant about this, because I see the difference. I understand what it takes. What I wasn't doing last time, even though that woman was committed to me, she believed in everything I did. And I might have to sneeze here. And everything I did. And I felt like I failed. And that was painful to deal with. I felt like I was less than a man. It just everything I had going on, and that's why I say there's no more room for excuses and bullshit. And so I see these things, and I understand there's a lot of women out there hurting. I understand I was that nigga that probably caused y'all hurt. I did a lot of fucked up shit along the way. But knowing what I know now, how I feel now, I wish everybody has that. I wish everybody gets that happiness. But part of being happy, though, is you got to be happy with yourself. You got to be happy with yourself before anybody else can make you happy. Because if you rely on somebody else for happiness and then something happens, that's going to get taken away from you. You got to be happy with yourself. And like I say, it was a tough point in my life. Like I said, I reference it from time to time. I really don't speak on it. I really don't try to go back there too much. But that's why I told you I cut everybody off. It was necessary. It was necessary to find myself. And I think everything, and it's still got a lot of ways, still a lot of things I got to take care of, I got to fix. Like I said, I was out there, just, and it's going to be a continuous process. And that's why I say I'm open to listening, and I take these dens and I take this advice. That's why I write down so much, because a lot of this is free game. It's for y'all to take too, I listen to everything, even stuff that is kind of crazy. Like I take this shit to heart. And that's why I say when I say I appreciate it, I really do. Because y'all don't know how y'all are really impacting me when we have these conversations. All right, Shannon. So, again, I say what I say, and to some of y'all it may be harsh, or you being careless, or you not caring, or whatever, but it's real, because I talk to myself the same way. I talk harshly to myself. You know what I'm saying? I fucking talk harshly to myself. I'm tough on myself. And more so now because of the mistakes that I made in my past, and I don't ever want to feel those feelings again. So, with that being said, we're going to get ready to wrap it up. I done talked way longer than I said I was. I got to be prepared for the morning den, and so I thank all of y'all for coming through. I appreciate each and every one of y'all, man. Y'all live. I fucks with y'all, man. Y'all know I gotta look. Hit that like button. Hit that like button. Hit that subscribe button. Yeah. Make sure you're following all the Den social medias, man. Instagram, Twitter, Facebook. Den Show Live at Gmail. Let me see. Hey, hit that Den Show shop. Go get you one of these. Get you a certified Den shirt. Get you one of these certified Den mugs. Get you some of that shit. Shout out to everybody who's copped some Den Show merch. I appreciate it. Every night, 10 p.m. Central Time, 7 days a week. Tomorrow, Friday morning, will be the last of the morning dens for this week. And I'll try to be on time. I know I've been late the last couple of them, It was because the little one, she go to daycare like every other couple of days. Look. I love the little girl, but sometimes you gotta look, hey, just gotta go let the daycare deal with it. Goddamn, they be going on field trips and shit, so that's cool. I don't know if she'd be tired, because I'd be like, hey, we finna do some work. Where that workbook at? Make sure you go to denshowpodcast.com. Like I said, we'll start dropping some recorded things. I'm gonna start throwing some throwback stuff on there. I'm probably post another throwback good episode on there tomorrow. If you ever want to hit the den, even if we're live or not, 833-284-3336. You know, 833, the number 2, the den is the easiest way to do it. Make sure everything else is okay. If you want to donate, if you want to make a one-time donation to the channel, streamlabs.com/The Den Show. And if you want to make a monthly pledge to the channel, you can go to patreon.com/The Den Show. Shout out to all the supporters. Shout out to James. Shout out to Goya. Shout out to Diana. Shout out to Stina Story. Shout out to Dan, the black man. You know, again, I want y'all to win. I want all y'all to win. Whether we in here arguing or not, sometimes it's, you know, it is good conversation. But in reality, man, I want everybody to win, and everybody can win. I just, you know, I'd like everybody to get through it without all the headaches, man. Appreciate it, Terrence. Appreciate the love, man. Appreciate the love. But I'm gonna slide out of here. Man up, Heidi Rashida, Mav Deuce, 1. Is it like Mav 2? My name, prepaid, man. Prepaid with the classics tonight, man. Man up, what's the motherfucking deal, man? I'm glad you could come through. Even though I know it's towards the end, I'm glad you could come through. Shannon Jones, your family crazy, but we love you. SMTH, I don't know if it's like, I keep wanting to read Smith, but I know that ain't it, so I don't know what it stands for, but glad you come through. Just everybody, man. If I miss you, I ain't dish you, you know. But I thank y'all for sharing your story, sharing your truth, sharing everything that y'all got going on. Terrence, we appreciate the love. V-Darko, appreciate the love. Man, and I have been bullshitting on the Vegas thing. If you're in the Facebook group and you're in the Vegas chat, we got to solidify some shit tomorrow. Like, we have to make that move tomorrow as far as what we're going to do. So if you're in the Facebook group, we're going to clarify all that information, because I know there were some varying views on the options that were there. So we're going to get that all together, and then we're going to go from there, because it's time to get that. Like, I should have been that really like a week or two ago. But we'll talk about all that. I'll reach out to y'all in the Facebook group if you're talking about going to Vegas on November the 8th. And I'll relay the information to those via email who are emailers, and I'll relay the information to the folks in the Instagram chat that don't use Facebook. So I thank all of y'all. I appreciate it. Hey, again, it is an honor, a privilege, a pleasure, you understand me, to get to chop it up with y'all each and every night. And I don't just say that. I really mean it, sincerely. Y'all get y'all some rest, man. Y'all got to be up for 10 just like me. Y'all better be in the morning. If y'all ain't in the morning live, I'm going to talk about y'all. If I'm going to be up in that bitch, y'all got to be in that bitch. Y'all ain't got to go home, man, but I'm getting the fuck up out of here, man. I appreciate y'all, for real. What? I'm over here looking at them pictures, man. I'm checking out. Look, hold on. Miss Grace, what's going on over here? Hold up. You know what I'm saying? Let me get off this live. I'm done with y'all. Good night.